All right, we are live. Welcome, anyone who is here in chat with us. I'm joined today by our teammate Alex, known Bolton enjoyer.
Known Bolton Enjoy. I mean, I'm very well known as the Bolton Enjoy. I love the demand. He's so good.
Flame Dog 3 for anyone who's familiar with him in Discord. We are here at Oddwillow's Game Haven, and they are hosting their first ProQuest. They're pretty local to us. They're like 20 minutes away from where I live, so we wanted to reach out to them and offer to do some commentary and stream their event. We had like 32 people.
I think so. We had 32 signed up.
It looks like there's a little bit less out there right now, so I don't know if we have stragglers, but I would say maybe at the very least we have like 20 something, right?
Yeah, we'll have 5 rounds for sure. It
Yeah.
might edge into 6.
So yeah, we're pretty excited about that. We have a link for their website in the description. I don't think they sell singles online yet, but they do like board games and stuff. They're a really big like D&D board game store, so if you guys are looking to purchase, definitely check them out. And then yeah, just huge shout out to them for letting us do this.
Yeah, it's like gorgeous storefront too. So if you're ever in Wisconsin, Mugwanago area,
Yeah,
definitely stop by.
You'll catch a little bit of it in one of the player cams when we switch to that view. Really nice store. So yeah, looking at probably 5 rounds for today, cut to top 8. We are not going to be streaming all of the top 8 matches because that's a little too ridiculous, but we'll have the top 8 streamed as well. I think they're doing the players meeting right now, so we should be getting started pretty soon here.
We have some pretty notable Wisconsin players here today.
Yeah.
So we should get some high quality matches, which is always great
Definitely.
to see. Unfortunately, like Chicago's having another PQ right now,
Yeah.
so we didn't get the stragglers from there.
We didn't catch a lot of the Chicago guys, but yeah, a lot of people on our team are here. A lot of just good people from the Wisconsin area. I saw Dakota and Shane in the room, so it should be fun. While we wait for them to get started, I have something that we could kind of fill a little bit of time with.
Yeah.
You're a Flesh and Blood player.
Yeah, I am.
You've been known to play the game.
Slowly.
Are you the type of player that associates a card with the name or the art?
The art. It's
The
without
art?
a doubt the art. Yeah.
Okay, so like you see the art for the card and you know like this is what this card does.
Yeah, like I think I've been on streams before. Like I feel like has commented on it before because of how fast I play.
Yeah.
Like I don't look at the names. I just see the art and I like know instantly what's in my hand.
All right, we're gonna put that to test today.
Oh my god.
So I prepared some cards for you.
All right.
We're gonna call this segment "Do You Know Flesh and Blood?"
Okay.
What I did was I took some cards that you are going to be familiar with.
Okay.
The cards that either you play or they're in the class that you like. And I've zoomed in heavily on the art.
Okay.
And I want to see if you can tell me what the card is.
Yeah. All right. Let's give it a go.
So we have 5 prepared. We'll do 5. We'll probably do it at the end of each round. So
Yeah.
starting in round 2, we'll start doing them at the end. But while we get them started, we can do this. So I'm going to pop the image on the screen really quick.
All right. Let's see it.
Can you tell me what card this is?
Oh, that's a lightning strike.
That is, in fact, Lightning Strike. All right, don't look at my laptop.
Oh,
No
okay,
cheating.
I'm
No
not.
cheating. Don't look.
I'm not looking at all. Like covering my face here.
All right, I'm gonna load up the next one.
Look how quick that was. Like.
I will say the first round is very easy. Can you tell me what card that is?
Oh my god, I don't think I can. What is that? Like, what is that? That's not a warrior card, is it?
It is not a warrior card.
It's like, I was about to say, like, what? Like, oh, I have to give Sam cards.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So
Okay.
give me 1 second.
We will give him a break.
Yeah.
Feel free to play along in chat as well. See if you can beat Alex to the punch.
Yeah, sorry about that. We started this stream. I totally forgot. What's up? You
What?
say my name?
No.
Oh, okay. You ever play this?
I'm going to take a quick peek at our gameplay screen just to see where they're at. Okay, we're still waiting for them, so we're still good.
All right, yeah. Sorry about that. One of
No,
our
you're
players
good, you're good.
here wanted to. He's playing Kasai today. But
Nice.
He's never played it in
Nice.
paper, so he messaged me last night, and like I have a lot of warrior cards, so I
Yeah.
was just like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Yeah, I have a Blitz Kasai deck." I was like, "What do you need?" And he's like, "I need like 1 copy of Blood in Our Hands and like a handful of other things." So like he showed up late today, so I totally forgot. Like,
Yeah.
but anyways, this card, I couldn't tell you.
No?
No.
This is an easy one. This is the easy round.
Is this an easy one?
Yeah.
I don't.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
This is Fate Foreseen.
No way. That's in the orb? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I did not know that. I don't play Fate Foreseen.
Don't peek. Don't peek.
I'm not. But I don't play Fate Foreseen in any of my decks.
Yeah, but you've seen it played.
Oh,
Like, you're
yeah.
familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the blonde hair, not the
Alright.
orb. Of what I'm
This
seeing.
one's more of a gimme.
Okay.
Yeah. What card is this?
This one's a gimme.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With the flags. Oh yeah. Just get in here. Get in here.
No.
No, what do you
You're
mean?
good. I played this last night. These are good.
A gimme with flags.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get this one right?
Oh yeah. I had a lot of different- so I'm tisming with the rhythm. So I relate cards more to pictures more than
I do
words.
too, but I don't relate it to like the background image.
I know.
I got Easter egg in like
Think
half a
about this
second.
one.
I'm thinking about it. Like, what has flags in its art? Yeah, I don't know.
No.
No, I don't. It's
Alright.
not clicking.
That is Fiendel's Spring Tunic.
Where is that?
On your arm.
It's the
You're
screen.
gonna have fun. with
Yeah, I'm
this
gonna have
game.
fun. Well, I got Easter egg in 2 seconds.
All right.
Yeah.
so we'll
Don't
see.
look. Don't look. Don't look.
I'm not looking. I promise you, I'm not.
I swear, if you.
If I didn't get Tunic right, I promise you, I'm not looking.
Can you tell me what card this is?
That's Luminous Ascension.
That is in fact Luminous Ascension.
See, there you go. Like that's easy. Like that's money right there.
All right, we got one more, and then the rest will come in round 2. Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Can you tell me what card this is?
It looks so familiar. What was that?
This one took me a long time. I don't think I got this one.
They only get harder as we go. So.
This is gonna be fun. I can't wait till it gets hard. I'm just like, yeah, this is like I know.
Oh no, I got this one right away. I remember this.
Is this Sync Below?
This is in fact Sync Below.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we
Yep,
go.
yep, yep, yep,
There we go. I was like trying to think. I'm like, yeah, that's like the light. Yeah.
All right. Well, we have more of these lined up for the rest of the day. All throughout Swiss, we're going to do one at the end of each round. 5 each.
So, what are you playing today?
This right.
Are you excited to play
Yes,
some this?
yeah, absolutely.
Have you gone over it
Absolutely.
on stream like that you're playing it today or
No,
not?
I haven't really made any.
I think we mentioned that you're going to be
I think
playing it,
yeah.
but we didn't give a list.
Yeah, we didn't give a list.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
A couple of people asked for it. There's 4 different builds right now for Viscerai.
Yeah.
So there's like equipment factoring in it for other players to play into it. So yeah.
Right.
Do you guys need a fan in here or anything before I go for players
No,
meeting?
I think
we
we're
should
good.
be good.
Good luck today.
Absolutely.
Let's see where we're at with the gameplay screen.
Yeah, they're just standing
Looks
around
like
still
everyone's still
waiting.
just standing around.
Well, I mean, I have a few questions for you if you want to burn some time.
Yeah,
we can do
yeah, let's
some.
go.
So, like, I know you're a big streamer, man. So like, you've been playing a lot of Victor lately. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, are you saying like you're probably a Victor main right now?
I think so.
You
I
think
think that's
so?
pretty safe to say.
Okay, all right. So now, tell me, why can Levi beat me on Victor? Playing 7 games and you grind the deck and you can't beat me at all.
I would honestly have to watch his match.
No.
It sounded like he high rolled you really hard.
I didn't feel that way.
Wait,
I
no?
think I could have won the game.
Interesting.
I think I misplayed. I personally think I misplayed, but
That matchup does not feel great.
No.
Like, it feels so bad, and it really... I feel like the only way you win is, like, the victor needs to high roll, and you need to low roll.
like I didn't even low roll that match. Like I double luminated him actually in that match too, which is crazy. But it was just like it was interesting. It was a very interesting game, very fun.
I guess he's just a better player than I am.
I mean, Levi is a very good player. But no, so like I guess the main question I actually had for you, just because talk about Victor. Like, he used to be a big Oldhim player too. So like, what draws you to Victor that like maybe came from Oldhim as well? Like, what is a big example of like why you're like this reminds me of Oldhim in a way?
Yeah, so I think even what drew me to old him is just like in general, I like playing control in card games. I came from Magic, and in Magic I used to play blue-white control. I still play Hearthstone every once in a while, and when I do, I play control warrior decks. So just like I like being the person that has the answers and grinding your opponent out of resources. So that's what drew me to Oldhim originally, because like that's like the perfect example of like that style of deck. And then he left. So then the closest that we had was the Fatigue Bravo deck that Charles Dunn really likes to play. But it's not like quite the same. It's a lot slower. It's a lot less interactive. Like it's just pure blocking.
Don't put on much pressure with that deck either.
Yeah. So like that one didn't quite hit the mark for me once Oldhim left. But then Victor came out, and Victor, I just really like the idea of generating value being defensive.
Yeah.
And then even though you're still kind of grinding your opponent out with your blocks, you still get to come in with decent damage as a follow-up. So you usually end up blocking with your Test of Strength, and then you send, your 2-card 8 or 2-card 9, depending on, the cards that you have. So I think, really, I just like, I like being defensive, but I don't want to be pure defensive.
Like you want to be able to pivot.
Yeah.
It's like,
and I feel like Victor does that very well. He runs the Zealous and the Rouse and the sideboard, so he can board into an aggressive game plan. And then just have you ever pummeled a CNC?
I have to play around
great.
that.
It's great. It's the best feeling in the world.
Like it's just like block 6 with that equipment. Yeah, let me get a card in your arsenal real quick.
I will say though that Victor definitely doesn't. It's not like a perfect fit for what Oldhim like left.
Yeah.
So I'm still waiting for the next version of Oldhim to come out.
Yeah.
I'm really sad that they got rid of Crown of Seeds preemptively. I get why they did it. That card is just insane. But like, I was really hoping for just like an Earth Warrior or an Earth Guardian that I could play it into.
Yeah. So like, I guess going off of that, like Michi talked about Crown of Seeds game ban. We saw Berserk game ban on the same ban list. So what's your opinion when it comes to like the new chess piece KO got? Like we're seeing a lot of these classes get these new L's and M's for equipment. You're just getting fridges for everyone. Like Brute now has a Guardian fridge almost. And like you can actually play a Guardian fridge on Brute because you can just give a Bloodied Oval to a Rhinar and actually give a shield. And
I think that there's definitely some classes that shouldn't get a fridge. Like I don't ever want to see Kano with the fridge.
No.
Like that just sounds terrible.
Well, I mean, look at Emperor, right? Like the fridge on Emperor is like you have to play a red line, and like I think they would be very careful about that.
So yeah, I think they need to be very careful with it. But I do like the idea of some of these classes getting like really good blocking equipment, because I think of Flesh and Blood in terms of like an RPG.
Yeah.
And a Brute would have armor.
Yeah.
A Wizard would not. And then if you look at something like a Ranger, like they're not going to block very well. They may have some pieces, So I like that some of these classes are getting their own unique pieces, because then it takes the pressure off of something like Tunic. If everybody's playing Tunic, the price of that card just skyrockets, and they've reprinted it so many times that it's still expensive.
Yeah, like putting like cards on the same level as Tunic is like I think needed for the game, so like new players can come in and be like, well, I don't need the Tunic. I think I like that more classes are getting equipment, but with how the Brute stuff works, I think the new cards should have been like 1 block Battle Worn. I think there's like a level. Because, yeah, I'd look at it in the same view of like RPGs and things like that. But having 10 block on a, I think of like Brutes as like a Berserker class where like you don't have like really a chest. Like I think the chest piece was like something that like kind of like you're like leathered up in your arms, maybe your legs. Like, but your chest is like what's exposed. So
I do think that probably no class should have as much armor as Guardian.
Yes.
Because, like, that's their thing. Maybe Warrior. Like, Warrior could have close, like, very close. But I will say that that's probably something that is maybe getting a little too close to the line for me.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of them giving these heroes their own, like, specific equipment. Like, even Betsy, like, I know she's not great right now, but her headpiece is amazing.
Yeah.
So like it takes the pressure off of something like Crown of Providence and Balance of Justice. Like she wants to run her headpiece. So I'm a fan of seeing more of that.
it's interesting what where they're going with equipment too, as we saw with the new Olympia specialization that got spoiled over the weekend.
That card's nuts. I am so excited about that card. I don't think it's gonna be good,
No,
but
I think the card it's a blue block 3 non-attack action. You're gonna play it,
but it's very cool.
like
I just like the second I saw it, I was already thinking like, okay, you start with Parry Blade and Bastion. You block with both of them until they break, and then you switch to hatchets.
Yeah.
Like,
switch to hatchets, and then like people are like, "Oh, we're gonna play like 3 Balance of Justice now." I'm like, you barely break that card.
yeah.
Like,
that's a little much for me. But
like, I think it's really cool. Because I think it's like perfect for Olympia because like the deck's already designed to play like Chrono Providence, like Balance of Justice.
Yeah.
It plays both chess pieces already in Tunic and Grains. Like, so you have like 2 of your equipment slots already are like broke. They are temper. They can break. So like, I think it's very well designed in that respect. Of like, you just slot in over another blue and it's already playable.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a big payout. Like,
it's very cool. On the other hand, the Victor specialization. That card needs some help. Not great. I think it would have been very cool if the card also had a line of text that read, "This card wins all clashes."
Yeah.
Because you get like the home court advantage, right?
Yeah,
you're at Victor's estate. He's gonna win.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it is right now, I don't think it's very good.
I think it's okay. I don't think you play it. I think that's the thing.
I just don't think you have room to add more non-clashing cards.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be drawing. You don't want to be making a gold on your turn.
No.
Because that almost does nothing. Like it doesn't. The card doesn't have go again. So like you're playing the card, you're getting a gold, you're drawing.
No, it has go again.
Oh, does it?
It has go again.
It just doesn't fit into your curve though. Like
so, the curve is. I think the idea behind the card is like you play the Clash of Vigors, and then you can play it off the Vigor token, and then go into and then 2 blues into like a 5 attack. Like I think that's the idea. I don't.
I still don't think it's worth it.
No.
I'm gonna check in on the
Cameras,
gameplay screen really quick.
Seems like they're all standing.
Still standing around. All right. Starting a little bit later than normal.
Do we want to take a little break here then and come back?
Yeah, let's. I'm gonna throw up the be right back screen. We're just gonna check in and see how long they expect until round 1 starts. So we will be right back. All right, so the players are just finishing up their player meeting, so we should have round 1 paired right now, and our round 1 match heading to the stream table. I believe we were just going to put Chris on stream round 1 just to make round 1 a little easy. So yeah, Chris is playing Viscera. We don't know who he's playing just yet, but we're going to switch over to that gameplay camera right now just so we can get that started. Anything that you're interested in seeing from this event?
Well, it's interesting because yesterday I went to a ProQuest myself. I ended up making top 8 playing the deck that I played Bolton. But everyone else there, like higher level players, things like that, were on decks that were just kind of there for fun decks. So like Levi, who's known for Azalea, he was playing Victor. Sam Dando, he's known for Yuzuri, he was playing KO. Like, you just had all these players playing decks that they're just like, maybe this is my armory deck, and
I do feel like, for some reason, ProQuests in general feel less competitive than RTNs do. When playing at the ProQuest is probably like just slightly more prestigious than playing at Nationals. Like,
yeah.
I feel like it should be swapped, but I feel like, at least in our area, ProQuest seemed like the chill one, you know?
You like go to it and you're like, because you have to win it. Like, you have to win it for it to be like worth really anything. And are you able to? I personally can't afford to travel across the Europe right now. Like, so like, do I care about winning the ProQuest? Not
Right.
at all. But I'm hoping to see like. So with that, like, I'm interested to see if anyone's gonna pull out like some really crazy creative decks here that they've been working on, just to try it in a competitive sense and just be here to have fun. Other things like, I know we have some Madison players here. I know we have a really good Tekla Lawson player in the area, so I'm hoping that
would be cool.
Yeah, I hope he does really well today because I would love to see him on stream. He's been working on this deck ever since the deck released.
Is that Brandon?
That is Brandon. He is a big Tekla Lawson player. He's really good at the deck too.
If he wins his first game, I would be down to put that on stream round 2.
100%. I think it'd be fun. I would love to see. I would love to see him. He says he has like, I'm not sure how many Dromai are gonna be here. That's the other thing. We know this is officially Dromai's last hurrah today.
Last day.
She's gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many people are here playing Dromai. We'll get those numbers probably around 2 or 3. But he says he has some spicy tech in his board. He doesn't lose to Dromai on Tekla Lawson.
That is surprising.
That's what he says.
I don't know.
I believe that.
I don't know how you do that.
But he says like, I think his whole board is dedicated to Dromai, and he says he hasn't lost to Dromai in probably 2 months.
We should have a list of players and the heroes that they brought at the end of round 1, so we shouldn't have an idea of how many of each hero there is. So once we get that information, we'll definitely share it with you guys. I'm also curious to see how many Dromais we might have, because
there was only 4 yesterday.
Only 4?
40 per people. 4 people showed up with it.
That's interesting. I feel like this would be the weekend that you have a lot more, because it's your last chance to earn LL points for the hero, and I feel like that's a big thing with a lot of people.
You want to get on the leaderboard. If you love the hero and playing it for a while, you want to be on that leaderboard.
Yeah.
Quick question: are you running a round timer?
No, we're not.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
So we have
Rolling some dice.
Rolling some dice here, like. Yeah,
I think we're just waiting for round 1 pairings.
I think they're just collecting deck lists right now.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be interesting to see. Shockingly, I don't think we'll have a single Bolton here, which is
really
crazy to say. Yeah.
Is Bryce here?
Bryce isn't here today.
Bryce is not here.
I'm commentating.
Yeah.
And
no one else likes the hero.
Alex plays it, but he's moved to Assassin.
Oh, did he bring Yuzuri?
I think he's on Yuzuri today,
Okay,
so I don't think he's playing Bolton. So we for Wisconsin being known as like a very heavy Bolton meta, we're gonna see probably our first
non-Bolton event
RTN in a while. Unless some random strangler shows up with a deck, we're just not gonna see it.
Might not be on Rob.
Oh no.
No. I'll grab Brandon.
Yeah, put Brandon on.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So, slight change of plans. We're not going to have Chris on round 1 because he's just going to get blown out of the water by Ronan.
Yeah. We don't really want to watch Kano round 1 because it's going to be just too quick.
That game will be over in 5 minutes, and Chris will have taken 700 damage. So, I think we're going to put Brandon on round 1. That way we get to check out that cool Teklevossen deck.
I can't guarantee that he brought it, but he's been hyping it up, so I can't imagine he didn't bring it. I don't know what else he would have brought. So
I'm going to be really disappointed if he presents anything else.
it would be Azalea, I guess, which is interesting enough as it is.
Azalea's cool.
Another deck I think I'm interested in is we had Pro Tier last month, and is Hatch's Dory. So most represented deck yesterday at the PQ I went to was Dory, which is crazy to me. Like, that's insane. I was not expecting that. So we'll see if there's any Hatchet's Dory, if there's any Dawnblade Dory, or Decimator here today. I'm curious to see how it does and how players have prepared for that deck. Personally, in my experience, I'm not sure how much you've practiced against it or have seen it.
I've played it a couple times.
As a Bolton, it's not a good matchup, but the more you play into it, the more you start seeing play patterns. And with those play patterns, you can start picking up on how the deck functions and how linear it is. Oh my god, he's really played. So these two guys are actually really good friends. They got paired around while they came down together. So Sam and Brandon. And I'm guessing this is going to be Riptide versus Teklevossen.
That will be a fun one to watch,
That
for
is
sure.
going to be interesting. Both of these are Madison locals.
Okay.
So yeah, and if I had to guess, Sam is probably on, like, he usually plays aggro Riptide, but I've heard some talks about him.
Aggro Riptide.
Yeah, I heard some talks about him possibly playing Fatigue Riptide today. Let's make sure these hero cards are correct here. Yeah, there he is. There's the man, Teklevossen.
I'm assuming that this is going to be correct.
I'm going to as well. Sam needs to show his hero, so we know for. Yeah, I'm going to assume, but so we got a real interesting matchup here in round one. Is this what you would be expecting from a ProQuest?
You know what? I feel like it fits.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like local ProQuest level where everyone's just playing fun decks. Yeah, let's go.
Yes, he is on Riptide for sure. We just got the deck list in. All right, so I'll lay these out in front of us here. So, wow, they have pretty good handwriting. So, Brandon's playing 10 equipment pieces in that's interesting. I guess
He's
that's
playing the Sentry pieces.
He-
I feel like a lot of people moved away from those.
he loves them. He says a lot of people just don't play them.
Yeah.
He creates a lot of consistency in the deck, and
It's definitely good for when you play the controllers or the Steel Souls on top of them.
yeah.
But like blocking 2, not the best. So that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, we'll see if that bites him here in this game. I'm not too sure. We can look at Sam's list because, like I said, they were talking about this being a more fatigue deck. Nope, it looks like he's going full aggro.
Full aggro.
Full
Let's go.
aggro Riptide here. So he is playing a handful. He's playing the traps, obviously, but this is he has Ravenous Ravel in his list. He has
Falcon Wing.
Laces. This is an aggro Riptide list if I had to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks fun.
This looks like it's gonna be an interesting match. It might. So, from what I understand by this matchup, obviously, man, Riptide into Teklo. Yeah, Riptide into Teklo can be rough. This is what I was gonna bring up. From what I understand, is that the biggest problem with Riptide right now is that he's very fatigable. So, turning cards sideways, he just doesn't have the highest ceiling. He has to set up these big turns, but if you're playing the traps, you just kind of miss.
Yeah, I feel like as a Guardian player into Riptide, if they're on the fatigue plan, you just bring in your Anathos and you swing for 4 every turn, and you never turn on a single one of their traps, and you just run them out of cards.
Yeah.
It's harder if they're on the aggro plan, because they can present a good amount of damage. But yeah, if they're on the fatigue list, you just fatigue them.
So, this is I can view everything in a Bolton. Riptide's one of Bolton's worst matchups. How we combat it is if we're going to have combo in the sideboard, we bring in combo. We just never combo. We just say Saber for 2 every turn.
Yeah, same thing, right?
Yeah, they're just going to die.
You never let them turn on their traps.
They're just never going to be able to do enough damage. I think that's the biggest flaw with Riptide right now. But we'll see. Sam's a fairly good player at the deck. This is the deck, his main deck, and what he plays. He brought it today, so I imagine he's pretty confident. We'll see how he tries to combat the fatigue with this aggro Riptide list.
How much do you think that they've practiced this matchup?
A lot.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Like I said, they're really good friends. They go to the same armories. This is a matchup that Madison's wild for its meta because one of the stores there is just Riptide Central. You go in there, you're expecting to play 4 Riptides in the night. So,
what are the chances that we see a Singularity played?
In this matchup, 0.
Zero?
I think
Okay.
so. I think he's just going for fatigue, if I had to guess. I could be wrong though. I hope we gotta get like some Transformers music going if he gets that. Like get like something rocking, some Voltron action going. Like
I need a soundboard for sure.
yeah. So we can when they go. Oh, here we go. Let's see the die roll. Goes. Cannot read those.
Cannot read that. I think that says 9 versus a 10.
But let's see what we flip here. And there's depths, so I imagine all the cogwork pieces. I've seen, so in my experience playing against Tekla-Boston, it's like you either go with the cogwork pieces or the blade break pieces. It depends on how you like to use your, fabricates.
Sure.
Yeah, because fabricate, you can just sneak in another piece of equipment and call it a day. So.
Alright, let's kick off with turn 1.
So we're activating Tekla-Boston right away. And, alright, so yeah. This is the strength of the Evo base, is in my opinion, is that you go Tekla-Boston, you pitch a blue, you get the draw card, you're basically just cycling. And you get the start, you can start off really well and don't really need much pitch. You can do it off of reds, blues, and then you get to pick your arsenal. These are instants. It's really, really nice in that respect.
Also not letting the Riptide filter his hand, which is very strong.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Looks like we maybe drew into a Steel Soul headpiece.
Yeah, we have a headpiece here, and I think just other blues that probably block 3. So, there's some glare there. I can't really tell.
A little bit of glare.
But we're activating Death Dealer. We're going to throw in a Bolt and Shot, drawing a card.
I imagine we're going to see a lot of blocking here.
I think there's going to be a Rain Razors. It has to be, right? Otherwise, we're just going to come in for 4. You never want to see Fabricate this early. This card is like... have you played much against Tekla-Boston or with Tekla?
I have not, almost at all.
Oh, he had an Evo base chest. This is like Tekla-Boston's big block card. This is what makes up that 2 block value on all these 2 block cards, because all equipment now gets 1 extra block. So when he's full geared up, you play this, and it's there's the Rain Razors, like we said. So now the Bolt and Shot will go again. You can reload off the Riptide. Double Rain Razors, so we should be leaking some damage here. I think it's 8 versus 3, 6, so should be leaking for 2.
Now, does the Fabricate also buff the Steel Soul that's blocking from hand?
I'm actually not 100% sure. I've never actually experienced that, but he took 2, so we'll go Falcon Wing for 7. Go again. Now if we had a pre-med on the back end of this, then we get a Ponder token. Oh my gosh, we're cooking.
Yeah, that would be a good turn for sure.
Be really good. But blocking 3 here.
Interesting.
Taking
damage.
Okay. But so yeah, as we can see, the Fabricate actually didn't affect the chess piece from hand, which is interesting. I wonder if that's why that works that way. If it just reads equipment, does it not recognize it as equipment when you block with it, or?
Now, one thing that's good to note here is that's 2 Rain Razors down. 2 Rain Razors out of the deck now.
Yeah, so we have no really surprise pushing. So if we're going with a Bolt and Shot, we're going to be pushing with Laces instead. So Junkyard Dog, this card's, I think, very good in Tekla-Boston. You get this come in for a 3 for 7, you get a card in Banished, and you can basically do your game plan. It's very wonderful in that respect. Here's a Lace, so he's going to reload. And Endless Arrow for 7 with the Blood Rot. Probably just going to see this get blocked out.
I would imagine so.
You know, he has I think you're all red hand there. That's what it looks like. So that's very awkward. Terminator Tank. 2 Terminator Tanks in that hand. It's so I wonder how he's going to play around it. Probably block.
Now, if these red equipment pieces, they have Battle Worn, right? So he's able to just use the last block here.
Mm-hmm. And they will not break.
I guess that is a handy part of that.
So you'll get the 3 block off of it if you're playing it from... Oh, yeah, he had 1 blue in hand, so he's going to be able to play that just as instant. Not instant, but from Banish and equipped and Arsenal that Terminator Tank. So
that's 2 Evos down.
Yeah, and we just need 2 more. We have 1 in Banished already, and there's another Fabricate. You don't want to see them this early. You really don't. like it's just too much value blocking. Like you can steal so much tempo with that card.
I
Like
think I see a CNC in the back of the hand as well.
yeah, we're just saying in the hand a little bit forward here, but can't do much about that. So you can see what he's trying to cook on his end. But we see the Crown of Providence on Sam's side, so no, makes sense. Balance of Justice actually into Tekla Vossen can be a thing.
Sure, their hero power is going to let them draw cards.
Fabricate draws cards. Like you actually can get an extra card off of them equipping equipment a lot of the time. It's really interesting to say that about a defensive deck, but like yeah, that actually can be turned on.
I feel like we usually see them run New Horizons.
Riptides? I think so. So it's interesting that he decided not to. And I don't even know, does he have it in his list? He does not. He is running just the Crown of Providence. So
I wonder if that is a... Oh, that's interesting.
Blocking.
I imagine he's planning to fabricate here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the power of the card. So like you move to reactions and breaking the snappies here to give Gogan to Endless Arrow.
And now he's blocking 7. That's very strong.
Yeah, this card's crazy. When I read this card for the first time when it got revealed, and it's just, and then you get to put it under a piece of equipment too. So like if you actually go Voltron, you're going to be able to just mech up and just go to town.
That's pretty great.
We haven't activated Death Dealer yet this turn, so okay, we're gonna Codex, and this is a neat interaction. I love this interaction. Plays Codex, doesn't need it to resolve, can reload. Then you can activate Trench on the stack, shove the card, get a resource, throw in any card you want from.
Sure. So with the Codex on the stack, you Riptide hero ability, put your
Yep.
card in. Before the Codex resolves, you get rid of it. There we go. He's going to get a resource. Codex resolves. He has no cards left to discard, and he can get whichever card he wants in his
And
graveyard.
you get a Ponder token, so we just
That's very good.
netted a resource here.
I think Riptide maybe uses Codex better than any other
Hero.
hero.
I think Lexi used it best, but currently in the meta, I think it is definitely Riptide. It's because of the chess piece. I think the chess piece is slept on. Like I think it's Trench of the Sunken Water or Treasure. Treasure. Yeah, it's super good. It has a lot of value. It's basically the tunic for Riptide, and it's only for Riptide though. That's the biggest problem. So coming in for 5, blocking 2. So taking 3 there. But we just saw that Fabricate gain 3 block value off of that, and then off of Battle Worn Equipment, now we're -1, but we gained it. We're equipping feet, so...
All right, 3 out of the 4. Maybe we do sing a Singularity this
if he
game.
draws it early, I mean, he has the headpiece and Banish, so he can play that if he wants to, but... I think a big problem here is, like, we're seeing these Evos super early, and as soon as we start Terminator tanking and, like, throwing these, like, payoffs, like, Riptide can't really answer that. He doesn't block well. You're going to be ripping cards consistently. This hand also has the headpiece in it, I think. I think it has Steel Memory, 2 blues.
I believe that's the front card.
Yeah. Seek and Destroy Lace, and...
Intoxicating Shot. So 10 damage here. It's all very face up, though. Again, we've seen 2 Rain Razors be played already. So I can't imagine there's too much reaction speed cards that we're going to see coming from the Riptide.
Not anymore. I think that's the problem with Rangers. All the cards are played face up. Lexi had Lightning Press, but like you didn't even really see that at the end of her run either way. Like some decks had it.
Towards the end, it fell out of favor, I think.
So this is a new card that Riptide got during, I believe that was not Dusk Till Dawn. Was it Bright Lights? I think
It was Bright Lights.
This card came out in, and a lot of people actually kind of meme on this card.
It's so funny that a card that Riptide wants is a card that benefits your opponent.
It's like, oh, here's a courage token, here's a quicken, and it's like, yeah.
But it's so important to his game plan.
It is.
Because you need them to trigger your traps. Like, it's such a nice design. I think LSS did a really good job on it.
So we have all 3 of the 4 modes active now because we have the 3 pieces, so it's 2 go again. And Frailty Trap, so we'll get the Frailty, trigger 1 damage. So that's our first trap triggered. I don't think it triggers very often. And then the CNC, they're very strong. Very, very good turn here. That's
coming in for 5 because of the Frailty.
Yeah. But here's the thing about Riptide.
He can
just trench it away.
he can get out of CNCs very easily.
Like, just be like, I don't want this. I don't need this. I can just go out of the way. Are we gonna? Okay, we're gonna crown it instead. Okay, so he wants to make sure he gets an extra card here. I think that's fine.
I imagine he likes his hand if that's the case.
I feel like so much has happened in this game. We're still in the 30s. Like, like it's kind of crazy. Like we're throwing. I think Riptide's throwing pretty good value damage. We're getting some good value blocks out of Brandon here on the.
This is definitely a slow burn type of match.
Oh yeah. Thankfully, they're playing fairly quick. Okay, there's another card in Brandon's hand that I see. This is Steel Force Enforcements or something. I think that's what it's called. This card, it's blue, no cost. It's a block card. It gets +1 block for each Evo equipped. So right now, it's a blue block 4.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
it starts at 1.
It starts at 1, so it is a blue block 4 right now. It's insane. So he just has a Sink Blow in hand because he got his Evos early here. And yeah, like I think he has 2 of them in hand actually. So again, not really what you want to see together. Well, I mean, if Sam's trying to go off here, like have a good turn, starting with this Rabble and reloading with the Riptide ability, like you're gonna actually probably want those in hand. Like that's 4 block, like pretty good value. Yeah, he has 2 of them in hand. Oh my gosh, like the amount of block value that Teclobossin has in his deck is insane. Like you can just Tall decks don't really get to do what they want to do against the deck unless they're dominating attacks because you can just block it out. Like,
and then once you hit second cycle, you get to start sending the Terminator tanks and the War Machines for 3. You pay 3, come in for 9 overpower with these devastating on hits. I might have to look into Teclobossil.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck. I think it's okay. So we're going with the pre-med into a Bolton shot, so we have 6 go again, and we can reload with Riptide's ability if we want to. Doesn't seem like we're going to. So I'm guessing we probably have a Codex in hand. If I had to assume. Like that's what that's yelling at me for.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate here for Brandon, because this time he does not have an arsenal, so he will be forced to discard.
Throw probably a CNC or turn take probably back in there and blocking 7 here. And no reactions from Sam.
Just arsenal.
He just arsenaling passing. Okay.
Decent outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like this is a Steel Soul controller.
Yeah. And if believe, so with the Steel Souls, is like when you equipped, is it when you equipped over them or was when you equipped?
You have to equip over an Evo with a different name. So it
Okay.
doesn't work on the base pieces.
Yeah.
But if he were to equip over any of these red ones that he has, he would get the effect.
Yeah. So with that arm piece in hand, I believe that's the one that gives him attack action cards. He gets to pick one of them or 3 of them from his grave and put them from the top 5 cards of his deck. I think that's what the arm piece does, because the head piece gives you 5 intellect, the chest piece gives you resources, and then the legs give you action points.
Yeah.
So we're loading a sleep dart, drawing a card. Okay, so going for a Rabble, we're revealing Scout the Periphery. So 4, go again.
Sleep Dart not doing too much against the Teclo.
No. I guess he won't be able to put the processor if he doesn't want to. Okay, so do you recognize the first card in Brandon's hand here?
That looks like a Ripple Away.
That is indeed a Ripple Away. So
that is a nice new tech card that came out in Heavy Hitters.
Pitching a Sink Below for Sleep Dart for 5. Okay. So we took 4 from the Rabble. And we're blocking 1 here off the Sleep Dart. It looks like he might be trying to just equip a bunch this turn. Okay, we're going to sink.
Perfect. Covers it up. I imagine we're just going to see Sam go to Arsenal here.
He might quiver, because I think that's what he's thinking. He has 2 cards in hand, so might go for the quiver. This doesn't have go again, so I think he only has the quiver. Is he thinking about possibly Rain Razoring this?
That would be the last one, and it wouldn't be for a lot of value, so I would be surprised if he did. Oh, it looks like we were waiting on the Sink to resolve.
Okay. And his Arsenal and passing. But so Ripple Away is a card like before the Pro Tour happened that a lot of people were like teching out because of the Hatchet story list. The Madison area bought there was like a buyout before the PT if you go look at it. Brandon's one of the people that were the bought out. We have another player here today that actually bought out the other, like the rainbow foils of the card.
Wow.
Yeah, so both of them bought them out, and then they actually did well in the PG. So they bought them out for under $1 each.
The rainbow foils?
The non-foils. The
Okay.
rainbow foils were like $1 or $2 only. So they bought them out. They're like $10 for the rainbow foils now, and like $5 for the non-foils. So like they invested good. Okay, here we go.
We see 2 Evo pieces equipped this turn.
That's very strong. Let's see what we're looking for. We're going to grab the Terminator take. That makes sense. So that goes 5 from the top.
So it's not going to be in his next hand. It's going to be in the hand after. Correct?
I believe so. And then the headpiece, he'll get... No, it'll be in that hand because he equipped the headpiece. He'll get the... Oh, no, there was no
right,
bad.
Right, okay.
So you should roll this up now, and... It's interesting how that combos together if you equip both those on the same turn. That's very strong. So now everything is turned on. So these cards, like these Terminator tanks, all of the payoffs for like the Evo cards are all so strong now. Sam's got to be careful. Like he's playing D-Rex probably to try to combat that. We saw a few of them pitched already. So you probably want to see them later in his game plan. But here's another one. So I'm wondering like maybe there's an argument to not even play D-Rex in this matchup into Tekla. I know I cut all mine that aren't Soul Shield when I play Bolton because I feel like we just have to try to make sure
you need to be the aggressor, right?
Yeah, we need to beat them before these Evos go away. So this Death Touch is coming in for 9.
We do not have a 9 token, so let's see Sam struggling there, trying to figure out how to represent that.
You want to change Brandon's life to 26.
Oh, yes.
So we're blocking 3 off the arm piece. Wouldn't be shocked if we see the headpiece get thrown here too. That's the best thing about Tekla Boss, and you can just be very aggressive with your equipment because you're probably just re-equipping later. Like,
See a Scrap Trader in hand. That one's really strong for equipping a banished Evo.
so we took 3, and we're given a Blood Rot here from the. Bren took 3 here and got a Blood Rot.
We had a question in chat. We have 28 people in this ProQuest. There were 32 that pre-signed up, but it looks like 4 of them didn't show. So we will be doing 5 rounds cut to top 8.
All right, so we had another Terminator tank here.
Here we go. And it's a Marvel.
Oh, that is the extended art.
Good-looking Terminator tank.
This is now coming in for 9 overpower on hit, destroy the arsenal.
Now, this does turn on the traps from the Riptide side.
Yep.
But I don't know how much that matters.
with I think it matters late game if you got him low enough, but I think we just equipped it too fast for this to actually come into effect here. Maybe that's how Riptide wins this game, is by out-aggressing and then eventually hitting the traps late game to just stall out enough to poke Brandon down. But
yeah, these cards, once we have all 4 equipped, are very impressive. The rate on them is insane.
they're so disgusting. We pitched a Pulse Wave Protocol and another Scrapture. We pitched a Scrapture. I don't think we have any Evos in Grave right now. As odd as that sounds.
I think he managed to get them all out on the field.
Yeah. So blocking 4 here with that sync. That's the 3rd sync we've seen. 2 of them have been pitched. So it would have to be traps from this point on.
And looks like he's just taking the 5.
All right. And
I believe he needs to discard on this one.
Mm-hmm. Can't remember the other one.
War Machine will blow up an Arsenal. And then Annihilator Engine, I don't think anyone really plays.
No, I don't think he's
it in his list?
on it at all.
He does not.
No.
Yeah, that one tends to be not as good.
That's the one that like removes Steam count or blows up items, right?
That one, I don't even remember what it does because it's not good.
I took 2 from the Blood Rot there that we got off the Death Touch, and now so Sam has 2 cards in hand. We're gonna go with the Seek and Destroy. This Arsenal card has to be pretty good. Gonna pitch for the pitching the Infecting Shot. So we're gonna get +3 on it. Destroy everything in hand, basically just inertia before inertia. Coming in with an Remorseless. So we don't know. I don't know what Brandon has in Arsenal. I'm assuming it isn't a D-React, but can't play it right now, even if it was. So we're blocking 2. We're going to block probably with the legs. So in hand, so it'll be 5, and then we can D-React from hand, go to 8, and I don't know the rest of his hand, but if he has any of the big attacks, he's just, yep, he does. He has a War Machine in hand, so he gets to throw 9 overpower after just blocking out this 8 damage. after throwing one.
This is disgusting. This is better value than Victor could produce.
This is. But you have to jump through hoops. Like, there's so many hoops you have to jump through. Here we go. Okay, this is War Machine. No, this tank? That's Terminator tank.
This is another Terminator tank.
So this will be discard if it hits. So
very strong ability.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to start seeing where, like, this Riptide will start running into some problems. The deck doesn't block well. Like, it does. If
a lot of 2 blocks.
Traps. Yeah.
A lot of 2 blocks, because you run all those buffs.
Mm-hmm. And it's all overpowered, so you have to block with the traps if you see it. Like, on this more aggro variant where you're trying to just keep reloading, firing, just put on the pressure. We haven't really seen, like, I've played against him a handful of times, and he gets some really explosive turns out of this deck. We haven't actually seen that yet. I think we've just seen so much pressure put on from the defensive Brandon that things just haven't really worked out perfectly for him. So we'll see how Sam manages to block this 9 overpower.
If he manages to at all.
Yeah. Chance that we're going to see a life swing here and just go at the 20 and just play our 3-card hand.
And he's just taking it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to. Discarding Premeditated, oh man. Sam must have a pretty good hand here, because if we're discarding Premed, that's a very strong card.
Either that, or it just wasn't going to block very well anyways.
So Remorseless, but what's our buff? We have to have a buff, or we're just trying to set up a 5-card hand here. So it's Lace.
Okay.
So 8.
Yeah, so I suspect that the hand probably just didn't block for anything anyways, so might as well just try to send something back and set up an arsenal.
Yeah. Sam should be at 0 resource. We see another Terminator. Is that a Terminator tank? That's where that War Machine. We see another powerful Evo card.
I believe that's
the
last Terminator tank?
That has to be, right? Like, that's the EA version. Like, oh, it is. When you can just chain these together like this, you just get so much value. Are we going to stream the gold foil opening in the winter?
That will be up to the person that got it. We will definitely ask them. We are always open to having them open it on camera, but it will be their choice.
So blocking 5 here. So this is where the value of those Evo base century pieces come in. Like, this is not very, like, this is harmful for him. Like, this is 1 less damage. You really never really going to equip that again. We have a Blood Rot, we're on a Remorseless, so we're going to be taking 3 extra damage here from Brandon, probably this turn from the Blood Rot.
But we're sending 9.
Yeah, we're sending 9, hit, discard a card. Like, I think you're very okay with that. Here we go.
That's the last.
That's a War Machine.
That's a War Machine.
Okay. So this is on hit, destroy Arsenal.
He does have the Trench, so he can get out of the effect, but 9 damage is 9 damage. It's almost half his life total.
Yeah. And we took 1 from the Remorseless here. We're going to do a very interesting spot in this game where Sam needs to find, like, I think 1 good turn here to try to blow up Brandon. Oh, Buzzsaw Trap. Okay. So this is one of Riptide's legendary traps here. And a Tar Pit Trap. I think these were both turned on.
Well, the Tar Pit, I think, is not turned on anymore because the Buzzsaw turned it off.
Oh, yeah, because it reduced everything.
So, if anything, I think
we should have played that differently. We should have played that on the stack, and then we would have done 1 extra damage. But we took 2 from the Blood Rot. That's fine. We'll see if that matters in the end here. Brandon's still in a very advantageous spot, but, I mean, at least we're seeing certain... Okay, he strike for 5 go again, probably reload. Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice if we saw the next, another Codex here, maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be a strong follow-up.
We've only seen 1 so far. Are we on 3? I know some players... It is a ProQuest, so some players might just not have all 3 Codexes.
Looks like he's on 3.
Okay, so we could see that. We're blocking with the Junkyard Dog.
Got that dog in him.
So we're going to take 2. And then if this is Endless Arrow... Oh, that's also fairly strong here. So here's the 2 block off the headpiece. And blocking 4. Okay. So Sam is keeping up here, though, it's really interesting. He is keeping their life total, like, even at 8 here after all this equipment, all this pressure. And we got a scrap trader, so we're going to start re-equipping these Evos.
So much value.
Yeah, it's the legs. What else are we going for? The chest. So the chest isn't the greatest. It's fine. I guess we could equip the chest first at instant.
He might be able to equip.
Mm-hmm. At
Oh,
instant. Yep,
okay.
because of the chest. Because he's going to get a bunch of resources off the chest,
Yeah.
right? So, off the Ripple Away. Which, Ripple Away in this matchup's really good, by the way. You could, if he wants to take like a Blood Rot from a Death Touch, and then you just be like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
just
Ripple
discard
Away.
a card.
Yeah, I'll take one instead.
You're going to be pitching that card to the Blood Rot to prevent the damage anyways, so if he's stacking up multiple tokens, then Ripple Away gets more value.
Mm-hmm. We equipped the legs first, so we got extra action points, I think, here. Going for 2, go again.
Should be 3, right?
3, go again. You're correct. I don't know what the last card in hand here. I'm assuming it's just going to be equipped the chest. Just get that extra life, that extra block value. Very necessary for Teklo Boston. No blocks, yeah. I mean, I think Leveler is like, it's so interesting. It reminds me a lot of Raiden once it gets to this like 4 total. We're going to equip that chest piece. It's 3 vanilla damage. You're just going to say no blocks to it. It's 3 go again. There could be something crazy around the back end. Like if he could chain into a Terminator tank or like any of those big cards, like you really don't want to deal with that. But
these chess pieces, he doesn't really want to block with them to the point, or these Evo pieces.
Oh, you see it? You see what I'm seeing here?
Is there a
There
singularity?
is a singularity, and I
Nice.
think enough pitch for it. So he's looking. He is looking.
Brandon essentially gained 10 life that turn, because these Evo pieces, again, he doesn't want to block with them to the point that they break, but he's going to be able to block 3, block 2, so each one is representing, roughly 5 extra life. And equipping 2 in a turn puts him to a virtual 22, which is very strong.
So I think he's trying to consider if going into mech is worth it. Like
It's always worth it.
it's not always worth it. So this is 5 go again because we broke the bullseye bracers. The one thing that we only did 3 damage left, put on 3 damage worth of pressure. So we might have gained 10 life. It was a 13 life turn still, so that's still high value for the Teklo. But Sam does get to keep his whole hand. So he can finally try to start putting on pressure. Like Brandon was chaining things together, and if Brandon blocks incorrectly or is trying to Arsenal, we see that Codex, that Singularity, if he's trying to play it, might just vanish. So
Turning into Singularity here would be so strong, though, because you have so many extra pieces under these armor. You're going to get so many activations.
so we're blocking 5 here. It looks like we're going to try to Arsenal that Singularity, if I had to guess. The Codex is devastating. We can't discard the legs. Like we can't risk it if we're trying to Arsenal the Singularity.
Does the Singularity, it costs 6? Is that right?
I believe so.
So you need to keep 2 blues.
Mm-hmm.
That's rough. That's a big ask.
It is a big ask, and you're at 12 life, so you kind of have to play around it a little bit here. So we'll see how that necessarily works out for them.
Oh, I see Chris.
Yeah, we'll check in with how he's doing.
I imagine he got Blazing Aethered off the board.
Are you okay?
That's bad. Yeah. It went to turn 6, which is a surprising game.
So
All right.
blocking 6, taking 1. Yep, we're trying to set up the Singularity here.
I
So
love
next,
this.
this is going to be great. We might go Voltron. He still has 2, 3. He has 5 armor block that he can still use.
Yeah, there's just so many extra Evo pieces down there that turning into Singularity. Oh, he pitched it.
Oh,
This makes me sad.
that makes me a little very sad too.
The value would have been insane.
He's taking 1 from the trap. This is starting to look scary for Brandon, though.
This is the point in the game. I think he took a little bit too much damage, and now he's in danger of potentially just getting chipped away for the rest of the game.
I feel like if you just hit like the brakes here, there's still force. So that card blocks for 5 now, which is crazy. But I think we have to start hitting the brakes here and just try not to play into Sam's traps at this point. We have Ripple Away. So we have a total of, just casually 15 block in hand. More than that, but that's fine. 4 card 16 right there if we want to block everything.
I would say that right now, Brandon's probably on the back foot.
I think so. I agree.
What do you think he needs to do to get back in this game?
I honestly think, like, I think we just didn't need to play into the trap there. I think
Just Arsenal.
it's just Arsenal Singularity. If we can hold 2 blues, play it, and just go to town. Like, it causes them to have 3 cards discarded. And it would have been very strong. But now...
Ooh, Death Touch for 9.
You gotta block this out. Like,
Do you think if he's able to get away with arsenaling a Terminator tank or a War Machine and then setting up for a big attack on the following turn, like, is that enough?
That's worth it. I think so. Like, I think he just needs to find one bigger attack here and try to get it going. I think we're going to be pitching the Steel Force Enforcements for this Junkyard Dog in hand. Or is that a Scrap Trader, maybe?
I think it was a Junkyard Dog.
Yeah, I think it's a dog. So this will be 7 more damage. Try to even out the life total here.
Although he could potentially... Okay, I was going to say he could try to equip... Oh, no, it was blue and a red, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to go for the Evo Century headpiece. Okay. That's interesting. So I don't know too much about it, but, like, we have the temper equipment still in there. Maybe he's worried about not having enough pitch to put it re-equipped here if he's going to keep getting this pressure from Sam.
I got a question from Corin. Anywhere we can find the deck lists once the PQ is over. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that yet. We may post just the top 8 lists, so cross your fingers and see if Brandon makes it in the top 8. But I don't think we'll have all of them available.
So we're taking 4 here from Sam. Must not have been able to play that card. I think the one thing that we have to realize about Sam right now is that he's, like, falling behind in his power cards. He still has 2 codexes, which is really strong. But we're losing a lot of go again. Like, Bolton Shots we're almost out of. We're almost out of Rain Razors.
Are we on Rainbow Bolton Shot? Looks like there's only 1 yellow and then 3 reds.
Right, and
we've seen a lot of them, if not all of them.
Yeah. I think we're 1 red missing. So we're loading Death Dealer. So he needs to start stacking these cards really, really tall in order for him to get through. But we haven't seen many D-Rex from Brandon's end here, and we finally see a sink below. Like, I think Brandon has a lot more defensive gas in his deck than maybe Sam can overpower. So maybe that's a way that Brandon can just hold on to those games just by blocking.
He just needs to make sure he's not getting chipped away.
Something that I want to point out here, if Sam tries to go for a big turn, there's a funny card called Fabricate when we have all 4 pieces equipped. So we're going to see the power of this card if he tries to go very wide or big. But I imagine Brandon's going to try to arsenal that card.
Fabricate essentially a sink below right now if he wanted it to be.
Yeah, stronger than the sink below because it basically adds on to the pieces he already blocked with.
Right.
So it just generates so much damage. So it's 5 go again here.
Looks like we might be leaking 1 damage.
Totally fine. And then a fatigue shot for 5. We have a hold line in hand, which isn't active. We only draw 2 cards this turn. But I think we just block. Oh, he's going to go for the Fabricate now. Okay, he's probably going to Arsenal, or just, is the other card an attack in hand maybe? And then we're just going to shove this in front. So that's now blocking 2. It's blocking 5.
That is very strong.
Yeah. It's just insane. It's so much value.
And then this won't cause the arms to break, right? Because it got the buff. So
exactly.
Technically, the buff is till end of turn, and that's how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, we're just shooting the pistol here. Do we have like a CNC in hand afterwards? I'm hesitant to shoot this. We do
have a CNC in hand. Wow.
But I'm still hesitant to shoot this pistol because, like, I know 3 damage is 3 damage, but this is all the traps are turned on because of this. Like, it's plus power. It has go again. You're at 9 life. Looks like we're eating it.
Oh, okay.
We're going to equip the headpiece. So this is what I referenced earlier. This is just easier to equip.
He's also going to gain 5 intellect.
Yes, which is insane. So we're going to draw 5 cards. And Arsenal to CNC for if he ever has an Arsenal. So
that's a very strong effect.
Okay, so we're going to Lace of Frailty, load a card, pre-med, arrow for, I'm guessing, 11. Yep. So
I mean, luckily we have this extra card in hand, so our blocking power this turn is
we have a turbo
very
check,
high.
so we can start chaining these turns together. So we can block 9, block 2 with the headpiece, or block 11, throw 9 back. Like, it feels like we got tempo back as Brandon here.
Do we have a tank?
Is that
That back card is a
The
pulse wave
second one.
protocol.
the second one in hand? Right in the middle. There's the
There it is.
Oh, but he's just
but
blocking it up.
blocking it
Okay, 9/11. So is he going for the pulse wave? Is he trying to rip that trench? Maybe. No, he's ripping cards from hand. So pulse wave protocol reads. He reveals his whole hand. He can basically it's like pulse wave harpoon. Now he gets to look at the whole hand and grab a card that's 4 or less block from it and make him block it.
That's very strong.
Yep. So we're
Potentially take your only arrow.
I wish we were
show it
seeing
to
the
us.
cards. Yeah. There we go.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, I put it down here. I like that. I think the Bolton shot's correct. I guess maybe he doesn't know obviously he wouldn't know the list, so he wouldn't know that's the last Bolton shot in deck. But there's no buffs in hand. He can't buff anything now, so you just kind of play the frailty trap.
Taking the lace isn't terrible though, because it makes it so that the Bolton shot can't be turned on.
Yeah, and so now, and also this could leak a damage here too. If he just wants to block with the trap and then load and shoot, we could draw a buff off the top of the deck, but the whole hand was red anyways, so it doesn't really matter too much what we draw. So it's probably just gonna be a load, whatever arrow he wants to load, shoot it, Arsenal pass. We have the fine card called CNC in Arsenal on the other side. That is very strong. So he's gonna take 4 here. Okay, so interesting. So maybe we're going to be hoping we draw a buff.
Few turns ago, attack with this weapon, scrap trader does not go again. I would have to go back and check.
Action points from the legs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he equipped legs and something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you got 2. Yeah, you have the legs and chest. The chest should have gave him resources, but he didn't use them. So blocking 3. And then Arsenalian pass.
Just Arsenal, wow.
Interesting.
Leaving him with a lot of cards.
It's just thing about Tekla though. Oh wait, this is really cool. So we're gonna shoot pistol for 3 or leveler for 3. And do you know the card Mechanical Strength? Do you remember that card from when you played Bright Lights Draft?
I do. This is the one that gets buffed for each Evo?
Yeah, so he plays it in blue. How many Evos does he have equipped?
4. Is this coming in for 8?
It's coming for 7.
For 7, okay.
It's a blue 3 for 7.
That's very strong.
Like you can see once you see a good Tekla player actually pilot the deck, you can start seeing where LSS was thinking with this value. You can start realizing man, a blue 3 for 7 seems very strong. We're just gonna throw the CNC. I imagine we're just gonna Arsenal the Mechanical Strength.
This is presenting lethal now.
It is presenting lethal. So we'll have to get some blocks here because we just took the 3. And you can't play the trap that he had. So if you Arsenal that trap. So yeah. We'll draw up here and
Brandon seems like he put himself back into a pretty good position this game.
let's see what we got. So we have another. So we didn't Arsenal the Mechanical Strength. We Arsenal the other card. So yeah, this is how he worked his way back in. So it's weird because we both felt like he was on the back foot. I wonder if Brandon actually thought that himself. So we're gonna Rabble coming in for 4. So we got a Warmongs. We got a. I think that's the War Machine in hand. So we got lethal in hand.
That could potentially just be the game.
Yeah. Seek, Destroy, Bolt and Shot.
This is for 7. I believe this
7,
is our last
go
run.
again with the Seek and Destroy on it. Blocking 2, 3.
And he's blocking with the War
He has to, right? So he has a hold a line in hand, and I think he's just gonna throw whatever's in his arsenal and call it a day. Maybe it's a Leveler, which threatens lethal into card in arsenal. Could be very strong.
I guess I'm too much of a greedy player because I would have just taken the 3 and sent the War Machine, trying to present lethal.
So here's the blue Mechanical Strike for 7.
It's very strong.
It's so crazy. So this is threatening 2 cards. We still can block with our trench. And so we could give 1/3 block. And nope, it needs to be 2. It needs to be 2 cards no matter what. So you probably just hold on to the trench. Sam's deck is looking very thin too, so I don't know how Sam plays out of this. I think Sam, the writing might just be on the wall.
This Teklo deck has been very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Maybe he'll win more if he ends up finishing this game like we expect. Okay, he's going to be taking 2 damage here from the traps.
Are we triggering anything on the traps?
They're
I don't
well
think
buffed.
so.
The tar pit is buff, isn't it? Or does that go? Nothing off of traps. Okay.
Was the mechanical strength not played from Arsenal?
It was, but it didn't have go again, so it doesn't
Oh, it didn't
trigger
have
for
go
ulti.
again, yeah.
It's coming for 5, and this is where you just block 2. Fortunately, we don't have really anything in hand to, like, throw here. Like, so blocking 6.
Even swinging the leveler is presenting lethal and demanding a card.
Well, we have the Pulse Wave protocol, so we can do the thing we did before where we see his whole hand, say, and this could force some awkward blocks because you're going to grab a 2 block, and then it's like, okay, you might leak a damage. How many cards are left in deck? That deck is looking thin. Like,
on the table.
All right, you took the Intoxicated Trap. I think we're at pitch stack for Sam, because here's the Sink Below in hand too that he pitched earlier. Yep, we are at pitch stack. So,
all right, having to overblock just to not take damage here.
We're sinking a card. Oh man, that might just be another Sink Below. If I want to be honest with you, he pitched them pretty close together. So he could. Let's see if he pitches it again. Because I imagine that might be his pitch card if it is a Sink Below. Sam is in a pickle.
I don't think we have any more of the overpower cards. There's another Pulse Wave, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but Leveler into, like, if you just keep 3 cards in, we can go Leveler into an attack and then kind of just steal the game here. Like, Leveler into attack, like, he's just going to fatigue. So, yep. Pitching for Bo.
And arsenaling. That's not a great turn for him.
Like I said, I think there might be a Sink Below on top of his deck.
Yeah.
Like that might have been it. So what are we grabbing? Probably grabbing Affecting Shot, Bolt and Shot, and it has to be 3 different names. So I imagine Red Bolt and Shot and maybe an Endless Arrow. And he's looking. Remorseless. Okay. I mean, it's low enough life. You get that big enough. You don't really want him to attack with anything. So kind of makes sense. So we're going to shuffle it up. No more pitch stack.
Let's see what Brandon can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has like 8 cards in deck. Maybe this is why Brandon didn't want to play the Singularity. Maybe he just played this so much that he was just like, I'm just going to fatigue by damage anyways.
That's fair. But you have to do it for the stream. Interesting that he's not choosing to swing with the Leveler first.
Maybe he's afraid of traps getting turned on. Here we go. There's another Codex finally. There's the other Rain Razors. We've been waiting to see those for a while. We're going to grab the Remorseless. I don't know if I agree with that grab, because we can go... it's blocking 3. We can give Trench here. Or if this is the Sink Below like I expect it to be, we can just sink here. And then we can go reload off the sink. And go load Falcon Wing, shoot Falcon Wing with the buff, and then go Codex, which is very strong. Like, that's a very strong, and that's a way that he gets in game. This has to be the Sink Below for that to be the case.
I wonder if Brandon's trying to equip an Evo piece here. Is there maybe a red in his graveyard that he's trying to...
Can't equip from Grave. We have to ban. It has to be from Banished.
Oh, that's true.
So, I think... Trying to think here. Like, what, do we have 2 blues in hand? Like, what's the other card in hand? I can't tell.
I think that's a Steel Soul piece. Maybe the chest?
Well, his chest is in the front. And then...
I can't tell what the back is.
Yeah. So... yeah, I played against Brandon. He usually doesn't play for Singularity, but I think when the option's there, I think maybe you just can take it sometimes. It's a Collapsing Trap that he drew. Okay. Doesn't really do anything, I don't think, because it doesn't activate. And
Yeah,
then,
we don't have go again.
Is he just going to filter with Teklo? Maybe that's what he wants to do, but I think we should just shut lever that. It's
Well, if he did shoot Leveler, we would have...
we would have lost our hand.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why. Maybe he's just playing around the traps at this point. He's in such an advantageous spot. Like, it felt like almost out of nowhere. Like, he just re-equipped 2 Evo pieces, and then he's like, okay, I'm comfortable now.
Wonder what we're thinking about here.
I don't know. Is this collapse? No. What if he was thinking about whether he would activate Teklo Boss?
Sure. Get some new cards.
So we go pitch for Death Dealer, shoot the Falcon Wing. Hopefully we draw a buff off the top. We did shuffle our deck. and then go
Codex.
Codex. Otherwise, it's Falcon Wing, Pitching. Okay, Soaring Razors. So we have we can reload off the ring.
Yeah.
I forget that's also a thing we can do. So coming for 5, go again.
Coming in for 5, and then we're probably going to Codex another 0. Bolt and Shot coming for 6 if we picked that one. Or Endless, if there's still one in there. I think there is.
There's an Endless still in there. We played through all 3. So it's either Endless or Bolt and Shot. One of the 2. It does have the Ripple Away in hand. I'm wondering, is it worth rippling away this Frailty? I don't know what is in his arsenal.
Brandon could have been considering whether or not he wanted to filter those cards or if he wanted the arsenal to play around the Codex.
That's
Because
also a thing to think about.
Putting the card in arsenal gets him around this.
Like, these technical costs only cost 3 though, so if he pitched the blue, he would have an arsenal either way, right? So
That's
it's
fair.
just maybe he's just trying to figure out either if you wanted the chess piece. He arsenal the chess piece.
I think we grabbed a Searing Shot,
We
which makes
did.
sense. That's the most damage.
Blocking 6, yeah. If you're not throwing an attack, no reason to rip away the Frailty. Not worth it. Just pass her and drop. Look like Brandon just looked at the time. I wouldn't be too worried about time. So we're gonna ponder, and again, the deck is getting mighty, mighty thin. We're almost there. I think we have about maybe 2 more hands, maybe. So Mechanical Strength, Steel Force. I think this is where we throw another Mechanical Strength from hand here. So this is coming for 6. Steel Force is blocking 5.
Taking 1.
Yep, and does he have a Ripple Away? Because this is just more value if he has a Ripple Away. Nope. Maybe he's just going to go for game here. Maybe he's just like, alright, I got a hand that finally does something that I want to do. So.
Yeah, everything about that Death Touch attack was
Oh,
great.
he's going for it! Alright, we got it. Let's flip the man over. Oh!
I do think that this is going to be
The game.
Game.
This is game. He's forced to discard.
He's going to attack, make him
twice.
discard, and he's going to gain action points.
So Brandon
that
only had 4
4
cards
cards?
in deck
Wow.
2. Okay. I couldn't really tell from this angle, but so let's go to the bottom 4 cards, and so now he's gonna basically
All of this goes under
He-
Teklo.
He gets to attack twice this turn, and every time he attacks, Sam's going to discard a card. So he's now attacking. So Sam's forced to discard first, and this coming in for 5. And Brandon's reminding me he has to discard. Discards Codex, blocking 5, swinging one more time, and that will be the game.
Oh, that was
Alright.
a great end to the game.
We love seeing the micro potent. So we have a 1-0 Tekla in the start.
1-0 Teklovasan. I love to see that. I would love to get him on camera again at some point during the day.
Yeah, hopefully he keeps doing well. We'll see the results from the other round.
All right, let's switch back over to us. All right, that was a really good game.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we got that in round 1.
Instead of watching Chris get blown up by Ronan.
Yeah. Ronan, notoriously one-trick Kano player, pretty much played it since he started playing the game. So very good at the game.
Very good at
Kano.
Mhm.
Probably the only one in the room, I would imagine. We should get the list of heroes at the end of this round.
Yeah.
So we can let you guys know how many of each person there is. Card fight. We just finished round. Awesome game. We had Teklo versus Riptide. So we did our Do You Know Fab a little early.
Oh, yeah,
We did it.
we
We did it at the start of round 1. So we're not going to do it right now. We're going to do it at the end of round 2. We'll do the next one.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a really quick break. We're going to see how much time is left in the round, and then we'll go from there. So we will see you guys shortly. All right, we are back. Luckily, that first round took a good chunk of time, so they are actually ready to start round two. We are going to be having our friend Dallas on. Dallas has recently been playing a lot of Victor. He used to be a Dromai player,
Yeah.
but recently picked up Victor, been practicing a lot, and he's going to be playing into a Levia. So that will be a very interesting match to watch.
So you can give us an insight. How does this matchup usually go, in your opinion?
It is a little weird. I feel like Victor can be defensive enough to stop their big like blood rush turns, but Levia in general is just very overrate on her cards.
Yeah.
So like the extra value that you're getting is almost like negated by how big her cards come in for. And then if she is able to flip and present the ally, it can be very hard for you. So definitely want to see Dallas closing out this game early enough that he doesn't get himself put in that situation.
For sure.
So let's jump over real quick.
This looks like they're getting all set up here, so
let's get some updates going.
Yeah, I'll be curious. Once we get the deck list in here, we can take a peek to see what we're rocking on the Levia list. So I know, for speaking on Levia, like one of my good friends, he plays Levia a lot. There used to be two like thoughts with Levia. Whether you play Blood Debt, and then we call it Blood Debtless list, where you play a little bit of Blood Debt. But mainly you're playing mostly for swing bigs. Basically, you're Reiner, not Reiner. Like, you know, Levia was just better Reiner. So we'll see what they go for. But a big push has been made for the card Endless Maw as of recent. I know I've been seeing a lot of people like hyping that card up a lot more.
Is that the one that gets +3?
Yeah, +3. So it's a 3 for 9. Just
yeah, that's very good. Like I said, above rate.
Like, you can't really complain too much. So you're starting to see these Levias play these Blood Debt lists and try to play for value, which is really interesting. But it could be a full aggro Levia, like they can be, because they play for those blood rush turns a lot, and then they want to go consumed and just be able to throw Dread Screamer. It's a lot of ways how it works.
I don't have the Levia's name yet, so we'll update that once we get the deck lists for us. One thing that I've seen Mansant do that I think is very effective at combating Guardians is pitch stacking your Dread Screamers for the late game.
Yeah.
So you present your regular attacks, you get all of their blocks out, and you chip them down low, and then late game, when they want to be pivoting to try to close the game, you just have multiple attacks coming back to back, and that can be very hard for the Guardians to deal with. I don't think a lot of Levia players do that, so it'll be interesting to see what strategy he goes with.
I would consider that's probably like a very high skill expression thing, because once you go consumed, you are banishing X cards equal to your Blood Debt every end step. So if you're trying to pitch stack, you have to be very cognizant that those Dread Screamers, which generate high power turns in Levia, might just go away. Like, they just might disappear. So you probably want to play one or two early game and banish. So if your goal is to go consumed, because it's so strong, that you push on like a Blood Rush turn, playing like Dread Screamer from banish, claw into like a swing big. Seeing that end board, it's disgusting. So it'll be interesting. This might be another grinder of a game, though, from what it sounds like.
Yeah, this will be a fun one to watch, I think. Dallas, if he has made no changes to his deck, I believe is on my list.
Oh, exactly your list.
Exactly my list.
Okay.
The exact 75 that I like to play. And would play if I was playing today.
So he's going for the shield. Okay.
He does need to be defensive. I don't think it's worth taking Sledge or Anathos. We play all three.
You play all three on your list. Wow. All right.
Yeah, they're good in different scenarios. So it'll be interesting.
So, as this game's getting started here, one thing I don't know why they put this man on top of Victor. Like, I don't get.
It's disgraceful.
It really like Victor looks so menacing already. Like, why put this big burly dude that's kind of ugly like on top of him? It's just not worth it. Like, I think it's bad card design almost.
The Victor memes have been great.
They have them. It is really wonderful. So it looks like Dallas is going first here.
I hope he wasn't just about to Arsenal, because he missed his Tunic trigger.
He did just miss the Tunic trigger. Looks like the player gave it back to him.
All
so
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hate this. You don't want Levia to be able to put cards into her graveyard. You want to try to make her work for that as much as possible.
Mhm.
If he were to send in an attack, she could just put 3 cards there and automatically have her next attack turned on. So
Yeah. So we're rolling Skib's turn 1, and we hit a 4. Oh.
that is wild.
So we're going Alehorn? What are we Skibsing for if we're starting with the Alehorn? This is a new card from Heavy Hitters, and I would say new. Heavy Hitters actually fairly old at this point. But
Yeah, almost old news.
yeah, almost. We're not quite there yet to where it's old news, but this has been very. You see this played a lot more in Levia than any other brute. This card is very strong. It creates a might, creates an agility, and lets it go.
Drew, that is a very good name for that card.
Oh,
I love it.
I like it too.
It's not good. All right, so using an action point on the claw here. No go again on the claw, but we do have a second action point. Let me take a look at this this victor list. We'll update our player's name here.
So maybe he just didn't want to discard. He's just trying to set up with the Alehorn. This is why he rolled Skibs. But if we roll a 1 there, we're not on.
And the Alehorn has go again, so
Yeah,
there's
well,
no reason to not play
Claw.
it
You wanted to
from
claw. But like, I feel like it's really
Oh,
greedy.
sure.
Like, why don't we just Alehorn, throw claw for 3, or throw like a 2 for 6 in hand, arsenal with your Red Screamer?
All right, so this victor list, this looks like my list. So I believe he's playing the exact 75 that I play, which I will say is a very good 75. So good for him.
Yeah, we're throwing a red disabled here. I'll go into the Levia list here in a minute. Again, what Victor's really good at, just throwing kind of just these big crush effects that kind of need to block, but they don't really end up doing much damage to you. But you're playing to his game plan once, like, you want to give up. Like, you just want to, you want to take this at some point. But, like, this one, red disable is really strong. So,
Yeah, you really just want to be presenting on hits. We took Prime to Fight out of the list in favor of disable, because even though Prime to Fight can be very above rate, it's just damage.
Yeah.
And I think that you really want to be presenting your opponent with these questions. And disable, potentially, taking your opponent down a card is very strong.
so looking at the Levia list here as he's deciding blocks, we have 12 equipment.
That's a lot of equipment.
We have 12 equipment. We have the 2 claws. We have Husk, which we're playing right now. We have all of the standard stuff, but we're playing Arcane Lantern, Cloak of Darkness, Grasp of Darkness, Spoiled Skull. This man does not want to lose to Kano.
To be fair, one of these equipment slots is his demi-hero.
Yes, but that is what it counts as. Whoa, this is a very early Husk. So we're taking 3 here. We didn't want to block. So we'll see how that goes. We must have a good hand if we're just like, or that Arsenal card is a Dread Screamer. We don't have anything really in our grave, so we can't really play it right now. Like,
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
right, we'll see how this works. So we get the might, we get the quicken, agility.
Now, notable about the victor list, we are running balance, so that's going to help us counteract the Blood Rush bonus turns. We're also running 2 Hold the Line, which is a very strong card to combat those huge turns. The Levia also sometimes runs Art of War, and looking at the list, it looks like they are on 3.
Mm-hmm.
So really trying to draw multiple cards for multiple turns throughout the game, and those cards are going to help you a lot with surviving.
All right, so we're gonna intimidate Mysterious card from Dallas's hand, and let's see what we got. We have Doomsday in hand, which isn't the greatest. We're gonna pitch it.
Yeah, we don't want to see that one right now.
No. The Barraging Beatdown. Okay, so 4 go again here. We're doing KO tactics. The Barraging Beatdown should. Oh, it's not 4. It's +2 from the blue Barraging, so it's gonna be 6.
We haven't discarded a card yet, correct?
No, we haven't. But we have go again from the Alehorn.
True. Okay.
So
This shouldn't be 4.
no, this should be 6. Off the blue Barraging.
Blue is +2.
Yep.
This
So-
should be. Oh, we have the
Wait,
might
white.
as
We
well.
have the might.
Yeah.
So he's just counting the might. So he's missing the +2 off the Barraging here.
Maybe he's assuming it's going to be blocked by 2 cards.
Um,
He could be representing it that way.
maybe. Let's hope. Blocking 6. So we're blocking 6 either way.
Okay.
Maybe he's representing it as it's getting +4 right now. But that wouldn't be correct either. So who knows? Who knows what we're doing here?
Looks like we didn't win the clash. I think we tied, so neither player is going to get the gold.
We have a quick question in chat here if you want to answer that.
Jacob, what makes you want to play Sledge over Anathos? Sledge is specifically for the grindy Guardian and Azuri matchups where you'll eventually want one turn every 3 turns where you can send 6 off of one card. Coming in with another Claw, we're just going to block that.
It doesn't have Go Again. So we gave Husk the throw Claw. Okay. Interesting play. I'm wondering what the decision making was behind that. We only have 2 cards still in grave, so none of our stuff's turned down. But we did draw upon our card here. We do have an Art of War. So let's see what Dallas is going to throw. Again, just 7.
And it looks like Dallas chose to block with the
Test the strength. Here.
The balance justice. Probably just getting it ready for the Art of War or Blood Rush turn.
Mm-hmm. I feel like blocking with that card early is very you need to.
Definitely.
So, I'm not sure if Dallas is missing his Tunic triggers here, but I'm not sure how he keeps track of it. But there is only 1 counter on it still.
His dice is one of those weird metal fab ones.
Okay, so maybe he is rotating it.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get him to use one of the stream dice that we have because those are a little easier to read.
Mm-hmm. So as we're declaring blocks here for this Vanilla 7, which is usually in Bolton when I see this Vanilla 7, I just say I'll eat it. And even if my hand's like, okay, because you should be, most decks should be able to outvalue this. Is that a Clash of Agility in hand? It is. That is an interesting deck decision. We hit a Deep-Rooted Evo. So
I know
Chokeslam is 6 and 6.
I know KOs have been playing it.
Really?
It's
the block 4?
Yeah. Oh, that's the block 4.
That's the block 4 one. So we took 3 there.
That is an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking so we have 3 swing big. Another card that you saw there was Deep Rooted Evil. Yep. I hate that card. I do not think that card is good in any respect. It's part of a really weird recursion plan. Okay, so this is the power of Art of War. We had this Shadow Peed. We're gonna give Go Again.
I had to pitch a red to do it though.
I mean, all over in hand. I think you have to do it though. You have to send in and hope you draw blue. So I'm not sure if that Dread Screamer is a blue or not. I think that might be a no. It looks like a blue. I
think it might be a blue. So he should be okay.
So we can go Dreads. Yep, here we go. It's a blue. So we can go into Shadow P and coming in for 6 Go Again. I don't think you break balance here. I think you can get a good feel that this is only going to be 12
This is not a turn where you want the extra power that balance gives you.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to Deeper Rooted Evil, it's like a weird recursion package that you can have in this deck this cycle. It's just too complicated in my opinion. It just doesn't do enough to warrant to what it does. So
it's a 3 for 6 that you can play out of Banish, right?
It's a 3 for 6 that you can play out of Banish, yeah. But it's you don't really you're running off a 2 pitch, right? That's your deck is a 2 pitch cost curve. We're taking 3 here off the Shadow Peed, and we're just going to claw for 3 again. Coming in for 3 more. With no Go Again, we haven't discarded.
Now, the Levia has not been... Or I guess she turned off her Blood Debt this turn with the Shadow Peed. She didn't last turn, though, so they leaked 1 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, getting that Husk in the Banish Zone this early, I wonder how many turns are going to go by where they take that incidental damage.
Yeah, and it seems like we're on heavy Blood Debt too. So I'm assuming Joel doesn't want he wants to banish a lot more. He's just not getting these cards in the grave. I'm not sure if it's because we're drawing a lot of no blocks, and maybe that's why he threw the Husk out there. Because we had the Shadow Peed, we had the Art of War.
We ended the turn with a card left over in hand too.
That's the 2nd turn in a row that happened. So maybe he's just drawing very awkwardly here. Here comes Dallas, and this is normal Victor stuff here. We're gonna throw the Debilitate.
2 card 8.
2 card 8. This is another card I just laugh at. Because I don't think it's very good. I get that a 2 card 8 is strong, but it makes sense that you play it. But in general, this is a card that I look at in Victor and I say I can no block this.
Right.
I can take the 8 here and go off.
All right. So we got our hero breakdown here.
We have 4 Katsus.
4 Katsus is impressive.
That is a lot. So
That's the most in the room.
Yep.
Next, we're tied Dorinthia, Victor at
3
3.
each. And then we can go more over this once.
Yeah, we'll
once
go
this
over
game
that in
is
a bit.
over. So we clashed to agility. We did not win the clash again. I don't like. It's an interesting choice to play this into Victor. You're gonna clash in a lot. Card's a really spicy tech card. I think it's neat into like your ninja matchups and things like that. But Victor just has too many big attacks. So we're playing Convulsions. So this gives you banish 3 cards. You're gonna be able to give the next attack Dominate. Really great pitch late game card for Levia.
Yeah, this is a really good utility blue.
He's only on 2 of them, which is interesting. Usually you see 3 because it's just it's a very consistent like glue piece in the deck. So, okay, so they're gonna be rolling dice for Blood Debt. I'm not. Do you have a preferred way when your opponent looks at you and like I just look at them and say just do the top 3, shuffle your graveyard, do the top 3.
I usually am a dice roller. And
Okay.
I shouldn't be because you can get into these situations right here where you keep re-rolling trying to find one that works.
That's 3 5s in a row. That's 4 5s in a row. And a 6 though. Come on, there we go. You take this man to the casino. We missed.
Oh wow, we missed
my
on Blood
gosh.
Debt.
So we leaking one again this turn. And so we don't get the dominate.
We don't get
the dominate at all. So we get the +1 still. We do not get the dominate. I mean, there was only 1 hit in there.
Yeah.
It was only the Shadow Heat. So, yeah, it doesn't have dominate. It'll have the +1. So the Shadow Pete here is going to come in for 7, pitching an endless ball. We are just drawing a lot of reds. Like these hands are awkward. It should be 7. Unless you have to hit for the +1. I thought you did not. I thought
that would be.
I thought it was like it must be like. Yeah, but let's see. They're looking through the grave now. We can't miss now in the grave. Like, well, yeah, we can't. We can still. We have 1 6 still in grave. So we're gonna block 2 cards. We're giving up a CNC and a Thunderquake.
Yeah, you do need to hit the 6 to get the full effect. So that card essentially just red. Banish 3 cards.
Banish 3 cards, which is devastating.
Banish 3 cards. Don't turn off Blood Debt.
Seems like we're just drawing very awkward right now.
Leaking 1 more Blood Debt.
Going to 30. We're drawing up. So E-Strike for 7. Again, just playing
Assuming
consistency.
this is 7. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you draw the card, but you don't like really risk it in Victor because you're
There's a couple things that you don't want in Arsenal. Like most of your blues are pretty bad.
You draw your Test of Strengths. How many black cards are you on? Are you just on the Test of Strengths or are you on
Test and Trounce. But I think we would probably side out the Trounce against the Levia. We'll see if he left it in. Test of Strength is still fine, I think.
Yeah. I mean, giving a gold, most heroes you give a gold to, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, it rarely comes up, and you're just like, okay, I guess I just don't draw the card. It's not that important.
You can almost think of it as like giving them a vigor, because more often than not, they're just going to pitch a blue to it to draw a card and float a resource.
The blues exist? I didn't know that. Yeah, we were thinking on this 7 here. I think we need to start blocking a little bit more on Joel so we can work our way back into the grave. We need these 6s into the game. We need these 6s into the grave. So there's Mark of the Beast. Mark of the Beast is not a card you want to block with.
No.
It is. This does not.
It is going to banish itself, but it's not going to turn on
Blood.
Levia's hero ability because you need to do that on your turn.
I know sometimes you just have to. It is a block 3, so like it's always good. We're going to get the might off the Apex Bonebreaker. Apex Bonebreaker. This is like I want to talk about this card a little bit too.
Card's crazy.
This card's insane. When I first read it, I was like, oh, like this is fine. Like it reminded me a lot of Soulbound Resolve for Bolton, and I was like, yeah, like it does a lot of things. We're discarding the Agile, wind up here in main phase to get the agility to take in for next turn. And we're just gonna claw for 4, and that's fine. I think that's a fine setup turn. We're gonna take 2 from the Blood Debt, and we've now done 4 damage to ourselves. But the Apex Bonebreaker, like I first saw it, I was like, yeah, this is like Soulbound Resolve. You're probably playing in some matchups. No, you're playing this in like almost every matchup.
It's like a Soulbound Resolve that you don't need to shoot yourself in the foot to turn on.
Listen, we don't need a conversation about Soulbound right now because because I will go into it. Like
You don't have to go down on value in order to turn it on. You just get all of the upside.
you get all the upside.
You
from
can
it.
essentially view it as a 5 value equipment piece because if you block correctly, you're getting the 3 block out of it
guaranteed the
and the
might
2
token.
mites,
Yeah.
which is huge.
It's very strong. It's a very strong card that's reads very unassuming. So
So it looks like Dallas took the claw.
and now we're coming in with the Boneyard Marauder, and
I think this is this a blue boneyard?
no, it's red. It's a 1. Does he play blue?
No, he
it's
doesn't.
red.
Okay, so it
so
has to
this
be
is going to
red.
be 1 for 6. Very strong card. Did we hit? All right, so we hit 2 though. So I think the rest are non-6s. There might be 1 Shadow Pete still.
We do get to turn off blood at this turn.
Yep,
though,
which is great.
Which is great, yeah.
Oh, the claw had go again from the
He discarded the
yeah,
wind up.
totally forgot about that. That's the KO attack. I forget that Levia gets to do that too. See, when I play we're staunching it. Oh,
Nice.
pitching a Golden Sun. You know, if we get there later and we get them in a clash off of that, that's very strong. Golden Sun, another power card for Victor.
I feel like we're probably just going to see Titan's Fist come in and then arsenaling the leftover card.
The CNC, so pitch the Rouse, and here comes Titan's Fist, pitching the Rouse and arsenaling the CNC. So this is only for 3, but
We did also just put a Golden
Oh,
Sun
it's
on the
for-
bottom
yeah.
of the deck,
Yeah.
which is great with Rouse because then he only needs to reveal a 6 and you get the 13 power.
oh, that's true. And then you get the throw 7. Yep, great, wonderful, easy peasy. So we're coming for 4 off the Titans. This again, another card that you probably shouldn't be blocking unless you have deck cards in hand.
Yeah.
Vanilla damage is very, very unassuming in Victor. You want to block the bigger ones, but like 4 damage is this is Snatch, but without an on hit. Like
That's the strength of these Guardian Hammers though, is like you really don't want to block this because it doesn't do anything.
Mhm.
And when you do block it, you
like,
still leak
this
a
is
damage.
value. Yeah, this is so
Like-
much value. So you get a damage and you get to move on. So Arsenal will pass. Well, Arsenal at CNC will pass and see what we can draw up here.
Now, notably, we have Tunic coming up next turn. If
Mm-hmm.
we can find a pummel, we can set up that 3-card CNC pummel. But Joel does have Scowling, so if he sniffs it out, he can play around it.
So in Joel's hand, I just saw that he has a Death Hydra.
Oh,
He's that card. Very hype, very excited, but we're about to Arsenal it.
yeah.
So I am curious to see if we do decide to just skip our Arsenal turn here. This does have go again, so maybe we're just going into Claw. So this is 7 dominate go again because of the might token that we got. Again, so we'll see how
Death Hydra is a very cool card.
we were at Battle Hardened on Cincinnati, and it was the PTI event. Someone was playing in Levia, and they're like going to end a round. He threw it for 26 because he went Tearling for Limb into it.
Man.
It was absolutely disgusted. He won in the game. The guy was at like 8 health, and everyone, because his last game, table 2, everyone like popped off. It was so funny.
Yeah, I can't imagine we want to put that in Arsenal this early. He only has 5 cards in Blood Debt. I would think we're going to see this followed up by a Claw.
Yeah. So
And I think Dallas is expecting that as well. So we see the block from the Civic Steps.
Mhm.
We're going to give the Quicken, but if he swings Claw, it just doesn't matter.
we taking 1, going to 32, and then
And we do see the
the
Claw
claw.
follow.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Civic Steps, very good card in Guardian. You need to find the right places to use it. And this was a really good spot.
Yesterday when I was playing into Victor, I had a quicken off of charging a gallantry. The Victor blocked with the steps. The judge was watching, and my opponent reached over and looked at our judge and said, "We'll maintain the board state. He has 2 quickens." So he just passed turn back to me. I played my attack, and I looked at the judge and said, 2 go again. So quicken's gone. And we have the CNC in Arsenal, but there's no Arsenal throw. Looks like we have a Golden Sun in hand. So that's kind of unfortunate. We haven't really seen much of it. We saw 1 clash card. So we're not really revealing getting the gold off of this. I guess we could break Aurum if we want to. Let's see.
Imagine this is... Okay,
It's
looks like
not
we're
just-
sending the CNC for damage.
I mean, if you're just cycling, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Looks like we're maybe trying to set up the Golden Sun in Arsenal.
I think it's a fine plan. Like, very strong card. You just need a gold, and if you, worst case, you block with Aurum, throw it next turn, move on. So. Looks like Joel was counting his deck for something there.
Levia's new Techna Guardians is to pitch stack, tear limb from limb, and Death Hydras. Yeah, that can be very strong. Do we have tears in this list?
We're on 2.
2. Okay.
We're on 2 expendable limbs too. Let me I cannot remember what that card does. I think that's the block card.
I'm
Like,
gonna
not
have to look that
block
one
card,
up.
but like I think it like gets 6 block and 6 attack if you banish this on that turn. I think that's what that card does. So we use Fleshbag here. Fleshbag probably not the greatest in this matchup.
So I think he was expecting the pummel there.
Okay.
So we had the card in hand, we had the 1 pitch floating, and we have Tunic.
Okay, so
but he didn't have an arsenal, so like really, it's just threatening a discard. I think that maybe we could have saved that for a little bit later, but I imagine that's probably what he was playing around.
so expendable limbs here.
As an additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand. If a card with 6 or more is banished, you may play it from your banish zone during your next action phase, and it's a defense reaction. It's a 0 for more.
0/4 D-Rack.
That's interesting.
Vanishes. That basically sounds a lot like No Fear.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Seems like a similar No Fear. A blue block 4 that you can play like a Shadow Pete or something. Not awful. Like I think that's fine. I wonder how many Levias have like been trying that. I wonder how Joel's experience with it has been.
Yeah, I'd like to see it played in this game just to see how it works out for him.
Yep. We did hit Blood Debt, so we're turned off. We hit a 6. So this Dread Screamer is coming in for go again. Curious to see what Dallas is thinking of. I know the blocks are interesting sometimes.
That face down card is, yeah, a graveyard card.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we have a wind up, and I can't tell what that last card is.
So we're only on 2 windups, which is I also think a little interesting.
Yellows.
Yeah, 2 yellow windups. Usually you see 3 because it's an enabler in Levia. It enables the graveyard very early. It allows you to play these strong blood deck cards without having to. We're just gonna throw it, which makes sense. But without having to set up your graveyard by blocking, and you get advantage through it also. So very strong. So
I wonder if the reason for only running 2 is because you get to run the Art of Wars for the extra go again, whereas KO doesn't get to do that, so he likes to load up on those windups a bit more.
Yeah, maybe that was what Joel was thinking. It's an interesting decision. So we're taking 3 here from the windup. So we didn't block with Aurum, so I'm assuming we're not sending the Golden Sun. I imagine we're just gonna Tunic Chokeslam if I had to guess. Or nope, we're using Tunic. Oh, it's a Macho. It wasn't a Golden. Okay, I mean that's still fine. 8 Dominate.
Looks like we pitched another Macho,
Mm.
and then a random blue.
It's hard to see the cards sometimes. Big in hand for sure on Joel's end. A Mark of the Beast. Again, don't really want to be blocking with that. That's like your emergency, like turn off Blood Debt card late game. We already blocked with one of them. And then we have a Boneyard Marauder, and I cannot see the last card. So
It might be is that a Convulsions?
it might be another Convulsions.
Well, he only gets to block with one of these. If he wants to.
Yeah.
Taking 8, though. It's a pretty big chunk.
It is, especially when you're at 23. This is like, if you take 8 here, this is like when it is a Convulsions. But this is like when things start getting really scary against Victor. Like once you start getting those lower life totals, once he throws like a 10 overpowered from a Golden Sun, you're in danger. Like you might, especially if you're on many D-Racks, and we see that we're only on the expendable limbs as a D-Rack. There's no fates, there's no sinks. So
Now,
overpower is very strong.
One thing to note with Victor versus other Guardians, though, is he does run a lot less Dominate.
Yeah.
And even Betsy has access to Overpower. So in the late game, you tend to be able to just block out his attacks pretty well. But as Levia, you can't do that, because if you're not turning off Blood Debt, you're just blowing yourself up. So it looks like we're taking 5 off the Macho.
Yeah. Taking 8 and turn off Consumed. You could go Consumed off of taking 8, but 13 is the magic number. So I'm curious to see what we do here. I don't know how important Consumed is as a matchup compared to Redeemed. That's like also an interesting factor. We're playing a lot of Blood Deck cards in Joel's list, so Redeem is very doable.
I don't think you have enough good Blood Debt cards in your banish zone to go Consumed.
We're going Consumed right now. Because we're going to be taking 6 off the Blood Debt. We haven't banished.
Yeah.
So we're going to be taking 6. We're going to go...
I don't feel like there's enough there.
There's 5 cards, right? Because we have 1 from the husk, and we have... I don't know what the cards are. Looks like we're going to block with the Orem here. Like, the Quicken's not that important for Victor, but, like, throwing Hammer into... If you have, like, 3 blues in hand and a red, like, you can do some silly things to that Quicken if you get it. But you also have to find it. So...
Right.
We'll see what we decide to block with. We are blocking with the Orem.
Uh-oh.
How does the man look? Good. Not happening.
All right, so it looks like we took 3 off of that.
3.
Not really interested in the Quicken. You can use it sometimes, but...
So we're going to 13. We're going to flip into Consumed.
I believe we were banishing 1 card left off of Consumed.
And he's reading it out loud just to make sure his opponent is aware of how much he needs to banish. So Consumed, so Levi's biggest problem as we keep referring to, pre-Dust Hold On, was that she was very above rate, but if you put enough pressure on, she would just almost like end herself.
Yeah, she just
like she would die.
She loses to herself a lot.
Yeah. Like so, you just block out, just chip her down, and then if she can't banish, like she's out of grave or something, she will just die to like 20 blood debt. Consumed and Redeemed was printed to try to prevent that from happening. Consumed is a way above rate card, but usually you want to see your opponent below 20 life when you flip into this. Usually around the 15 to 13 mark, and you have a Blood Rush in Arsenal. That's one thing that we have not seen yet this game is a Blood Rush Bellows. We have not drawn one. We have 1 in hand with a Beast Within. So maybe this is the perfect time to go Consumed. We can look for... This is a Debilitate. Again, another card that... This is a card that you're okay with not blocking. And we don't have to worry about losing to Blood Debt anymore. So this 8 might just be easy to take. We arsenaled the Convulsions, though. So like it's very interesting to see what we decide to do here.
Going to 5 is a little scary. And we still have the balance of justice on the Victor side.
I think Joel's on the back foot right now.
Definitely.
I think he'll need to find a big turn back-to-back to push into this game. You have both Blood Rush. We didn't see what he banished off of the Consumed. He's supposed to reveal it. So a lot of Levia players just forget. We're blocking with the Blood Rush. And we're going to block with Skibs. So we're going to be taking 4 here. No reactions.
I really feel like this is the turn that we needed to do a big Blood Rush
turn. I think with the Convulsions and Arsenal, it's just really hard to do. Like, if we could had a 6 there, I think argument maybe to do that. And I'm not sure how our grave is looking either. So if we don't have enough cards in grave, we're just not gonna be able to banish enough to give these high rate attacks. But keeping the Beast Within is interesting. Are we keeping that as a pitch card? I feel like we should have just blocked with the Beast Within and kept the Blood Rush and we're pitching it. Nope, we're going to discard it off the Pulp Game.
Maybe.
We have to draw here. We drew Death Hydra. This is like worst case scenario here. We're discarding the Beast Within.
We hit the Beast
Within.
Okay. So we're going to reveal.
We take 1. It's send packing.
Not bad. He doesn't have an arsenal, so...
No. So Joel's list actually only runs 1 Sendakian.
Okay.
Not a very common card in Levia. I think you see CNCs more often if you're playing Arsenal Hate. But you usually just don't see those in general anymore. So very interesting include. So it's coming for 6 Dominant Go again. No Arsenal, so we can't really block with anything else. Gonna be taking 3 here.
I have to imagine we're playing something out of Banish right now.
Yeah, he's looking through.
Yeah, again, I just don't feel like he had that many power Blood Debt cards when he chose to flip.
No, I mean, maybe he just felt like there was no way. We had to play the Beast Within for it, so.
And playing a Convulsions.
Let's see. Again, these all banish face down, so like this doesn't really do much. We're just trying to turn off we're not turning off anything. We're just getting cards out of our grave at this point. So it doesn't matter what you hit. This always confuses me at this point in the game when you're flip consumed and you're still randomizing it. Just take 3 cards out of it.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter. I think that's what Dallas realized. Like, I'm done rolling. We're just gonna pull.
Yeah, because these cards essentially just go into oblivion. They don't get added to the.
Yeah.
He needs to make sure that he's separating them.
Face down, which he's not doing. Just
I can reach out to our judge and let them know.
Yeah. Because he added Blood Dead to it too. Oh, is he fixing it right now? Yep, fixing it right now. Okay, it's all fixed.
Yeah, that is the downside of flipping into consumed is you no longer get those banished cards. So you really need that stack of value cards in there when you do it because you're not getting any more.
Yeah. So we're going to play the Beast Hulk. It's going to come in probably for 6. Dominate. We're just rolling. So again, shouldn't
just pick them at this point.
At this point, these don't matter. You're gonna hit the 6. Like.
All right. So this is gonna be. Is this 9 dominate now? Oh no, it's getting +1.
It's
right?
getting +1.
So 10.
It's +1 from the. It's only 6, so 7 dominate, right? Like.
Is this not the one that gets +3?
No,
okay.
That's So did we miss off the convulsions?
I don't think we did. I think
no.
we had,
So it should be 7. There we go.
So 7 dominate.
No, Endless Maul is the one that gets +3.
Okay. They all look the same. It's just some guy that's like exploding in body parts.
Well, it's interesting. So the convulsions we played. So Withering Beast Hulk already gives dominate, if that's what you banish for.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So it's interesting that we stacked the convulsions with it.
Looks like we chose to just block with the gloves here and imagine we're taking 5.
Yeah, I mean, Joel's at such a low life. We need to find a big power turn here. I just don't know if we can do it. We kept 3 cards as the victor. Okay, we're banishing face up. Okay, nothing really too big. 2 Terror Limb for limbs, but like nothing too crazy. So let's see if we hit the. We have an Illhorn. There's Maw. There's a Dread Screamer. Like that's a pretty good hand. Like, but we're just gonna throw a Spinal. That was the quickest slam. That was a windmill slam almost. Like if you wanted to see a windmill slam in Flesh and Blood terms, that's a Spinal. I feel like it's a card you see in Victory and you're like, yeah, this is getting played. Like this is not like we're not playing this card like when we have it in hand. It's unless you have all reds.
I think Dallas is still in a really good position here. We're gonna have to put some amount of cards in front of this. This is technically presenting lethal.
Yeah, like it's a casual lethal.
Casual lethal.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine we're probably gonna see 2 cards put in front of this.
Yep. So all these cards do block. That's one thing that may come up though, is that you might not get to pick what cards to block with. Leviathan does run a handful of no blocks. We saw the Pulpines. So we're taking 3 here.
Yeah, I think Dallas is in a very, very comfortable position.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot has to go wrong for him to lose this game.
So we're gonna look at the 4 cards in hand. We have a Test Strength. It's hard to see the other 3. So Machine Shadow Blasphemous. Played all these weird Monarch recursion stars that you just don't normally see. So coming in for 6 vanilla damage. We're probably just gonna give it a block and throw a big attack back again. Like, and we're gonna
there's
flash.
the Test of Strength. Let's see if we win one.
I don't think
7
we do.
to.
Oh, that was a 6. Okay.
All right, so we finally drew a card.
We First clash one, we did it. We got one down. When your hero ability really doesn't do anything sometimes.
There are some games where you just have no hero attack. Looks like we should be taking 2 here.
Thing about using a D-React, it seems like, is we have an extra card.
Okay.
We have an extra card. So taking 2, go on the third team.
Now, the agility and the might, like, that's a big setup for Levia, but she's just not going to be able to keep cards.
No.
We're probably going to send another attack that requires 2 cards from hand, and I don't know how much value those are going to offer. I could see potentially like a claw into claw.
I know it's just a mistake on Dallas's part, but 4 energy counters on Tunic is quite a lot.
Oh man, can you imagine if Tunic ticked up to like 6?
Oh, I cannot. I do not want to. But no, I agree. I think like you might just go claw depending on how we block here. And looking at the hand, I don't even know if we can claw. Do we have blues in hand? We have 1 blue.
I guess you're a Wrecker Rom.
Yeah.
And you only need 1 red after that. So sending a disable.
1 card in hand, mysterious 2 floating. We haven't seen the pummels yet.
1 floating.
Mysterious 2 floating. So we will see how this works out.
Again, casual lethal requires at least 1 card.
Yeah.
Levia has no armor left, so it's always going to be cards from hand at this point.
Yeah. And if this is a pummel, this is devastating. Like this is.
Pummel could be game if he tries to only give 1 card here.
Pummel will be game. I think you have to play around. This hand is not that great for the Levia. So staying at 6, drawing 6 back is fine. I know you're playing into Victor's game plan by kind of playing that mid-range style, but like that's kind of where you're at right now if you're Joel. Like you kind of just have to hope that Victor's deck decides not to play that game plan. So we'll see how he decides to block it.
Yeah, Pummel in these situations is hard too because even if you do decide to play around it, he's just going to arsenal it and you have to face the exact same situation next turn.
Nothing from Dallas.
Looks like we're arsenaling, so
taking 1.
I would imagine it's not a Pummel. I think he probably would have ripped it if it was and put into 1.
It might be a blue attack or maybe a sink below. I'm not sure. Do you guys play your reaction to this match? I imagine you guys.
Yeah, we already saw the staunch, and he probably has the sinks as well.
So there's the expendable limbs, by the way, getting pitched. So we had the answer actually to the pummel in hand with the expendable
That's
limbs.
Fair, yeah. That's a good point.
So this is going to be more than likely 6 dominate or 7 dominate go again. So this is the strength of Levia, though. It's almost like a pseudo chain at this point in the game when you flip consumed. Like unlike chain, you're banishing off the top of your deck, but you get to play the handful of cards that you banished earlier in the game as a second hand. And with these go-agains from the Art of War, from the windups, from the Illhorns, like, you're able to just go so wide sometimes, but with attacks that are so above rate.
And that's what I mentioned at the beginning. Like, if Levia can get herself into a position like that and have the ally on board, it's very hard for the Guardian player to block all of that damage. We weren't able to see Blasphemous come down. But
we pitched it like turn 2.
Right.
So
it showed up too early in the
yeah.
game. And I don't think Joel can afford to wait for second cycle to set that up.
No, we got to keep putting it on the pressure. Blocking 3 here, so we're saving some life. I mean, we are chipping down. Like, this is almost starting to get scary for Dallas. Like, if Dallas is not seeing those power cards, like, we have 2 cards, so I'm curious what we arsenaled. Tunic. Okay, it's Red Debilitate, so we see it. We still don't know what's in that arsenal. So this is coming in for a nice, solid, juicy 8.
Very strong here.
And we banished the Swing Bait and Blood Rush.
Oof.
Yeah, not great.
So this attack from Dallas requires at minimum 2 cards. If he blocks with 1, he's still presented with lethal. So this is a very strong attack.
And Joel actually drew really well here. If he has a blue, I think it's 2 yellows. It's so unfortunate. You want it, like, if this was block 2 cards, throw an Endless Maw. Like, that's very strong because then you're threatening casual lethal on your end. Victor's gonna block either way, but like that's still like valuable. You're gonna leak damage. Victor's not gonna give you the whole hand. So we're actually getting to this like really nitty gritty game state here where we're just chucking like almost It almost looks like a Guardian Year at the start of the game. We're just launching G's 9, 11 attacks and just giving a few cards, blocking, chucking them back.
All right, looks like we're blocking this out.
Mm-hmm. I think we had to. Like
Yeah.
it's like we have a Mark of the Beast in our hand, which we're just gonna arsenal. And this is the interesting about Victor that I've come to realize. So we're gonna play a card, coming for 6, probably off of like another Mark of the Beast. So really cool thing here, banish face down. But like, it's really cool that like this card banished itself early by playing it. So you get to basically it's like a mini recursion package.
Got a question in chat. Any Teklos in this tournament?
I would rewind to the first round.
Go back and watch round 1, because that was a crazy game with Teklo versus Riptide.
Which is 2 years you're not expecting here.
All right, looks like we chose to take 3.
So we kept a grip.
So I wonder if Dallas is trying to close the game here. I wonder if he has the right combination of cards to push through.
I mean, the Golden Sun Pummel really does it here. I mean,
We have the gold.
You have the gold. You have 3 cards.
Ooh, did you see that?
What?
2 Art of Wars off the top.
These vanishes. Oh, we drew the Blood Rush though.
He's never gonna be able to keep enough cards to play.
But like, if you can arsenal, so here's the game state here. If you can arsenal the Blood Rush here and then draw, here's the Golden Sun, pitching 2 blues.
No, there's a spinal
that's
there.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is still 9 overpower.
I think we have. Is that expendable limbs in hand?
Would you draw 1?
Is that it?
It is. It is expendable limbs.
So
I think.
technically, we can block for 7 and take 3 down to 2.
Yep. Oh, he just conceded.
Oh,
maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not.
No, that's a Soul Harvest.
Soul
Okay.
Harvest.
Very
Okay.
similar.
So yeah, he can only block 3. They're all actions, so he ends up taking 7, and he loses.
He loses. So that's how I think most Victor games end. Is if you see a Golden Sun, you say, "Cool, here's 10."
Yeah. I
Good
think the Levia had some awkward draws in the early game. Wasn't really able to set up the turns that they wanted.
Mhm.
And Dallas was just able to leak through enough damage early on.
Mm. Joel is sitting there pointing at the Golden Sun. This card's really good. yeah, card's crazy. It definitely is.
All right, well, let's go ahead and switch back to us.
Yeah, we can go over the congratulations, Dallas. Going into 2-0.
Yeah,
Good start for
congratulations.
5-round event. So if you like go 3-0 in these 5-round events, you're
if
top
he
80.
wins the next one, he should be locked.
Mhm.
Should be.
Like that's how that usually works.
Yeah.
But we do have the hero breakdown.
We do.
Yeah. So it is a very big spread here, actually.
A lot of ones.
Mm-hmm.
So notably, the biggest grouping is we have 4 Katsus, 3 Dorinthias, and 3 Victors.
Yes.
And then from there,
we have Azalea, KO, Yuzuri, and Viscerai tied at 2. We have 2 Viscerais?
All 2s, yeah.
Crazy. And then we have a bunch of 1s. We have a Bravo, Bravo Dromai 5. Only one Dromai.
That is surprising.
Now, last day, especially in our area, there was a lot of Dromai players for a while. You would think that some people would want to take it out for its last spin.
We can confirm that Ronin is the only Kano.
Yep.
There's 1 Kasai. Joel is the only Levy in the room.
1 Tekla and 1 Vincent.
1 Vincent, 1 Riptide, who was the one that was on stream, and then Sage is the lonely prison player, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would. Shocking.
So, yeah, very, very diverse. A lot of one-ofs. I was expecting a lot of Katsus.
Has been the Milwaukee area been doing a lot?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, you have Jeremy, right?
Yep.
Jeremy, Dakota was almost certainly going to show up today. And I think that after the last couple of weekends, seeing what you can do, I think people are just interested in Katsu.
Yeah.
And that is why we are playing Hold the Line in our sideboard.
Because we're like, this ProQuest that's randomly coming up, we need to be prepared for.
Yeah. No, very, very good game. Excited to see what comes next. But for now, we have another edition of Do You Know Flesh and Blood?
Yeah. So I'm 3 out of 5 right now. I missed 2.
You're 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
So I have 5 more cards for you to guess.
All right. I'm not looking.
So for anyone that didn't tune in at the very beginning, these are zoomed in art on a card, and we're going to see if Alex can guess what they are. I'm actually going to hide the chat really quick just so that people don't shout it out for you. So, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Can you tell me what this Flesh and Blood card is?
So I'm looking. Oh, that's a Banneret of Courage.
Hey, that is, in fact, a Banneret of Courage.
I have this posted in my room.
I wanted to give you an easy one.
It was like layup.
Right, don't look.
I'm not looking.
right. Let me get the next one queued up here. This one might also be a bit of a gimme. Can you tell me what this flesh mug card is?
That Warmonger's Diplomacy?
Warmonger's Diplomacy. Is that your guess?
I think so. I don't know what that would be otherwise.
That is
No,
incorrect.
it's map. I don't know.
This is Command and Conquer.
You're like picking the most random stuff. I don't play this card.
You've seen this card.
Yes, but I don't play it. Like,
but you know it.
I hate this card. I think this
Alright,
card
now
is. I'm not looking. I think this card is like a bait. in
This
a lot of
is
decks.
this is a good one. I like this one a lot. Can you tell me what this card is?
Oh my gosh, I know it. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. I'm picturing the picture. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't remember the name.
That's crazy.
I know the card.
This is so
It's a
well
bottom
resolved.
result. I know the card. I know the card. I cannot remember the name of it. Trust me. I could have told. I remember
Alright.
the picture. I was like, what is the name?
We got two more. You are 1 for 3 on these ones.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what this card is?
I mean, that's Bolton's hand, I think, or someone's hand. Like, it's a gauntlet. What? Like, what? That it looks so familiar. I don't know. Like, it's obviously it looks like a warrior card.
I will confirm it is a warrior card.
Yeah. What is this? Is this Take Flight?
This is Take
Yeah,
Flight.
that is Take Flight. All right,
Let's
all right.
go.
I was just going through the deck. I was like, yeah.
All right, so you're 2 for 2. This is
2
going to be
for
the
4,
last
2 for 4.
one.
All right, let's see if we can go.
Oh, yeah,
3
sorry,
for
2
5.
for 4. Can you tell me what this card is?
What is that? I don't recognize that at all. What is that? What is this? Like, looks like a rock. Like,
It is a rock.
it is a rock.
It's a rock.
I'm gonna go with rock. I'm kidding. It's not rock. What is that card? I don't know. No one. I don't know.
This is an illusionist card.
I am an illusions player, so
You are.
I am missing what this is. All right, what is it? Let's.
This is Tomotai.
That's his claw.
Yep. Tomotai holding like a building.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It was a rock.
And we had some people in chat actually guessing these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Brian got Take
All
Flight.
right. Yep.
UZ got Tomotai.
Someone got Solva in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Return my Raiden. I mean, I used to be a combo player. I don't know. The funny thing is, like, I probably play Solbon most out of any Bolton in existence.
I
which
know.
is, like,
That's why I
crazy.
put it in there.
I remember the picture. I was like, what the hell's the name of this card?
No, that was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're 5 for 10.
5 for 10, so
Okay.
we're 500 right now.
Let's
Which I'll take.
see if we can go positive
We'll
before
try.
the end of the
We'll
event.
try. We got 3 more rounds, right? You got
3 more rounds, yeah.
All right.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to see how long it is until the next one starts. That one took a bit of time, so I can't imagine it's too long. So we will be right back. All right, we are back. Round 3 is being paired right now. We are going to be having a pair down, right?
Yeah, we have 2-0 named Alex playing Azalea, Sandscour, I believe.
Sandscour Azalea.
Into a 1-1, also named Alex.
Azuri.
So it'll be interesting.
That should be a good matchup. I think when I played it before, I felt like Azuri was favored, but I feel like the Azalea deck has changed so much that I'd be interested to see how that actually goes this time.
Well, it being specifically Sandscour, you don't see that version of the deck a lot.
True.
So I don't know what that changes. I know what the game plan's a little bit slower. So with the Arsenal hate and the hand hate that Uzuri causes, I know Assassins that was the reason why Uzuri was so good during Lexi's reign, was because if you got paired into Lexis all day, you were just eating them alive. So we have our players sitting down right now, getting all set up here. Alex and I will be on our pink side, while Alex T will be on our blue side. But yeah, so we'll see if that stayed the same. I'm curious also to see what version of Uzuri we're running today, because there's obviously a million different ways to play this hero.
Yeah, there's the more blue focused ones. You have the red line lists. You have pure contract.
Yeah.
It will be interesting for sure. This is Alex T.
Yep.
And then this is Alex M. All right.
Thank you. All right, so here we go. The Azalea. It is pure Sandscour, so we're not going to see a sneak in of the Death Dealer here.
Yeah, we're running Fletch. That's pretty interesting. Red Fletch.
What is Red Fletch?
It gives +4 for 1, and then if it's blocked by a red card, the red cards have -1
block. Yep.
So that's interesting. We have the spicy one of Judge, Jury, Executioner. Love that card. That's interesting.
Yeah.
In our yellow column, we have Plague Hive.
As a one-of. I'm wondering if we're going to see that in this matchup. I hope so. It makes sense.
Yeah.
He likes the block.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool one-of.
Some interesting uninclusions in this list. We're only on 1 of Sleep Dart. Whoa, no, that's a 1 of Sleep Dart blue. Oh. So we're on 3 red Sleep Darts, I believe.
1. We're
on 1 Sleep Dart red and 1 Sleep Dart blue. That is interesting. And then 2 Feigned Deaths.
2 Feigned Deaths. What?
This is a spicy list. The chef was in the kitchen with this one.
Jess is playing in this event, and I think she told me that she managed to swing for 16. She's playing Vincent.
Yeah.
And he Feigned Deathed her 16 power attack.
No. Was it bopped and so it's just it's now 6 again?
It's probably Envelop and other buff cards and then just shut down.
So interesting. And then if we're looking at over here at the Uzuri list,
this looks red line off the bat. I see 9 cards.
We have 7. Column. We have 7. We have 7 blue fish.
Oh, 7. Yeah, 7.
We're on Rainbow Shred. It looks like we are. It's 1 blue, but we're on Age Reds, which is pretty heavy. That's a lot of shred. Usually you don't see if it's a 1 of shred somewhere. It's usually the yellow one. You usually see 3 blue, 1 yellow. So seeing that switched around is interesting.
This looks like the list that maybe Dando played at the RTN at Battle Brothers. He was also running the 1 of blue shred, and I think he was on 2 amnesia.
2 inertia trap.
This is either Dando's list or it's close to the one that just top 8'd in, I think it was Phuket.
Okay. Amnesia is actually a card that Flesh and Blood players have seen a lot of play. So when that card released back in Outsiders, people were wondering if this card would actually be worthwhile playing ever. Katsu wasn't really that strong.
Yeah, Katsu was a niche hero at that point.
Even though it has the same toolkit besides Harmony, but Harmony I think is an okay card. Amnesia just wasn't seeing much play. Now it's everywhere.
I think it's a very good card. I like it a lot in Nikatsu. It does so much. It takes so much pressure out of the next turn that they're gonna have. I think the Phuket list had 3 though, so it's interesting that he's only running 2.
Maybe he was playing it and decided that it wasn't strong enough. I played in the Yuzuri yesterday in my PQ, and they were on 3 amnesias as well into me. And like into Bolton doesn't really do anything.
No, it doesn't do much there.
But like in general, it's like it's just another 6 power card. You were seeing people play Nourishing Emptiness. I don't know if we're on in this list, but like Amnesia, I just think fits the slot better for what Yuzuri's game plan is.
Yeah.
So we're showing Crown. I'm not sure if Perdition's in this list. It is not. So we are, and then is obviously Balance of Justice is probably. Do you draw ever 2 cards in this? You only draw 1.
I think you only ever draw 1.
1 if you're on Death Dealer. So yeah, we're only in Crown anyways. So no, Balance just is in here. So but they're just playing.
Yeah, you just don't run it here.
And we went with Spider's Bite, Nerve, Scalpel, while we have Skill Pillar, in the sideboard.
Yeah, the Skill Pillar tends to be for like the Warrior decks.
Stuff.
You can bring it in versus Guardian, but yeah, that's pretty much the only time they're going to use that one. These are the standard too.
So we are going to start with a Red Hurl here.
Will he throw a dagger?
That's always my question. Oh man, this below rate 0 for 3 go again. I mean, to be fair, this is like one of the few forms of go again that Assassin gets.
It's a little sad. I feel like Assassin really wants some sort of stealth go again card.
So we're going to block with the Remorseless. Probably pitch for a dagger here, pitching a Codex.
Pitching Codex.
Mm-hmm. Codex is one of the most powerful cards in the game. We saw when we were watching the Riptide earlier. It did some really silly things there. It does really silly things in Assassin. The problem is when you see it early, you have no graveyard. It doesn't do anything. So
I think it definitely gets. Ooh, we're playing Hornet Sting.
And then we revealed Codex of Inertia.
Interesting.
So are we on all codexes in this list? So we have 2 Codex of Inertia, we have 2 Codex of Frailty. We do not have Codex of Blood Rot. So
3 Codex of Frailty.
3 Codex of Frailty, not 2. Yep, my bad. Yep, we have no Blood Rot in the list, but it's interesting that we're playing the Inertia one. You don't really see that too much.
No.
So it's good into Kano, but and Count Bolton, but like I think you're so favored into Zillion and Count Bolton anyways. I don't think it matters too much.
And we see a Codex in Alex T's hand as well. He's holding a Frailty.
I think we have to probably block with it. I mean, we're coming in for 1 Dominate. So we took the 1 damage off the Hornet Sting, right? Because of the piercing. We go to 2.
Oh, you're right.
You want me to go out there and fix that?
Yeah.
Real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
And then taking 4 damage off the CNC. Luckily, the Spider's Bite trigger doesn't matter. It wouldn't have reduced the Codex of Frailty. We see our players talking it through. Nothing really changes. The only big difference here is just +1 damage. It doesn't affect the Codex block at all. Oh, and then we're choosing to use the Quiver on turn 1. I think, is that a blue Infecting Shot that we managed to find?
I don't know. It looks like it. So I'll have an aim counter because that's what Sandscour Greatbow reads. Anytime you put an arrow, load an arrow, from deck or hand, you'll get an aim counter. Very strong. Once they print more cards that have to do with aim counters, we're going to see this card get a lot more powerful.
I agree. I mean, Barbed Undertow alone is like such a strong card. So if you get just a few more of those type of effects, like it can be very good. I'm a really big fan of Hemorrhage Bore, but I feel like that card never gets played.
No, it's an interesting idea. Are we on it in this list? I guess.
Don't think we are.
No, we're not.
No.
I'm wondering if it's just because it's a 0 for 4. So like it just hits that weird like rate spot where it's like almost like never really worth it. Like there's just better things that you can be doing, I think, in the deck.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate the design space of it. I think that giving classes their own CNC type effects is a good idea. Because again, like CNC being a staple like that, it's nice to not feel like it's an auto include.
One cool thing that I saw as Alex T was flipping through his deck is the Melting Point. Very relevant in this matchup. So if he ever hits with the Melting Point, one of those daggers are going bye-bye.
And we're running 2 of them.
Yeah.
2 Melting Point.
So we will see how that works out. we're thinking about what to grab here. Looks like we're going to go for JJE. JJE is an interesting card. People are like 50-50 on this card in Death Dealer. In Sandstorm, I feel like you just have to run it. Like, this is so much free value. You're guaranteed the encounter. You don't pay for it with Azalea's Quiver. You're just going to get the...
Yeah, I think I like it.
It's very strong.
We have resources floating. I think we have a card in hand, so we can dominate and potentially buff it if we're holding a buff, which almost looks like it was a pre-med.
I think so. Okay, we're going to get rid of the infecting shot, which makes sense. Throw in JJE, gets the encounter, becomes dominated, and that is a pre-meditate.
This is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
I have to imagine we want to save the Bolton shot for another turn. Yeah.
We can go really wide this turn, so it's going to come in for 8 dominate. On hit, they have to discard down to 1 card. So that's the power with it. You pick the cards you discard, though. So it's kind of like that weird give and take that you get with a Terra Sunder. We'll see. We're going to block with the Isolate. And I don't see a Codex in hand, so we can't really get punished here either. Discarding a Shakedown, and I think it was a blue stealth card. So, go in.
That's such a strong effect.
It is crazy strong. So, Alex either now gets to decide if he wants to Arsenal. I think we Arsenal this card. Dagger's really not worth it here. Pass, we have the Crown. It depends on what he decided to keep here. In case we want to set up for another turn, but like I can't imagine throwing Daggers ever worth it. So now we have a 6-card hand on Alex T's side of things too.
And that is the power of the Sandscour list. You play the New Horizons and you set up for these massive 6-card hands. And with one of them being a Bolton shot, like you can do a lot here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we have Memorial Ground and Codex in Arsenal. Interesting. So if we want to start looping JJEs, we can do that. And maybe that's something we're going to start seeing here. So here we go. We're going to Memorial Ground. I imagine we're grabbing that Judge, Jury, Executioner. There it is. Right back on top of the deck it goes.
No.
Oh, this is devastating. And we flip it, put the Codex to the bottom, which is fine. We'll shuffle the deck later, so we'll probably see that again. And how big is this JJE going to be? This is absolutely disgusting. Like, this is a dream, almost. This is exactly what you want to see if you're playing this deck. You want to see this JJE get looped over and over again. Is that a red in the ledger in the hand, too?
I think it's is that another Memorial Ground and a red?
So there's the lace.
You have the lace.
It's a remorseless.
Remorseless, okay.
And again, we didn't draw the absolute nuts in the sense of like buffing this to 11 and making them not have a turn, but like this is still really strong.
If you present this over and over, your opponent will eventually just die.
Yeah, you're just gonna lose the game. You do this 5 turns in a row, like it's just not gonna be the thing. So we're gonna block with the Leave No Witnesses. Very big power card in Uzuri into this matchup. So
notably, you're losing a lot of cards every time this hits you as well. Mm-hmm. So eventually your opponent may just deck themselves faster than you go through your cards. Azalea, she has to use a lot of cards to do her powerful things. So if you're making your opponent lose all these cards, as quick as you, Azuri is known to fatigue, and that might not be an option.
Yeah. So we're coming in for 7 here, I imagine. These Lunar Show. It's interesting that we decided to Arsenal. We had 2 isolates in our last hand, blue and red, and because of the JGE, we got to choose what we got to Arsenal. We decided to Arsenal this E-Strike. It's interesting we didn't decide to Arsenal the Isolate. Maybe he just wasn't expecting to draw a big power card, but with the Leave No Witnesses and like CNC in the deck, I feel like you just kind of want to play around, like trying to end this Arsenal looping.
Yeah, there's definitely the worry of not drawing one of your big 6 attacks. If that happens, then like the Isolate, it's just really bad.
But it's a bluff though too. Like
it is.
This 7 is just vanilla damage. So I'm not sure. It's an interesting decision. I'm not sure if I would have made that decision. I'm not a Uzuri player, so I'm also really bad at Uzuri. So, okay, we're blocking with a red, which is not the greatest thing to do, but we're taking 4. Because we've already seen 1 Memorial Ground, and we're probably, specifically on Sandscour, probably going to be looping that the judge, jury, execution.
Is there 2 more in hand?
There is, so
Oh
we
my
can
God.
just keep looping this. If we want to keep IPing ourselves, correct. And I feel like, why not? Here we go. There it is.
Oh, you can
Look
see
at-
the
look
look
at
on Alex
Alex
M's
M's
face. This poor man.
Oh,
I don't think I saw a buff in this hand, though.
no. So it'll just be 5 dominate. Which is still strong, but you can give crown here. You can overblock this if there's no buff.
He might have to just to try to get out of this and present something back to break this loop.
I feel like it depends on your hand. If you have ways to like break the loop, for sure.
So Alex T can pitch his non-Memorial Ground card here to shoot this, and then arsenal the Memorial Ground,
and draw 4 cards. Correct.
and then next turn do it again.
Getting a good look at Alex M's hand here, it looks like we have 2 isolates, a Death Touch. Is that a CNC? Because if it's a CNC, then I think we're giving up crown here. It's coming in for 5. Always the Death Touch is also a good option. So I think we should be giving up crown either way. Because if we can get that sedation on there, doesn't matter if he's looping these. We just want the game plan to be 4-card hand no matter what here.
Alex M probably thinking about Rain Razors here.
I'm wondering if you really have the option to play on it. It's interesting though. Like, one thing I want to point out is that we're even in life still. Like, even though with all this hand disruption, everything that Azalea is doing, we're 1 life ahead and shooting. Yeah, sure, we're threatening 3 cards.
I think I would like giving one of the isolates and a crown.
Yeah.
Sending the isolate, swapping in the CNC, and then arsenaling the Death Touch.
If we have a CNC, I think it's a CNC in hand. It looks like it, but he just took it.
Oh,
it was
it's a shred. Okay.
Oh, he's doing it? Okay. Cool. Thank you. All right, we had a mistake on our end. Alex M is 2-0.
Yeah, we were told he was 1-1 earlier.
So this is a 2-0 user, which is great.
So not a pair down.
Not a pair down. We thought it was. So we just arsenal and passed. We arsenal the Death Touch, it looked like.
So knowing that was a shred, do you think it's still worth giving the crown there?
I think so. Like, Death Touch is so versatile. The sedation there is so important, right? Even though you will get the play with a 6-card hand, the ponder tokens, everything that like Azalea wants to do to and
Did you see what else was in Alex T's hand?
I saw the Deadeye.
The Deadeye.
The hands are Alex M's hands.
What happens when you combo Deadeye with Judge Jury?
You get to stack it the way you want to, and say, "I want the whole hand, please."
Yeah. So you resolve the Judge Jury first. They discard down to 1, and then the Deadeye will resolve, and they have to discard a card.
Okay, so we're loading another arrow here too. What? Just to see what's on top. Infecting shot.
I think we had a codex that we're probably going to use as pitch.
Yep.
Play the Deadeye. Oh, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a Seek and Destroy too?
It is.
Oh my God.
Which Seek and Destroy. So it means we're ripping the arsenal as well. They thought you were safe. You were not safe. You didn't want to play it. Okay. Didn't want to overexert. I can respect that.
Yeah.
You don't want to give too much at once.
It's a good arsenal card right now too. You're almost guaranteed that this Judge Jury is going to hit.
Unless we have sink, block foot, feet, block helmet. I think that doesn't even do it. You have to give up the whole equipment suite.
Yeah.
Have a sink below. This is the fourth. This is the 4th Judge Jury Executioner shot in a row. That's insane.
Yeah, this has been a little disgusting. I don't feel like we're allowed to show murders on YouTube, but I think that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, it feels that way. Oh, we did miss a counter on the infecting shot.
Oh, true.
So,
that came in from hand, right?
Yeah, does it not?
Sandscour will only put it on if it comes from the top of the deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, interesting. So here's the sink, but yeah. Makes sense. Take 4, discard the rest of the hand.
Card fight. Good question. We don't actually talk about it a lot on stream, but Second Cycle actually started as a team, and then me and Chris decided to start doing the live stream thing. So the people in the jerseys are our team members, and Alex, who's commentating with me, is part of our team as well.
Yep.
So that's where you're seeing the jerseys.
So this is really strong here. Tunic, a touch for 6. So maybe, like, I guess this was worst case scenario for Alex T for not saying that Seek and Destroy, is that we're getting getting pressure thrown back.
The Seek and Destroy would trigger at the end of Alex M's turn
that's
anyways,
true.
so he still would have been able to
yeah.
do this. But this is definitely a good return.
Good clap back.
Update the life totals.
And so this death touch, or something this touch over the isolate, I mean, like over an isolate here was massive.
Ended up paying off a lot.
Yeah. Really great play by Alex M there. We'll see how Alex T really plays around this. So the biggest problem with Sandscour is that half the cards read to block.
Yes.
That is like, it is this very controlling deck. Oh, we're taking off sedation. Oh no.
Did he give Blood Rot?
He gave Blood Rot. I
think you have to give Sedation here.
Just from how it's looping.
Alex T's going to keep on setting up these huge 6-card hands, and you need to stop him from doing that.
Yeah. It's fine. Maybe Alex M thinks that the pressure needs to be like coming from his end, and he has other ways to disrupt. It's a blue fatigue shot. Withering shot. Card that you don't really see ever. So
no, you saw it a lot more when I think Lexi was in the format. Tends to be pretty good against rangers that shoot multiple arrows a turn.
Also really good when you have 2 daggers that read 1 power. So here's the Seek. Another Seek they drew.
Oh.
Place and the battering bolt.
So this is going to be 9 dominate. 10 actually. You're getting +1 off the aim counter.
Yep. Which is really cool. So like that's now.
You can see the players also struggling to find a 10 counter, which we do not have.
It does not exist. One day, maybe.
They actually printed a 9-0 token.
I saw that.
We just need to buy those. And then you can combine your 1 with your 0 to make 10.
Is that the last Memorial Ground in hand? Is that what I'm seeing?
How many is he running?
I think he's on 3. You know?
3 yellow. Just the 3 yellow?
Oh, yeah.
So that should be the last one if it is.
Could be wrong and not be recognizing that art correctly. It's flash on the screen slowly. So blocking 3, taking 7, going to 17, getting a Blood Rot, Seek and Destroy trigger, and Frailty.
You just feel like every turn he's getting this huge chunk of life taken from him.
Like Alex, to be fair to Alex M, he is keeping it even.
He is, yeah. He's doing a really good job of walking down that life total.
So I wanna go through like like the Blood Rot over the station. So we got 2 life there. So that's 2 value. How much is a card worth?
Typically 3.
So if we got 2 value off the Blood Rot, we're getting 2 cards off that sedation. We're going to get 6 value off of it.
Yeah, these 2 Arsenal cards would not be there, and Alex T would be going into his next turn with a 4-card hand. I really think that the sedation would have been the better call.
So we're pitching Spider Biting for 0. Didn't really do anything. Are we paying the flick? No, we're not. It seems like that's what Alex T asked. You paying the flick? No. Hurl is such an odd card because Flick Knives exists. Because it's like, why would I ever pay when I can do it for free? Here's Heat Seeker, card that was dominant in Lexi format. And he pitched for Nerve Scalpel as well and just play around the sedation.
Oh, did we throw that dagger?
Oh, we did! Okay. So, did we do 1? No, we didn't do 1. Where does that dagger go? Did he accidentally just clean it up? He might have just accidentally cleaned it up. Because he didn't take 1 damage, so...
That's interesting.
Alright, so we're starting with the Lace with Blood Rot, which is a great arsenal here. Going with Heat Seeker. Heat Seeker is an art card that you don't see played too much off anymore. It only played in New Horizon decks, so this card is crazy.
Well, this card's really good when you run New Horizon.
Yes.
You basically just get the free extra arsenal.
Yep, it's like, that's why it's crazy that these are a lot of heroes and we're revealing Reed. Okay. Which we knew was there because we loaded with Sandscour.
The op doesn't matter too much here. We already used Sandscour and already activated Azalea.
And we're fletching.
There's the red fletch.
Yeah. And the Seat Seeker for 3, 6, 10. 15? Is that correct? 15?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
15.
78 damage.
This is so much. This is casually lethal, right? I think you just have to turn the hand sideways. I don't care what you have.
Luckily, there's a sink there.
Yeah.
I don't think I see any 2 blocks, so we should be able to block.
Oh, Fate, Sink, so that's 8. We're blocking
That's
14.
14 of the 15.
And we give Feet here. We're blocking 15, and we don't get the Blood Rod. This is huge.
Yeah, this is not bad.
Alex C emptied his hand, too. So
we don't really have to worry about... If you want to... I was about to say, if you wanted to worry about the Heat Seeker on hit, you could also throw the boots there.
I think it's not even the Heat Seeker on hit. I think it's the Blood Rod on hit.
That's
that you
fair.
care about.
Yeah, this is a good spot to have the 2 D-Reacts.
Yep, great. Blocking 15. And this should slow down Alex T a little bit. Maybe give Alex M a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, we have no cards in Arsenal on Alex T's side, which should take off some of that pressure.
So we're taking the Tunic and passing. My favorite thing to do. Okay, we have a Sigil, so we're essentially at 20 life right now. How many Sigils is Alex M on? He is on 2.
Okay.
Played him into this matchup. I can't imagine the sideboard Alex M prepared for Azalea has anything to do with the Sand Scour plan.
No, I mean, it's such an unconventional list, but it is very strong when it works.
All right, so there's our other power card in Azalea that we see a lot is Red Ledger. Card's very strong. This is usually the one that dealer abuses, and we're going to put it away. We said we don't want it. And we got a Sleep Dart. That blue Sleep Dart. That one of blue Sleep Dart.
Probably not doing much this game just because Alex M is having to block a lot. So like he's probably not going to be swapping on his next turn. I think I saw at least 2 buffs in Alex T's hand.
Yeah. And in this matchup, Red and Ledger also doesn't do too much. So I understand why you sink it away is because like I can just throw an Isolate and there's the dagger back. Whichever, just accidentally emptied it. Pitch the Codex of Inertia. Oh, here we go. This is... Can we block this out? I don't think we can.
Yeah, and this Sleep Dart will be dominated.
Yeah, so it's going to be 5 dominate, which it's not.
Did his opponent just remind him to bring back his dagger just so he can blow it up?
I think so.
I think this is for 7, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a blue. So it only comes in for 2. Oh, no, it comes in for 3. So
yeah, this is
4.
This is the 1 cost one. I think we might be losing a dagger here.
Yeah, so you pick the bite. Like I think it's pretty easy to pick the bite here. You can give Crown, you can give Tunic and Knives if you want to, if you care about this dagger that much, but I don't think you really do.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to give up that many resources on something like this.
But we did take 7. That is like we're at 10. I mean 13 with the Sigil, but like so what we're gonna Tunic here. Our hero ability is turned off too, so we can't just sneak in anything. Okay, Rabbling. Yeah, for only like a 80% chance to hit red.
Yeah, hopefully Alex M remembers that he's sleep darted. I hope he's not trying to do...
I don't think he even has a stealth card in hand, does he? Is there an isolate there? It's hard to see. I think there might be. I think there's a leave no witnesses in the middle, and then that might be an isolate at the far end. But you can just arsenal that. You just leave no witnesses, sigil. You're putting on pressure that way. Good at 8 damage, 11 damage, 3. Like, that's fine. I think Alex M was saying sorry to us for not putting the damage counter on there. He like kind of waved at the screen. So leave no witnesses. We.
Oh, so it looks like we took the
rabble damage.
The rabble.
So we joined leave no witnesses. So let's see how important this arsenal is. We have the Purge Grapplers, and we haven't seen any other arsenal hate yet.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy block, I think, if Alex T wants to protect this arsenal. It was we know what it was. Wasn't it a buff?
I think it was a buff. but it's something that you just really want to like Azalea away probably, like if you have the option. I'm not sure how Alex T's hand looks in general, but like with the buff, you want to try to line up. But you see, I think there's a Deadeye in hand from that corner. See, I can do the Fab game right now. No problem.
You just need to make the art a little smaller.
Yeah.
Then you'll get it. I have to imagine that giving the Deadeye and the Perch Grapplers is probably better than losing the Arsenal.
It just depends on how important it is. It's like, because if there's an arrow on top of the deck, and then it's like, you're great. You're fine. Like, you want to load it, get the aim counter, and you're fine throwing. Like, he's at, like, Alexander's at 10. So, dominating is not really too important anymore. You just want to keep putting on pressure to keep ripping cards.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, we're whispering here. So we banished the Bolton shot, and then the Arsenal was a Lace with Blood Pot. So we're going to get 2 silver here, too. So we're going to be able to buy back these boots, like, instantly.
I wonder what the follow-up here is.
Sigil needs boots because he...
Just because he wants to re-equip? Oh,
Codex! Oh! Alright.
This is huge.
You know what we're going to do right again? We're going to grab another Leave No Witnesses.
Do you grab the Leave No Witnesses? Or
It's probably
do you grab
Death
the
Touch.
Death Touch?
It's probably a Death Touch.
He has the Tunic, and he's making Alex T discard a card. This was a very good turn.
Very well played. Alex T got a little too greedy there. I think this is the other argument for...
Oh no, it's back.
Oh, that's interesting. So he can sink it into the deck. But like, if he gives Purchase in a card, like he gets to keep his hand. This doesn't happen.
Yeah, this maybe a misstep.
Something that maybe you just wouldn't think of though. Like I didn't think of it. Like
very strong turn from Alex M.
And how much does? Is that? It's a rated glide path in hand that blocks 2 as well. We don't even have 6 block. We have 6 block in hand, but like I don't think we have 2 card 6 block. I think
we don't have good 6 block. This is a way to get back into this game.
Mm-hmm.
We're also gonna get a Arsenal off of the Ponder token. Which is there a Ponder on the board?
No. But
there is. Okay, it's where his dagger was.
The Ponder token guy is just sad. He's pondering why his dagger is gone without him flicking it. You know, like this is a powerful turn. 4, 8, ripping a card. So we're getting getting 2 silver. So we're getting an extra block. Wow.
You can see Alex T just in the tank here. This is a tough block, I imagine. Looks like he's choosing to take the 6.
We're gonna go to 9. So what are we giving? I think giving Blood Rod here is correct.
I like the Blood Rod here now. Mm-hmm. The other option is a second Frailty to really just, dismantle their turn as much as possible. But I think I like the Blood Rod to just put on the pressure.
The cool thing about Corona Province in this matchup is that your Ponder, there's like no misses right now, right? So like anything with the Ponder token, you're gonna like be okay. Arsenal maybe as worst case if it's Shred,
you just sink it away.
Yeah, get it out of there. So we're gonna start with the Read the Guide path. Taking a peek.
I think we bottomed it. Did I see that right?
I did not see what he did with the card. I looked at it and like kind of put it back on, so he must have bottomed it. So it would make sense to blind Azalea, so maybe we didn't bottom it?
This deck is not as afraid of the blind Azalea plays because you get the second Arsenal slot.
Yeah.
It doesn't just auto end your turn like it does in the other Azalea decks. We should have 1 pitch on that. Not 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Alex M caught that. Okay.
So Spire Sniping.
Very subpar turn. He can play the second buff and shoot. Is that 8?
I think that's a really interesting sequence there in the sense of we're going for Spire Sniping. We had it in hand, and we're like, if we miss a hero, we'll load it. But like, when do we want to load that before we Azalea so we can see if we can get a better arrow? I know we hit a lace off of it, but like maybe it's just a little bit of sequencing difference there.
Yeah, I think he was trying to dig for something more relevant, but I think it just didn't work out, and now this is almost a turn that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, so it's only coming for 8 with I guess Inertia on hit.
But if we use our whole hand, then that almost doesn't matter.
We're taking 2 here, so we're
We're,
going to
we're yeah,
7.
we're gonna take 2 off this blood rot.
I'm wondering what we're contemplating here on Alex M's side. I wonder how complicated that hand is to play because, like, I feel like 2 cards and Crown here might just be correct. It's an already dead, and he's taking the 5. He says that inertia. I'm not scared of it. We are using every card anyways. That's the one problem with inertia in the sense of that you're more aware of when it's happening. It's like the same problem Seek and Destroy had, where you get to decide, like, does this matter?
Yeah, you can play around it very easily. It can be annoying if you're a deck that wants to set up, but for someone like Azuri, like, you really don't need to set up that much.
Coming for 2. Flip the blue. So we flipped number 7 blues.
Unfortunate.
This can come up. So I've played in Azuri numerous times where I've won games because they flip blue. It's like we're giving Purchase here. And then we're each striking for 5 go again, and then Codex, but then we.
There's no counter on there. I have to imagine it's go again.
Because we didn't draw a card, and we're not giving +2 here. So
there's no point in keeping that card in hand. If there's the inertia, you probably just put it down to block. Yeah, okay, so it has go again.
So 5 go again. I'm guessing this is another Codex. This is like devastating.
Codex would be great here.
Because then we draw the blocks and we just throw in Leave No Witnesses, say inertia goes first, we trigger a Ponder, and now it's even worse case scenario for Alex T. Like, you got the inertia. I'm still getting a 5-card hand. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a very interesting game. We saw 4 Judge, Jury, Executioners to start this game.
and Alex M was, I think, heavily on the back foot at one point. He was, it was like 10 to 20 something?
Yeah, we brought it back in. That is a Codex in hand. Oh my gosh.
This is great.
Devastating for Alex T. Well, I think we're starting to see why. Like, Azuri is like heavily favored into these Ranger matchups. Like, they just don't block well. The Onnits matter too much when you're playing everything on an arsenal. Like, even though we had such a big advantage in the momentum with Alex, you were blocking 2, taking 3, going to 4. There's the Codex.
Uzuri also has one of her worst matchups, leaving the format tomorrow.
I know. It's insane. I think Assassin, like, Arachne is losing another, like, bad matchup, and that deck is very consistently strong, too. Assassin's going to be in a really good spot for the next week of a ProQuest season, like the next few weeks. I'm curious to see how people innovate. You don't have to be playing these hurls anymore.
No.
You have no reason to.
The hurls, they are actually still good into Prism.
How bad's the Prism matchup for I know it's favored Prism, but
I think without hurls, it gets a lot worse.
Okay. All right, so here's Leave No Witnesses. Oh, we're thinking on discard still from... Let's see, we're discarding the Battering Bolt. That's the other interesting decision here. We're mainboarding Battering Bolt, it seems. Is there, like, there's not that many, like, I guess sync belows maybe you're trying to play around with?
As far as reactions, I mean, you have your defense reactions. There's the shreds.
The sigils, but you just
the
play in
sigils.
But the shred's an action. Oh, no, that is attack action.
It is
yeah,
attack action.
Yeah. So we're giving up. So we're losing the arsenal here. Either way, he said I might as well just say value off of it, no matter what. Blocking 4.
I agree with TCG Talk's take. I think it's 40-60 Prism favored.
Okay.
I think without Hurl, though, I do think it gets worse. The interaction of being able to throw those daggers and not lose them to ward is very important in that matchup. We see a Shred from Alex M. That's a card that could potentially end the game.
A Fable that sees a lot of play in these decks. It's like one of the best anti-fatigue cards in the game.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the more value it generates, and it can be worth a lot.
We got a Frailty here.
I think that was a hamstring.
Right, so we're just gonna shoot this for 5.
Not bad, but not lethal.
Not what you want to see. We're gonna block him. Like, he has, I know it's red line, but you have a lot of trouble using these 5-card hands.
Oh, coming in for 4 because of the frailty.
Frailty. Let's see how
have
strong.
we have black text, and
Yeah.
we can put a 3 block in front of this.
So. Let's see what we're deciding here. So Shred's super strong, but it's only when you can force blocks from people. And we're at the point in the game where we're going to be forcing blocks. Okay, we want to sink a card. We're getting rid of this arsenal. That ponder token must have not done us any good.
That is interesting. That is a red shred, though, so that could have easily... Oh, looks like he has another one. Okay.
Yeah, so he's a double shred. Easily end the game here. You're correct.
I see the nimble strike. I don't think we've played the nimblism this game, so that
been blocked
won't
with that one
be on.
So this hand's actually very awkward. We do have Flick Knives active, so we basically Alex T's at 3 life. So Shred does not work with the nimble strike either.
Does not.
So we're gonna take the tunic here, and this is a tough hand by Alex M, because I think this is gonna give the opening for Alex T to possibly gain control of this game. I think. Little strike, he's gonna check. I don't think he has one. Did we miss him block with one earlier, maybe?
I don't think I've seen one at
No.
all.
There aren't any.
Does Alex M have a frailty? Or is that just on the board from when Alex T gave it back to him?
Alex M has a frailty from the play guide.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So this is only gonna come in for 4. No go again.
That is unfortunate. I think we have a sigil in hand.
Yep. So
And then we can arsenal the shred. Oh no, we
no,
pitched the shred.
we're arsenaling a sink below.
A sink below. Oh, that's
Which is
a good
lot
arsenal.
better. A lot better.
So even though we're not presenting a lot of pressure, I think that Alex M is still putting himself into a good spot here.
This is a big decision on Alex T's part.
Okay.
Response with the sigil. Which, I mean, if you're Alex T and you see that sigil, you're like, this is becoming almost unattainable at this point.
Yeah, very, very crucial spot of the game here.
Okay. So interesting. We haven't seen any more knocks either. Like, a knock into a JJE would be huge. So maybe he finds...
Oh,
nope,
there's
there it
one on
is.
top.
But we're not getting... Oh, I guess we could go...
You can't Azalea it because then you can't get the judge jury from the top.
Oh, no, you can't. So we're going to get one next turn, so maybe we can get back in that way. But this is just 7. If this hits, we'll get the arsenal.
If we get the ponder off of this, we can arsenal the knock.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
And we can keep one card and hopefully keep it. But we're just blocking out the 7. Very smart, very easy play. We don't want that to hit. We just don't... The ponder token is not worth it. You want to try to prevent that as much as you can. So we have a 3-card hand. Tunic is up. We have Shred in hand. And the Leave No Witnesses comes down. We're at 4. So the problem with Shred in this matchup is that being at 4, there's no 4 blocks in, unless we got a sink below or something that we're going to throw from.
But if it's red and he tries to get away with blocking with 1 card,
yeah, then the game's over.
the game's over.
But I think blocking with 2 is just correct, because then we can go knock. I guess no, we don't have Tunic Trigger. We used Tunic Trigger last turn, so we don't have a... Let's see.
Looks like he's trying to keep Codex of Inertia in a buff.
Codex of Inertia makes more sense in this deck because you're getting the aim counter if you hit an arrow off of it. So we're blocking 6. I mean, we shred it and then we arsenal the Death Touch and Lake 1, banish a card. I mean, there's no reason not to shred here. You have nothing to lose. He didn't shred it. Interesting.
I think Shred... Did he arsenal the Shred?
No, he arsenaled the Death Touch.
Okay.
So maybe he's trying to play for next turn. Okay, so we have Nimblism, Death Touch,
Oh,
Shred.
man.
Like, this game might be over if we don't draw. It's a read off the top. We're putting it to the bottom. We're going to Sand Scour. What do we hit? A Battering Bolt. we cannot play that.
This game
And
might just be over.
The Azalea, and is it a red and ledger? It has to be a red or it's not.
I think
And
this
that's
game's
it.
over.
I think that's it.
He's going to have to put probably almost his whole hand in front of that death touch. He's going to shred him, and then the blood rot might just kill him.
Yeah. And we have the tunic trigger, so like we have an isolate in hand. So even if he somehow lives, we get the arsenal isolate at the end of the turn. I don't even think we do. We just pitch isolate for the scalpel, which I think that's what he's reaching for right away. Yeah.
It's free 1 damage.
And then we get the flick in on top of them. So even if he draws any D-Reacts. But we do see that, the card that can save Alex Terrell, I don't think he drew it, was the Feign Death.
Oh, I forgot about the Feign
So
Death.
if he drew the Feign Death, he would actually get saved. Because, but I don't see it in hand.
I wonder if he sides them out because of flick knives.
I would have to imagine. Right?
Oh man, here we go.
So much. Oh.
Coming in for 12.
12.
He does not have enough cards or armor to
block
this. With what he currently has.
There's 9 block in it. It's only drew 9 block, which is crazy. So he had 11 block in, which is really good, but like that's not enough. And then you just flick. You have to give tunic, and he just died of blood rot.
84 damage and loses.
Yeah. What an interesting game this was.
Yeah,
this was fascinating.
This was great.
Yeah.
Alex M was heavily on the back foot for a good chunk of the game there, and he just managed to grind back.
I think if you like X LST, like how he wins this matchup, it's by chaining the JJEs together like he did at the start of the game. I think that's how he would claim that he would win. And it just so happened.
And that's a win.
Yeah.
That's a win for Alex M.
Yep. Great game.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was almost as good as our round 1 game, I think.
Yeah, like very close game and a good back and forth.
Yeah,
very intense.
You can tell that Alex M has been putting a lot of work into playing Azuri.
Yeah,
he's
testing a lot. He used to play a lot of Bolton.
Yeah. Which like, why would anyone do that?
I don't know who would do that.
I don't know any Boltons.
No, the cards you read the cards, they have no value on them. Like.
All right, so let's switch back to us, and we have another round of. Do you know?
How have you been doing on these?
I'm 5 for 10 right now.
5 for 10.
Yeah, we have Chris. Chris has joined in back in, so say hi to him.
What's up, guys?
All right, so
We're
we
2
have
and 1 currently.
2 and 1. Not bad.
Oh, nice.
Hatchatori. Turn 1, Mordred, swarming.
Get like
rebel.
Yeah, we might be able to get you on stream. You might have a win in.
Next one.
Yeah.
Turn 1 was Mordred, swarming rebel on a turn that he had all reds in hand, so it's just 17 damage, just pushed through immediately.
That's not bad. Okay, Chris, no helping because you saw all of these already.
We gotta hide the chat. Hide the chat.
Oh, hide the chat. Hide the
Yeah,
chat.
hide the chat.
All right. So if you tuned in recently, between or after every Swiss round, we are doing a game of Do You Know Flesh and Blood? I'm going to show Alex a super zoomed in image of a card, and he has to tell me what Flesh and Blood card this is. Can you let me know? Oh, that was last round.
That was the whole time.
Right.
Are you positive yet?
He's 5 for 10.
5 and 10.
5 and 10?
I'm trying to get positive here. Really, going to be below 500.
We're
Don't
submarine in this
look, don't look. Don't look.
They're supposed to get harder though.
Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Oh, wait.
Breaking it?
Wait.
I'm waiting.
Okay. Can you tell me what this card is?
Oh my gosh, that's Billowing Mirage.
That is, in fact, Billowing Mirage.
That one took me a long time.
Oh no, that's like one of my favorite draw by cards.
All right, don't look.
I'm not looking.
He's looking.
Can you tell me what this card
I
is?
know that card too. Oh my gosh.
Be.
Do I play it?
You have played it.
I have played it.
You have played it. You do not currently.
Okay. Why do I know this so well? I feel like I know it. It's just I don't remember.
I will say that it is a warrior card.
Oh yeah, it's. Oh my gosh, is this? I feel like this is a Kasai card. I think that's where I know this from. I think. It's not Slice and Dice because that's the big dude doing the. I love that playmat too. Wouldn't be. I don't think it would be Outland Skirmish. Maybe it would be. No, I don't think so. It is definitely a Kasai card. Let's go. It isn't like. The problem is like it's obviously it's not Bow because Bow is so obvious. I'll go Outland Skirmish. I don't think that's correct, but I'll go with that.
This is
Hit and Run. All right, so it does the same thing.
All right, don't look.
Not like it.
This one might be more of a gimme. We'll see. I feel like the coloring on this card is pretty iconic.
Yeah, it is. It is another warrior card.
It is another warrior card.
Wow. This is this the this looks like that Dory card, the Chorus of Iron Song or something like that. I can't remember what it's called.
No, these are cards that you play.
I played those, so I have played all these cards at some point. So,
or have had them played against you, but like
yeah,
like they're very relevant to you.
Okay, so I should recognize this. So this one's like again, this would be another Kasai. This would not be in Bolton. Like Bolton doesn't have this like weird like aesthetic effect to it.
Almost like foggy effect.
Yeah. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you see all the warrior cards that do
warrior
that.
cards have that.
Yeah. What is this? This would be it's not Blade Runner because that's like the tectonic dude. Again, it's not Slice and Dice.
You're in the right ballpark.
I know. I'm thinking of like all the Everfest like.
You're in the right set.
Yeah. Is this the? Oh shoot! Oh. Man, it's been so long since I like played Kasai. That I don't enjoy the new Kasai as much as I enjoyed the old Kasai. So like, it's.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. You could hit it in this one. Okay.
All right, we got two more.
Yep.
Oh, look.
I'm closing my eyes, so like I use those covering before now I'm closing. So just let me know when you're ready.
All right, let me know what this card is.
That looks like an illusionist card if I ever recognize. Like a Dromai illusionist card.
It is not an illusionist
You're
card.
not.
Yeah.
That's what I thought when I first
Like
saw
that,
this.
like,
when I
yeah,
read
It
it.
looks like it would be an ash.
Yeah.
I said
One of the new ones?
Sandakai or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like, I thought it would be a dust. Maybe not. Then. So, wow, this isn't one. Then this would be. So then this is obviously another warrior card.
This is a warrior card. It could be generic, but this one's
this
is a warrior card.
This does not look like any generic card I would know.
It's Oasis Respite.
That would actually be really good if that was. I love that card. You can reveal this one. I don't.
This is Jubilee.
Okay. So I played it. That is funny.
That was like your favorite card.
I love that card, but like you don't really like recognize you recognize the sword more so than the background. So
yeah. All right.
and he gave me like the little handle. Like I got it.
That would have been too easy.
I got that one.
Don't look.
You got Jubilee on that? Really?
Yeah. It didn't take me long either.
Can you tell me what this card is? This is the last one for this
Yeah.
round.
What happened to the third one? Did you guess it?
What I only got one on this one.
Yeah.
I got quick.
I must have missed it.
I recognize this card too. Resounding Courage.
That is Resounding
What was
Courage.
the third one?
The third one was In the Swing.
In the Swing.
Yeah. So you got Billowing, but you missed the other four.
I hit two. I hit the Resounding Courage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so 2 for 3. So you are now 7 for 15.
Yeah, so we're below 500 now. We got 2 more rounds. We got 2 more rounds.
Don't look while I set up round
I
4.
will not look.
Don't
It's
look.
alright. I got the Light Warrior cards this time at least. Well, the one Light Warrior card.
Whoops. Whoops. Well, there's 4 for next round.
Show him the.
What's the zoom in on that one?
Yeah.
Oh, the zoom in for that one?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Oh my god.
Like, now I'm
Just
very
wait.
curious.
Because it's
I
like,
knew,
right?
I
It's
knew
an
I was
iconic
gonna
art
mess
piece.
it up.
It's fine. Yeah. There's no shot,
Right?
0.
0 shot on it. The color is the only thing
Bro,
that would get me there.
I'll mark it as a loss because I was not getting that one. I've never played Art of War actually. I know it's a common card. I would see it a lot, but like I've actually never played a deck that uses it. So
You would know it.
Yeah.
Maybe not that, but like you would know it.
Yeah. I mean, are we good to do pairing?
Are you guys ready for the next set? Or the next round? Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, luckily we have no wait for the next round because they are ready to pair right now.
I can go look and get a match. So
Okay.
if you want.
Sounds good. Alex is gonna go pick the match that we're gonna see. I think it was probably going to be Chris, but we will see. Yeah, very fun event so far. Again, huge shout out to Oddwillow's Games Haven for letting us stream their ProQuest. Super nice store. I know not a lot of our viewers are in the Milwaukee area, but they are just outside of the Milwaukee area. So if you're ever in town, definitely check them out. Very, very nice store here. And thank you for everyone that is watching. We have hovering around like 60 concurrent viewers, which is awesome. All right, let's go ahead and switch to our gameplay camera, and then we can set up for our next match.
All right.
What do we get?
We're definitely. I just said the current on stream, so Chris will be on stream. We do not have pairings yet. I felt like that was just the easiest thing, so we might get a repeat if someone is 2-1 now and got paired into Chris.
Yeah,
but figured it wouldn't be a big deal as long as it's not.
Yeah, I think by round. Well, this is round 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, by round 4, a repeat is not the worst.
I wouldn't mind seeing that Sand Scour list again.
It was pretty sweet. Yeah, it was doing a lot of cool things. Yeah, Zane, this is they have a whole room dedicated to like Dungeons and Dragons, so you can rent out this room and like do your campaign here, and that's where we're streaming from. It's really nice.
There's like a TV in here too, so like if you needed like to post something like visual videos or like, and it's like fairly inexpensive to rent as well. I think it was like. It's on the door. It's like $60 for the whole day. Like, so if you have like 4 friends and you're trying for like an 8-hour set, no way do we have new Prism versus.
Is that Sage?
That is Sage.
Oh man, this is gonna be a game.
This is cool though. I'm actually really interested in this matchup. So we have Viscerai versus Prism. The winner of this should make top 8.
Are these both? These are 2-1s.
2-1s. Both are 2-1. We decided that we won't be seeing 3-0s until top 8 because they're more than likely going to be on camera again. We want to see these win and ends. So this is a win and end for sure. So
Sage was he the only Prism or were there 2 of
Prism.
them? Yeah.
So I do play a little bit of Prism myself. I'm bad at this deck.
It's not an easy deck. It is very weird. But I know Sage has been putting a lot of work into it.
Yeah, yesterday he was also at the ProQuest I was at, and I was keeping an eye on how he was doing.
It's the wrong hero.
Well, I mean, Prism Mirror sounds fantastic.
Sounds awful.
It's actually one of the worst games I've ever played. Like, it's just like, oh, we're going to throw these heralds, and do you have your cataclysms? It's like, no. But I think this is technically very favored for Viscerai. I think your heralds are
because of the rune chance. You think?
Yeah, your heralds are your own. Like your angels are only to your decks in this matchup, basically. At least how I like. You flip it, the arcane literally just nullifies it because you can't prevent enough of it to prevent the ward.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think he makes too many rune chants for you to be able to prevent all of them, and the second one gets through, your wards just start going away.
So I'm curious to see if we're going to see Vestige or I imagine we're going to see Vestige in this matchup, and we're going to try to set up probably an ALS. I think that's like mandatory for like an advantageous like win here. Vestige's Soul being the Monarch legendary chess piece that when a card goes to Soul, all your light cards pitch for 1 extra. So you do some really silly things with Hail of Illumination to throw in a Soul, draw a bunch of cards with Erudition, and just basically try to go with the races and throw 3 horrors on board, such as like Genesis, ALS, and call it a day.
I think it is nice seeing Vestige come back because once Prism left, original Prism, and then like Rapture came out, I think people just like weren't touching it, and like Bolton doesn't want it ever. So
I have some sauce Bolton list. Sorry,
it's not good.
Like you don't like Banana Blade Bolton. It uses that greatly.
So it's nice seeing these old equipment pieces come back for sure.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. So we'll see what he would try. I think that's what I would try. I've actually never played this matchup, so it'll be interesting to see what Sage goes for. I don't know how many times Sage has played this matchup because this rate used to be really common in Wisconsin area.
Yeah, there were a lot of Runeblade players in our area.
It kind of just dissipated though after
the
Rosetta,
class got bad.
Then Rosetta disappeared. People were like, "This class now bad." Well, like they used to farm Dromai. That was the big thing. Like these decks would eat Dromai alive because Rosetta would just get so much value out of the 2 Arcane. Now Dromai with Tome, no Rosetta Thorn to get the 2 Arcane damage. You kind of are losing like in a 4 or 5 turn game. You're losing 10 value. Like that's a lot of value when games were fairly close as they were.
Yeah.
Doesn't change too much.
So we have deck lists.
Yeah.
So Sage's list here. He has Vestige, Rapture, and those are his 2 chess pieces. So
Yep.
yeah, interesting to see which one he decides to bring. I imagine we're gonna see the Null Rune gloves come in.
Yeah, I think the stilettos are staying in the board. Like, we can keep the other fancy feet in.
Yeah.
Like,
Viscerai does run poppers, so you're probably gonna want the footsteps.
mm-hmm.
And
A
then
lot of poppers.
I think Halo is our only real headpiece.
Yeah, there's
so
no other headpiece here.
Definitely gonna see that come in.
We're playing 3 arm pieces in Dreamweaver's Gauntlet and Gloves, so very interesting in that respect. And looking over at Kern's list here, we're playing Lead the Charge now, so I think he snuck it back in for these
Ooh,
ALSs.
it's yellow.
Yeah, yellow.
There's
Lead the
one
Charge.
yellow, one blue.
So we have ways to play around the ALS loop, which is I think really smart of Kern to do. Like this gets him out of like a lot of a potential win con for Sage. Like,
Ooh, there is only one Tome of the Arknight though.
we're only playing one tome.
That's disappointing.
Wait, this is Chris we're talking about. Like, this is not okay.
But we're on 3 Sonata Arcanics. This is wrong.
Wait. This is
deck
not
list
Chris.
must be wrong.
We're not playing 1 Sonata and 3 tome. Oh my gosh. What is he? Has he finally started listening to me?
Anything else notable?
Not too.
Looks like we have a 1 of blue unmovable.
We have a
That's
red 1 of
interesting.
too, so he's like splitting them between the 2.
Probably won't see those in this matchup, I would imagine.
We're playing 2 of CNC, which I imagine come in. We're playing red drawn, not blue.
He's been on red drawn lately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're playing red and blue drawn, which is interesting. Drawn in the Dark Dimension, just in general for chat that's not aware, because Viscerai is not a very popular deck, so you want to know. It's just a card that is a 0/4/3 and red that reads draw a card. That's all it really does. You guarantee draw a card. It doesn't have go again, it blocks 3. But when you pair it with like a Mauve Skies, can hit like an Angel, for example, which is not great in this matchup because you're sending the Arcane, but like, or a Dragon,
Right.
you're getting a lot of value out of it. That's
It almost turns into like a pseudo E-Strike at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a mini E-Strike almost. It's really strong. You have 3 Vexing Malices, which is pretty standard. So just 2 random Arcane, but yeah, it's interesting. Nice, cool aggro list. He ended up being on 2 Meet and Greet too, which is interesting.
I think if Chris can put on enough pressure early, I think that the Prism is very much in trouble because they already start down 8 life.
And then you're not able to just flip your Angels to eat just random attacks.
And we know that Chris likes playing these like aggro Viscerai decks.
Yes. He's very good at doing so too. His only loss today is in round 1 against Takano.
It's almost like the only thing he's good at doing.
Oh my gosh, imagine. While Sage's only loss is to Dromai. This is really unfortunate for Sage. 2 of his 4 pairings have been probably arguably, team, but bad matchups too.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, you don't want to see Dromai as Prism. You don't want to see Viscerai as Prism. Like, and both these players are playing for a top 8 spot right now. This game could decide who makes it and who doesn't. Like, it very, very likely. So it looks like we're starting here. I don't know who won the die roll. I'm really curious to see what chest we flip. We do flip Rupture. Okay. And there's no ring gloves like expected. And Chris is playing Tunic now. I didn't even realize that. Is he off of...
He also brought in a balance.
Yeah, which makes sense. It's really good in the Prism. So is he not playing? He loved the Aether Ironweed. I'm not sure if he's on it anymore. He's not.
No, he's not. His equipment looks slimmed up from... No, there's still a lot. Just different.
Different. He just changed it up to look like be more consistent pieces.
He's running Amethyst Tiara for the Kano matchup. Clearly, it didn't work.
All right, we're starting with a Herald of Erudition. So this is 5 Dominate, and turn 0, it's awful. The positive thing is if you have a Popper, it just goes away. And
I don't think he does, though. I feel like if he had one, he slams it.
He slams it, but we do have Balance of Justice, which I know loses value right now, but you're okay with it. Because if he draws the 2 later in the game, you want to block with it anyways.
You can also pretty easily give the gloves here.
And which he's going to do. Okay. Oh, no, I like the Balance of Justice more. I really do, because I think you can break that a lot quicker in dropping the Pierce Reality. So I was talking to Sage yesterday about the Prism deck, and one thing that he brought up was a lot of Prism players use the thing of implied value. Because Spectra means that if you break it, one of the attacks go in there, and that's how you block with the deck. You play the Spectra card, you make them attack it, they don't get action points, and he's like, cool. My implied value there is that you throw a 5 attack into there, you lost 5 value. I blocked 5. So
their value is as real as their illusions are.
I mean, they really like you gotta be on another level to understand the math behind Prism. I play Bolton, like I IP myself.
Oh, looks like we have a judge call.
I think Sage
maybe a card
accidentally drew 1 2 cards. Card wasn't revealed. Okay, it's gonna get revealed to Chris just so he knows what's on top.
Okay,
so
looks like we are
very easy solve.
Keep going.
So we're gonna take the Tunic. Everyone has those weird Tunic counters. I don't like them. I'm not a fan. But we have the Tome of the Arc Knight. Does he just slam it?
Always.
Right?
Always. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on, Chris. Just do it for the stream. He's thinking.
You just rip it.
Yeah, just rip it.
Every time.
Doesn't matter. Your hand's not that great anyways. You can set up a bigger arsenal. You can get a big turn out of this. Like, it's fine. I think this is like the perfect time to draw a tome. Like, I'm sorry, the Sage did not give a giggle here, but oh, here we go. CNC. Oh,
you could hear him beating on the table from here.
Yeah. It's just the pounding. So CNC amp. 2 poppers, by the way. So Sage is well aware that 2 poppers are coming up.
That's good information going into the next turn.
Again, it wasn't a great hand to begin with. I think Chris going for that is very minimal. It sucks. We're just going to throw 3. We create a rune chant on the back end, which means it's 3 go again. And we're going to kill the Pierce. So unlike most cards when you attack in the Spectra, the rune chant generation is on play and not resolution. So that's why you do get the rune chant there. And again, we have 2 poppers in hand. And we pitched, I can't even tell what that card is. It's a yellow and 2 awards.
I think that might have been a protection.
Okay. And we just slammed the CNC.
Are we on any Celestial Reprimands?
Oh, that is a good question.
I don't think I see any.
I don't see any. Nope, we are on 0.
So no shrinking going to be happening. That's good to know. Chris doesn't know that. But...
No. So one thing that a trick that Prism players do use is that if you block with a popper and you have Heal Up, you can sneak out the Figment of Triumph, which minuses 1 and it'll get through that.
You get 1 free bailout on an important Phantasm attack.
Which I think in this matchup, you want to be very quick and have to be rushed. So I think if we see the CNC block here, I think we'll see the flip here. Chris is doing a big thing here into what he wants to do. Are you maybe that's in the back of his head is like that if he blocks with that, maybe he's going to get blown out. I don't know how good his hand is.
You can also see him doing his best Brody impression right now.
Yeah. Like we're only at 5 miles per hour.
He's ramping up.
I'm fine with either. Knowing that the trick, if his hand's not great and just being able to throw CNC later, that's fine, right? But I'm not sure how good his hand is. So, okay. We'll pop it. There it is. Instantly. Sage was like, we're not even. Yep. which is fine. This is the only time this can happen. So,
would he technically draw first?
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know. He wouldn't. As it goes, no, maybe he would. Because he draws off of
Because the effect is to put a card into your soul, then draw a card.
and then the resolution of Prism will be.
So I think we misorder that a little bit, but
we'll see if it might just be accepted game state at that point.
I don't think there's any.
Oh,
way
he didn't
to...
draw. He just skipped the draw.
Oh.
He just forgot the draw.
I think he got a little excited there.
Yeah, he got a little excited, so he forgot to draw there. Oh, yeah.
So the CNC is now blocking for 5. And
Perfect. I appreciate it.
Chris took the 3, the Herald went to Soul, and then we got a protection from the deck, making a Spectral Shield.
So I think Sage is going to be, like, looking back on the stream, he's going to be like, oh, I feel like I'm missing something here. Like, and maybe he's feeling that right now. It looks like that's in his face. He's like, why don't I have these resources? Like, where do they go? So he's going to flip with Rupture. And we should have gotten a swing here, too. Oh, maybe he did draw. Okay. So, banish 2 Spectral Shields. Coming in for 4. You just eat this if you're Chris. I don't recall him drawing. Maybe he drew it, like, sleight-of-handed it.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, this is for vanilla. Like, it just depends on how bad your hand is. Like,
and he made 2 more Spectral Shields, too. That's huge.
So, this Angel might be sticking around, but he does have a drawn in hand, and we cannot pop.
Oh, God, there's another War Tune.
I mean, you just pop it. You have the second popper.
That's a very good follow-up.
That is very good. I don't know what's in Chris's arsenal.
Is the Figment still shrinking the popper, though?
Oh, it is. So you can't even pop it. So, yeah, it is just staying there. So we have to block. It's yellow, so it's coming in for 6. So give 2 cards here. Are you meant to just swing Nebula Blade? Yeah.
That's very rough.
That is very bad. Whoa, he is. Get a little giddy there, Sage.
I know you're on camera, but just calm down a little bit.
Yeah. So here's the cool thing about this. So the 1 Arcane goes through. He's going to hit, and he's just going to get the Arcane. So prevent 1, get the Rune Chant back. Get your Rune Chant back as a hit.
I think he actually pointed at Sage.
Oh, okay.
So it just
it took 2. Okay, so he just
shields.
pushed it in front.
Yeah.
Okay. So wait a minute. Triumph coming in for 5.
Yeah, I think this is a blue.
Mm-hmm. So it's coming in for 5. We have the equipment block. We're just on this weird back foot now because of the helmet. But if we can generate a massive turn, this won't matter. Like, that's the thing about Vista Rise. Like, if you threat, like the thing about Prism is like once you have this board state, it's all war. So you can't if you can generate 10 rune chants, 6 rune chants, everything's getting cleared.
Probably looking to set up a big Revel turn, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. And there's nothing installed here. So letting this hit actually isn't the end of the world. Like, yeah. So what I imagine gonna happen, he's gonna grab probably Rebirth. Tuck the Erudition that didn't hit earlier back on top of the deck. And then we're going to swing the Archangel. We're going to the protection and get 2 more Spectral Shields. And then Arsenal that Soul Shield in hand. Oh, we're going to go Erudition. So maybe we're going to play a little bit more aggressively here.
Draw some cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this could be a pretty big turn on Sage's end.
But this is why we have the balance. So So let's see if he flips.
Flipping would be free currently.
Yes. Do a good shuffle.
If he does flip, though, I don't think he gets to draw off the erudition.
This is attacking first, banishing. So he wants the spectral shields. Okay. So we do have one flag. Do we have another war tune in hand? No, we have the soul shield. Unless, did we pick the soul shield first? Maybe we did. There's the war tune. Oh my gosh. That's so disgusting. Sage probably could have drew this up better. If we have a popper, we have to give it here. You can't. Like, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is brutal. Almost as bad as the JJE loops that we saw last round. I don't think I saw a popper in hand.
No. There's no clean way to block it either. You think
Yeah,
of two
this
cards
is a
and
red.
hands.
Oh,
He's
just
taking the
choosing to
7.
take 7.
I think he might have a big turn in hand. Like, we saw the Sonata. Know that. I don't know what the arsenal for it. If it's a Mordred, we're going off. So we might be able to be. We might be thinking here. We can clear the board pretty easily. Him having a 5-card hand, we have a bunch of poppers still in deck. He can't do that trick anymore if we pop. And he's gonna grab war here, so he's gonna get a courage token. So he's going full on aggro. He is saying, we're racing. I don't care how much damage you're gonna do to me. I'm gonna say no blocks the whole turn and good luck. So,
Well, one of the biggest issues right now is that a lot of these angels are not flipped. So his big turn is going to clear 1 angel and 3 spectral shields currently.
and then a bunch of damage to face, right? Like, that's the idea.
True.
So there's only 1 card in Soul. That's the thing. So you have to remove from Soul to flip an angel. We only have 4 more prevention off that Soul, and you usually want to use it so you can actually attack with the erudition and things like that, so you can draw. So we have the Tunic trigger here. Let's see what we're cooking with. Kept. All right. Is he paying into it? Smart. We did it. He hates paying into Sonata. No. Okay. Oh,
Okay,
we
so-
get both.
Yeah, I think one's red, one's blue.
And this
Are we
is
running blues? Yeah, we're
yeah,
running blue.
blues.
Empire.
Okay. So that's 2 arcane, and that's big. He's thinking about pitching to it. He doesn't know exactly.
Pitching to it would cause him to only lose 1 spectral.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we are going to.
Okay.
We have a blue, not bad.
Sage is on 18 blues, and we're shuffling the deck. Sonata gets banished. Chris remembers that. This is why I always feel like you pay into Sonata, because the upside's so big. Like, even if it's just 1 arcane go damage turn on this, it's so worth it.
It's the 2 cards that you get that.
Like, if you can hit that, it's such a bonus.
All right, let's see what else he has.
Can we get 3 here?
We're really looking for some sort of mauve
Is that a
or...
Revel? That is a Revel in hand.
So he's probably going to be needing to lean on creepers this turn, because I don't see any natural go again.
I don't know what's in his arsenal. It might be a moth. He could have arsenal a moth earlier.
It looked like he was getting ready to play a card
The drawn.
before playing his arsenal, so I don't imagine that it's a go again. Yeah. So I think here we're probably going to see a creepers activation.
So we're drawn. Draw a card. And is that blue or red drawn?
It looked like red.
Yeah. What did we draw?
Is that a vexing? I think we drew a vexing.
Malice.
Did we miss the... Was there a rune chant that should
There
be coming
wasn't.
through?
No. There was
Okay.
no rune chant. I mean, the vexing's fine here because, like, you're gonna leak through 1 damage. So if he does this properly, where he can clear these spectral shields, like clear 1 more spectral shield, he's able. Like, we're both spectral shields here. He can just play the vexing. Yeah, he's gonna give up the ward there.
The issue is, looking at his hand, he's not going to be able to use all of his cards if he is needing to creepers in a revel.
Well, we're creepers in. Okay, so it's double revel.
Oh.
This is a little different.
I think he still doesn't get to use all of the cards, but he might end up with 1. I think he ends up with 2 left over.
I think you can use all the cards if you wanted to. Like, you can Arsenal, you get 2 1-card Arsenal. Because if you play Revel and then throw the Amp, right?
Is he holding 3 cards or 4?
He's holding 4. So he has another Revel in hand, and then an Amp, and a Vex. No, he pitched the Amp, so maybe he's holding 3.
I think the leftover card's going to be blue Vexing, and I don't know. Do you want to Arsenal that?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's fine. I think that card is very high value.
And then we red Amp. This was a good turn, but I think he needed a mauve of some sort.
Yeah,
like,
this could have been crazier.
Yeah.
But I think this is fine. He has Tunic Trigger for another big turn later. Still up, and this turn threatened over 20 damage. This is 21 damage, technically 4, because he gets the Arsenal card here.
Yeah.
And like, so you can't complain too much about that. And we're clearing the whole board, so this is gonna be a big chunk. And like 1 popper, because Sage pitched for the Arcane, 1 popper is going to set Sage really far back.
So representing 17 damage. On board currently, Sage has 4 that he can prevent of it. 2 Spectrals, 2 resources floating.
I think the sad thing is here, since we're not able to swing Nebula Blade at the end of this, we're not getting that extra rune chant. So,
Well, the Revels would blow them up anyway.
I'm saying we're not getting the extra. We use the extra rune chant.
Oh, sure, sure.
This is a very interesting decision by Sage. I'm not sure how good his hand is. The problem with Prism sometimes when you're playing into these aggressive matchups is that you just draw hands that might not have a lot of heralds. Because you're playing the Pierce Realities, you're playing the Passing Mirages. Looks like he has a War Tuned and a Triumph. Is he playing on Judgment? I don't know if he's on Judgment. He is on Judgment, so he might have a Judgment in hand as well. So he's going to eat the 2, block 2 of the... So 7 still coming to face.
If he takes the rest of it, he goes to 19, and then he can keep putting the pressure on Chris.
Yeah. It's another blue, so I think that blocking there is correct. So 4, 10 damage here. So going to 22. Unless he blocks here. He could just block out. He could just say, my hand wasn't good enough. Popper really does, like, put me back here. Nope, he's taking it. Okay. So, the cool thing about Sage's turn is that even a yellow is basically a red. And a red is basically a non-colored card. So, I'm curious to see what he throws here. I don't know what he ended up arsenaling at the end of that last turn because he drew it. Okay, he had a no block in hand, so that's important. So, this is coming in for 6. Oof.
Is this a blue?
Yeah. The Courage token, I think they forgot about it. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, they're flipping it now. And I'm looking at Chris's hand. It looks like he drew all non-attack actions.
Classic Runeblade hand.
No. I could be wrong, but like...
Well, we know we have a attack in Arsenal.
Yeah. And I think that is 2 mobs, a Runic Reckoning, and a...
I can't tell that last card.
Oh my gosh.
It might be a 3rd mob, maybe?
Oh, I see the last and the first card are mobs.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the second card is.
I mean, judging by the expression on his face...
He's not happy. He's taking it. Okay. So, the big problem with taking this here is that he gets to grab any card he wants, and then he gets to flip Erudition. So, like, this turn now becomes a 6 damage turn, get a Spectral Shield, come in for 4 now, because before he would have to pay to flip Erudition. Come in for 4 now, draw 2 cards, and yeah, you can balance a Justice, but you're probably getting another Herald on the back end. So we're threatening lethal here probably this turn.
Yeah, the flip on the Erudition is free now, which is huge.
I think we had to block there at least 1 card and maybe Boots. Like Boots and Arms. Like that blocks it out. You still get a 4-card hand. It's very strong and it puts Prism kind of on the back foot. And I know Vis's 4-card hands aren't necessarily the greatest. But in the sense of this matchup where this Prism was kind of soul-starved in some respect, and we're throwing 1 Arcane too at Chris's face. Oh, you want me to go fix that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get the rune chant fixed. This is probably going to be a good turn that Balanced Justice is going to come into play. I imagine we're going to see the flip on the Erudition. We see Sage activating Prism, reaching for War. So deciding not to flip the Erudition, but deciding to flip the War.
All right, interesting. So we're not drawing here with him. So maybe he just didn't want to go to 0 soul. Maybe he was like, I don't want to play aggressively here.
He could also be setting up for a bigger
Erudition
Alpha Strike turn with the Angels, because this is the Angel that will buff the other Angels, correct?
Yeah, but in aggro matchups, you just kind of use it as a ward for. I think a big thing here that maybe Sage was considering is that if he dead draws like into a Genesis or ALS off of or both off of the Erudition, then he's put very far behind.
That's fair.
So I can understand where you want to play a little safer here, not flip it. And that might have been the case. Looks like he has 2 instants in hand, so or two auras. All right, so we have a 5-card hand. We're starting with Red Mob. We windmill slam that. Using Tunic. Okay, it was a Spell Blade Strike. We should be just throwing that right at Balana.
Yeah, that's a free trigger on the Mauve. And it looks like that's where it went.
Yep. Didn't generate the... Oh, maybe he didn't throw it there.
Oh.
Reckoning. A little bit of a misplay there if we didn't throw it at the Balana. That's a lot of damage missed. That's 3 more damage missed there.
I feel like you treat that just like you do the dragons.
Yeah.
Like you get your on hits on them when you can.
So this is 7, 3 Arcane. This would have been 6 Arcane with go against. This would have been 13 with a bunch of Arcane on the back end here. So we would have been clearing these Spectral Shields, been forcing a lot of weird blocks from hand. This is a big turn from Chris, though. This is still a very solid turn.
We don't have any resources floating. We know what the arsenal is, so he's not going to be able to play that Vexing Malice. So it doesn't seem like there's going to be any follow-up for this go again.
No. I think Sage is in a very advantageous position right now.
I think so too. I think that he can easily take a large chunk of this damage and still be able to present lethal next turn.
Yeah, I think Sage is going through like what could you play from Arsenal right now? The only thing really that like Viscera I could play is like a Swarming. Like, do you really care? Like, just 4 more damage.
Swarming would just represent the 5 because the 4 plus the 1 rune chant.
Yeah.
And that's not anything really.
So he blocked out the Arcane. And and by the way, there's the aura that I was talking about in hand. Like, if you draw that, like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but not what you want to do. You want to be pressuring lethal.
All right, so it looks like he just chooses to take 6, goes down to 16.
Yep, we lose creepers there. So,
yeah, we did lose creepers.
We have the popper. We have the Runic Reclamation, which is massive. Oh, Light of Soul in hand. What do we flip? Okay, that's good for Chris. That's really, really good for Chris. So now he gets the block with the Runic Reclamation here. Pop the card. Sage probably can't do anything on the back end afterwards.
Well, we have footsteps.
Yes, but we can flip. So actually, the Light of Soul hitting actually matters because now it turns on Rapture. No, it has to be a Herald.
It has to be a Herald.
So it doesn't turn on Rapture. You have footsteps, but you'll have no resources floating.
Sure.
So you'll have 1 card in hand. I think you just windmill slam it, get a nice solid 4-card hand out of it, and move on with your day.
How would you feel about flipping an angel before passing back?
It depends on how unsafe Sage feels and what is in his hand. So if he feels very worried about getting blown out on this 4-card hand, and maybe he feels that way just with how long Chris is thinking about blocks. He has a CNC in hand too. Interesting. There's an argument that okay, so yeah, popping here. Yeah, Sage is not happy about that pop. Okay.
Let's
And
see what he chooses to do with his last card.
so I guess the big thing about flipping here is like, do you think he's playing CNC? You know that. Are you gonna play around CNC? That's another thing. Like, and Chris doesn't have a CNC in hand, so
Looks like he does want to take the flip.
Oh, it's a merciful. Yeah, you don't want to Arsenal that right now. You really don't. So you're just gonna pass turn, move on, draw 4, and you're gonna hope Chris doesn't have an explosive.
Now the problem is we still know what's in Chris's arsenal, and it's still he just can't do anything with it with the hand that he has.
Well, if you have a go again card, you just go again, play Vexing, you clear the Angel guaranteed. You can't prevent 2 Arcane, so you're just doing the 1 unpreventable Arcane and killing the Angel, which is massive. But I don't know if he has to go again. That's the thing. So if he has 3 attack actions in hand plus the vaccine, it does put him behind. But if he has the go again, I think it's an okay turn.
I think I saw an amp, and I may have seen
There's
a CNC.
There's a CNC in hand for sure. It seemed like all his poppers were clumped. He didn't shuffle good enough. Like, come on, Chris, shuffle better.
Mordred amp CNC. So no go again. CNC doesn't even threaten an arsenal here.
Sage drew 4 triumphs, by the way, or 3 triumphs. He had all these poppers in hand that he might save the IP himself are going to be useless. Just devastating.
So Chris has 3 reds in hand. It's not looking good here.
We're still not out of it. That's the thing. Again, we're 1 on Tunic here. We still have 2 block on Grass. We have 1 block on Tunic. Poppers do still make a big deal. I think the big thing we need to do, we need to clear this Angel. We need this off the board. I think this is by playing the vaccine and trying to set up with one of your better cards later.
Yeah. I don't know if you can afford to arsenal the Mordred Tide. I don't know if you're ever going to keep enough cards in hand to be able to use that efficiently. So I would probably want to arsenal either the Amp or the CNC.
Well, I think you just play Mordred, play Vexine, pitching whatever card, right? And then Arsenal. I think it's so hard. I think that's what he's trying to figure out. He's like, what card do I want to Arsenal right now? There's also an argument just to, like, make it throw the CNC. Like, it's 6 damage. Not the greatest. It's 6 and 1 Arcane. Then it forces him to pitch to protect the Angel if he wants to keep it up. Which you probably would do, because it's 1 card pitch, prevent, and you eat 2 damage from the CNC, but then it keeps Sage with 3 cards. So Prism doesn't play great with 3 card hands. So we'll see what Chris decides to do.
I think I like the play of Mordred Vexing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I would want to arsenal CNC, personally.
It's weird, because like you kind of want the Amp. I think Chris is a very greedy player. We know this. So I think he's going to arsenal this Mordred. No, he's pitching the Mordred. Interesting. Oh, I kind of understand where Chris's thought process is.
Keeping a popper in hand?
Keeping a popper in hand so he can try to go off next turn. Because we know... we know that Sage has a bunch of triumphs in hand. And I think Sage is going to be like, I'm going to take 3 here. Like, it's not even a question. And it looks like he did. He took 3.
So it looks like
he drew another popper.
The draws have not been kind.
This is great. This is really good. This is very greedy by Sage. He should have played. I think he should have played the Triumph. And if I was Chris, I'm windspiel slamming this popper.
The problem is Chris's hand is bad again.
Yes, but
he has no go again.
But it's keeping him in the game, right? I think that's the big thing. He's drawing a bunch of Runeblade hands.
I feel like this game is just a continuous series of unfortunate events.
Wait, it pops. Okay. Yeah, he'll pay for footsteps.
I think he saw the 2 cards go down and assumed it wasn't getting popped.
Mm-hmm. Chris let him take it back. That's fair.
I think we pitched to get our action point back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was a blue. He plays blue Angelic Wrath.
Is that the only pitch that he plays it in?
Yes. A lot of people have been moving towards it in Prismless because it's a little bit more flexible than yellows were.
Is it a +2?
It's a +2.
Okay.
So it's still strong. I think Sage is trying to figure out if he wants to throw this other Herald he has or flip one of his Angels. Like, it's so weird because I think Sage is well aware that on a moment's notice, he could just lose the game. Like, so he's going to pitch to protect, go with Erudition, and we'll see if he swings it, and he will.
Looks like he is.
Yep.
We're not drawing anything.
But it's still 4 damage. Chris is at 6, so like this is still presenting a lot. So,
He does technically have his grass back. The chain
yes.
would have been broken, correct?
No, everything's at instant speed. The chain
Oh.
doesn't break off of footsteps.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mhm. So it's still technically floating out there. The Herald's destroyed, but
I think it's pretty easy to put the CNC in front of this, and then Chris can just Spellblade strike the Angel.
and just play for another turn. 100%.
I don't think there's any reason to not block here because you don't have any source of go again. Like, you can only do one thing.
Yeah. This is very tough. These blocks are like very crucial for Chris because he needs to save this life. He needs to find a way back into this game. I know Chris tends to run heavy poppers, and we've seen a lot of them though. I'm not sure how many more he has. So this is his second CNC. I think he's on 8 poppers. 3 Runic Reckonings.
Okay. We see him block with the CNC. He takes one.
I think he's going to make the exact play that I think you decided to make here. And oh, we drew some Angels. Oh, not a good hand for Sage. That is all. There's no Heralds in that hand. That's 2 Angels.
We also have no soul to flip
no
the current Figment.
So if Chris just kills the Angel here, this is going to be a big pivot turn.
I think we're going to see Sage maybe just deploy a blue.
There it is. This is great. I mean, that's exactly what Chris needed to get back in this game. Is
This is kind of huge. I think we're gonna see. I think it was a Pierce Reality. Get
yeah,
deployed.
Pierce already had a passing Mirage in hand, so it's Sage is not happy about that. Sage just felt like he's been playing very clean this game too, and there's he drew all non-attack actions.
Oh man.
Oh.
We have one in the arsenal, correct?
We have an attack action, correct?
Okay.
But
So maybe we can try to put together some sort of go again Nebula Blade.
I mean, it's 4 mobs, so.
Oh man.
Oh no, it's a Mordred and 3 mobs. My bad. Okay, so he's playing the Rebirth. Gonna grab that, tuck it on top, pass turn. Sage is like, "Yep, this is not."
Yeah,
great.
very, very unfortunate. Let's see how Chris can capitalize on this.
Okay, so we do have Tunic Trigger up. And
If he remembers it. There we go.
Yep, there we go. So we play the Mordred. There's almost an argument here to pitch blue into Grasp. So no mob, go up 3.
We have an amp, right?
Yeah, we have an amp.
This is perfect.
This hand's fine.
Yeah, this
But
hand's great.
I totally understand what Chris is like getting upset about because like nothing is lining up for him this game.
Yeah, you draw up and you see 4 non-attack actions, and it looks terrible.
Yeah.
He can actually use these very
Yes.
effectively this turn. And then he can swing the Nebula Blade and then keep Mordred in Arsenal for the next turn.
Yeah. So Sage sticks to 3 Arcane. It's blocking 6.
Which I think he needs to. The Mob Skies with the Mordred is too much value.
Mm-hmm. Mordred Tides is such a crazy card. Like, oh man. Alright, so I guess we're arsenaling one of these mobs and pitching for
I think
for a Nebula Blade.
Chris might be wondering if he should attack the Pierce Reality, and I don't think he should.
No, we just put the pressure on. If you attack the Pierce Reality, though, it's not bad because you are throwing the 2 Arcane at face, but we got 2 cards on a Sage. Like, this Pierce Reality really isn't that important.
And Sage just
Took it, so we're getting
going
the
to 4.
2 rune chance. Chris is...
Struggling to pick up his sword.
So, here's the thing. I think we're giving... So, we have an Erudition in hand. We just block with the 3 and give Tunic in hand. Yeah. This is the easiest 3. Oh, it's coming for 7. Okay, maybe that's why he was thinking about blocking with the Erudition. Did he draw a Popper?
I don't see one. Sages. Whoa.
Block 5, take 2. All right, these draws are massively
These are
important.
very important. I think I see a Herald.
Oh, it's like, do we flip?
I thought I saw a protection. Are we on yellow protection? Do we even have protection in the deck?
Yeah, we're on rainbow protection. That card's too crazy. Oh, he played. Okay, so he grabbed Triumph, not Judgment. Doesn't matter. It's mandatory, so he has to flip the Arcanix. It's crazy that card's mandatory. Chris, I want to see that Arcanix go face down, sir. Yeah, he drew 2 Heralds, so this is going to be coming in pretty beefy, but I don't think this is the end of the world for Chris.
Okay, pitching protection to play protection.
It's
so this is coming in for 7.
And we drew 2 cards, so we get the Balance of Justice here. All right.
I don't think we drew a Popper.
But we can give 2 cards here, and
go to 2.
Man, that's so crazy. Like that oversight of like your peers. Maybe that was the correct play to do. Like because you knew he had that. Because like hindsight is 20/20, but like like you actually have that information what he's going to try to do next turn.
It has to be exactly Erudition.
But we know it is because he played the Rebirth.
Oh, that's
true. The Rebirth
true.
put it on top. So
yeah, that's true.
I mean, you have to go to 1 here. You have to try to put enough pressure to rip. Like, this is so hard. It had to be protection, too. That's, like, devastating. So we do have a Become in hand. But, like... leaving at the street.
Sage just in a great mood right now.
Oh, man. He is enjoying life. He's going to give 3 cards.
He almost has to, I think.
I'm curious to see if Sage decides to flip here. I don't think he does, because you want to keep at least 1 extra in Sulfur Sakim.
So if he doesn't give 3 cards, I think Chris dies to Ravages.
Yeah. So he has to... He's trying to figure out what's the best 3 to give, though. Man, what a turn. Like, this game was just flipping back, like, just started flipping back and forth at the end of it. It's kind of crazy.
We've had some really good games on the stream today.
Very interesting scenarios a lot of these players have put in that are very awkward and not very fun, but interesting to watch. Like, you have to navigate through them. Okay, so we're blocking it out. I think that's fine. We have a Become in hand, and we have a Mob. So we, let's see what we decide to do here.
I imagine we're pitching to the Nebula Blade.
And just swinging the 2 Arcane in 1. And we're killing the Pierce.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
How did they update the interaction between a sword going into a Spectra?
Rune Chance fire. So Rune Chance fire.
will
so
fire.
You declare the attack, it goes through all the layers, and they move the Rune Chant layer up before the Spectral layer, basically. That's the easiest way to explain it. So he'll lose all his Rune Chants here, but Sage drew Cataclysm, which is not great. It looks like another Erudition, though, which is just...
Okay, so just presenting Sage with lethal.
I don't necessarily like that play. Because now we're really relying on drawing a Popper here. Like, we have... Like, it's literally Popper or lose. Like, that's what it comes down to. I know this Rai doesn't block great, so maybe that's what it comes down to. He has 2 Runic Reclamations still on deck, which is massive.
It looks like he's doing a Popper count right now.
I think Sage has how many 6s you have in there. He's thinking, what are the odds he draws another one? So, because you just flip an Angel. Oh, you take the 2 Arcane, you flip an Angel, you're at 2 life. Cool. So, or if you're flipping an Angel, you're probably pitching a blue, taking one. So interesting. There's so many different decision points that these players could have made. They're like, okay, there it is. So we'll prevent one. Or we're preventing both. We prevented both.
Yeah,
okay,
taking care of the rune chance.
And we're giving up footsteps here. Okay, I see.
So keeping a 2-card hand, I have to imagine it's probably just going to be a Herald for +2 on the Pierce.
Basically, Sage is saying have the popper or die. And it's not really the case either, because if you can block 7, unless this is coming in for 9, then Chris might. He drew the amp. He drew a popper.
That's very good here.
Yeah, I think that's
very
red amp.
good here.
I think unless that's blue amp. I think that's red amp though.
This game is so swingy. Yeah, Sage just has to present it and make him have it.
It's a war tune for 9.
Are you sure that's not a blue?
Oh, it might be blue.
That might be a blue. I think it's 7.
It's 7. Oh, it's blue. Okay, it's blue. I thought I was talking about the amp. I think the amp's blue too.
Oh no, is it?
Yeah, he didn't drop it right away, so you have to block this out. He's just going to 1.
There's no Angel follow-up, luckily. If he leaks the 1 damage...
It's just Sakim, though. That's the thing. Like, you just flip Sakim, swing Sakim, you lose the game.
But he doesn't have the resources to swing it.
No, I'm talking about for next turn, though.
Sure.
Like, are you threatening enough damage to rip 3 cards? That's... Sage is at 4. Like, it's...
If he has a blue and a blue amp, that's 4 into Sakim, right?
But he wouldn't flip it on his turn. So
basically, sure. He
would,
keeps both cards in soul.
Yeah, he just says, "Cool, I'm gonna keep 2 cards. You're not gonna threaten enough with your 2-card hand." Because the problem is, like, Chris has no rune chance on the back end here, right? So it's not gonna be awkward blocking either. So you have to block this out and hope to draw popper. And then I think you block this out, swing Nebula Blade into Pierce.
I think that's a good line.
Mm-hmm. Because you do have a lot of poppers still in deck. It's not like you don't. I think both these players can, like, taste it. Like, they can taste they're so close. Like, to where, like, 1 wrong move might lose them the game, but 1 right move is going to win them the game. Like, that's how close this match is right now. Yeah.
Locking for 8.
Yep. Oh, very close. Not that we're gonna get down there, but just thinking if he needs to kill this Pierce, it's putting on too much pressure. Oh, Sage drew the Dominate Herald, so it's gonna be Popper or Bust next turn either way.
All right, let's see it.
Don't see one.
I see a Lead the Charge, a Rune Flash.
Just throwing protection first. It's coming in for, I think that's
7. I think pretty sure that's a red.
yeah.
Yeah, so Sage knows he has no popper now.
Mm.
And we just... Yeah, any Herald will do it.
Again.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy close game there.
Oh, that was rough. Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. Really seemed like it could go either way at multiple points in the game. But I think a couple awkward draws from Chris's end just let Sage put on enough pressure.
There was just too many poppers too early.
There was also like 2 or 3 turns where he had the 4 attack
Attack
actions that you just can't utilize the full hand
and
very well.
The attack actions were the poppers too.
Right.
It was like so it wasn't like, oh, they're like playable attack actions. No, it's like the cards you want to turn sideways. It happens though.
I think they both played very well though.
Like I said, the one small misplay we talked about, possibly misplay, was not attacking that Pierce and sending the Arcane directly lethal.
Yeah.
But like that's such a minor thing late game that like you're gonna miss that. Like it's a long day. It's already been 4 rounds. So it's been playing for 4 hours and
right.
on stream too. Kind of rough. So Can miss things like that.
I think they were one of our last matches, so I think the next round is probably going to come pretty quick. So let's jump straight back into
Our game.
Do you know Flesh and Blood?
All right.
Again, anyone that joined recently, we're doing a game in between rounds. I'm showing Alex a zoomed-in picture of a card, and he has to tell me what card it is. So let me know, what Flesh and Blood card is this?
Oh, I was like, am I revealed? Are we revealed yet? Oh, we are. Oh, the houses. Oh my gosh. Shoot, I know this. Oh no. This is the helmet. Oh my god. Why can't I remember the name of the helmet?
I'll accept it. I feel like you know what card it is.
No, I know what it is. I can't remember the name though.
What class is it?
Oh, it's Helmet of the Sharp Eye.
There you go.
Yeah,
Helmet of Sharp Eye.
It's like houses.
Alright, don't look.
I'll look at it.
Alright, we only have 4 this time because I accidentally revealed the other one.
I was not going to get that one right. Feel free to look at it.
What Flesh and Blood card is this?
Oh, that one's Outland Skirmish.
Yay, you got that one.
There we go.
Alright, don't look. Got 2 more.
Yeah.
What Flesh and Blood card is this one?
Oh, that is a card.
Yeah, it's a card that you should know.
Of the Flesh and Blood variety. Oh my gosh.
What class is it?
That's a light illusionist, right?
A light illusionist?
Or is that a warrior? That's not a bolting card. Is it really? With the hand coming out like that?
It is an illusionist card.
Okay.
It is not a light illusionist.
Oh, this is Red Hot.
This is Red Hot.
This is.
All right, one more. Don't look.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's gonna be good. I like this one.
All right.
What is this card?
Oh, that one is that's Slice and Dice. I'm pretty sure. No. Yes. No. This is. Yes. No. Yes. No. No.
This is a good one. This is a really good one.
I know that. I recognize that. I recognize that old man. That's the crazy thing. Like, oh my gosh. It's also not a Bolton card. But, I'll go Slice and Dice. I don't think it is, but
You said it's not a Bolton card?
Is it a Bolton card? Oh, it's V. Oh my god, that's why I recognize the face. Oh my gosh.
All right. We are going to take a quick break. I believe that the round was probably just ending. We're going to grab some water, and then we will be back probably very shortly for round 5.
Yeah.
All right. We will see you guys in a bit. All right, we are back. Luckily, round 5 starting pretty quick here. We are going to have a repeat, 2 repeat players actually. I don't think we looked at the standings, and I don't think that there was a winning in. It looked like our top 8 may be decided based on current standings. So rather than show you a match that could potentially not be a winning in, we're just going to show you the top 2 players. The 2 4-0s playing for seeding right now. And that is going to be our Victor player that we saw play the Levia, and then our Azuri player that we saw play the Azalea. So we're going to have a nice grindy match, and that should be pretty entertaining. So let's go ahead and get them set up here.
I'm gonna put these back. That's fine.
So again, both of these players are 4-0.
Yeah, they're both 4-0. I think these are our only 2 4-0 players. So they're playing for first and second seed.
And again, we just didn't want to show you guys a match that potentially didn't end up being a winning in, because I don't think we're gonna have one. But
Yeah.
we could be wrong because Gem does Gem things, but
Very high likelihood that we have our top 8. So we have the list again. We saw both these players play fairly well. We saw Dallas in round 2 against Levia. We saw Alex in round 3 against the Azalea.
I think we'll see some different strategies employed here. Dallas, as the victor, is likely going to be bringing in Sledge. He's probably going to play this like he would a Guardian Mirror, just slow and grindy. Save your D-reacts for late game. Be surprised if he played it differently, but I guess we'll see what he presents. What does Alex have as far as tech that he might want to bring in?
Oh, I was looking at it and I couldn't really figure out too much. Like we have the spreading plagues.
We're definitely going to see the spreading plagues come in.
Otherwise, like you just have the 7 shreds that you're going to see, which will help a lot. You might
The fades, the sinks.
I think you'll be seeing him cut probably the nimble strikes. The one nimble strike you probably don't want in this matchup.
The hurls probably come out, I would imagine.
And then you're just going to play a little bit more of a defensive plan here.
Yeah.
Like a slower game plan.
Yeah, I think both of these players are probably going to take this game pretty slow. Neither one really wants to be the aggressor in this matchup.
So we see the scale pillar here, though.
Scale pillar. So this is where it would come in. Yeah.
Yeah. So who won the die roll?
Looks like Alex won the die roll.
Okay,
here.
so we are
He left
playing the hurls in. All right. He's coming for 3. Go again. Maybe he is trying to be the aggressor. Maybe he wants to go wide. So we're going to go there. Just leave no witnesses. You just want to get in the bin sometimes. Doesn't hurt to do so.
I think this is probably just Alex wanting to pull cards out of Dallas's deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's either leak damage or give me 2 cards here.
Yeah, it's like you don't really get to pick what you keep. And then if you draw like a sink below or fates or something off this, if he's on both of those, I don't think he is. I think he might be only on sinks. Like you're okay with it. Also, if you draw like a blocking card out of this too, like that's just a big win.
Yeah.
In general, like you're just drawing up anyway. So Victor's effect might as well just be null and void. Okay, so we're gonna take this C1, and we're taking 2 cards either way.
Yeah, either way.
We're shredding it. So we're taking 4 here, and let's get the trigger. We hit a blue choke slam, so not the end of the world. If this was new though, we get a free choke slam next turn. So Alex M's actually been playing Yuzuri to prepare for new. I think that's a big hero that just caught his attention. The way that you can steal cards, play cards, and seems we haven't seen a lot of information on new, but like the ideas of what that you're generating as a player with the speculation just really interests him. So he really wanted to learn Assassin because of it.
Yeah, I think new looks very interesting. Can't wait to see what tools they get. Definitely a class that I'm looking at as well.
So we should be saying go again here, right? Like go again into Sledge.
I think so. I think I see a test of strength in hand, which we're probably just going to pitch with a blue to swing 6.
It's interesting that you and Dallas are both on Sledge still. I've seen it fall out of a lot of favor here in a lot of Victor decks as of recently. Like you're seeing people just saying it's not really worth the value in these grindier matchups. I have no experience. I guess what are your thoughts on that?
I think that it is pretty important in those grindy matchups. I know that I think it was Taylor Crawford and Nathan Crawford.
Mhm.
They came to the same conclusion and wanted to play the 3.
Mhm.
I don't know if they stuck with that for these past couple weekends though. I think they did that at Nationals. No, not Nationals. What's the one that just happened?
Pro Tour.
Pro Tour.
All right, so we have 6 meaty damage from this sludge coming in. We'll see how Alex wants to respond to it. We had the sink below and starting hand, so take 2.
As the victor, I think you're pretty happy seeing a D-React used on a hammer. You have other attacks that are more important in your deck, and seeing them, waste something that important in this matchup is pretty nice.
Sometimes I see a Codex in Alex's hand, so sometimes you just want to filter. You just really need to get around to, in Bolton specifically, when we play the D-Reacts, trust me, we would love to use it on something better. We're pitching the Codex though here, though. Play the skill pillar.
Sometimes the hand just doesn't work out that way, but I imagine that we're probably going to see Dallas pitch a lot of these D-Reacts for second cycle, or maybe even bottom them with things like E-Strike.
Or trouncing.
Trounce.
Let's see, do we win?
We reveal the Trounce. That's unfortunate.
That would be crazy to see Azuri win this. It can happen, but...
Oh no.
This is a
no.
gold, a vigor, and a might going to the side of Azuri. That is not what you want to see if you're Dallas. And you don't want that Trounce to be at the bottom of the deck either. That's like... Whew.
That was a very rough Trounce.
That's like the downside of this card. It's like... It's so great. You draw a card, basically, you save 3 life, you get 2 value. It's like almost reach 7 value when you win, but when you don't, and this happens, this card now lost you 3 value, even more so.
Yeah, that was not good.
Going for an isolate. And CNC in hand, so it would just be vanilla damage here. There's an argument to just see how he blocks this isolate and then just crown this away for later in the game because there's no arsenal right now. But I think you might want to get it into, again, Grave just to play it later, maybe off of a Codex, a sneaky blue pitch Codex. I was thinking real hard on this one because you just never know what's on the back end of this, but I guess there's not many things that scare you too much here. It's probably just only Shakedown.
Shakedown would be the big one.
Yeah. So we're giving up the red choke slam. There's a Golden Sun in Dallas's hand, and if this was Shakedown, this would have been huge. Dallas would have just been blown out of the game here. This is not a race though. This is a marathon. Here, this game is not going to end just because of a missed trounce or ripping a Golden Sun out of hand. So we're going to activate Azuri.
Looks like Alex just wants to press the damage.
I think that's fair. We're going to be taking 3. Alright, let's see what Alex draws up here. Let's see how we can use this Vigor, this Might. We have Isolate, we got an E-Strike.
I think we're holding a Rouse as well. Yeah, so just sending 6 here. We do know that we're going to be drawing into a Test of Strength, though, which hopefully we win this one.
This is interesting. Alex hand's very crazy. I think it's actually a really strong hand. I think we can go E-Strike for 5, go again, into Dagger, into Surgical Extraction because of the Vigor off the Tunic, and still get an Arsenal card.
Wow.
I guess you wouldn't even need to use the Tunic trigger. You can just ignore the scale period. You can just go E-Strike into Surgical if you really wanted to, which is great. Great value. Forces blocks out of hand from Dallas, gets some nice damage, and it would be 6-10 damage on a 4. When you're only taking 6 here. Yeah, no blocks here. That makes total sense to me.
Yeah, this can be a huge turn for Alex here. Again, luckily, both of these players already locked for top 8, just playing for seeding at this point.
Almost missed the Tunic trigger. I'd like to see that. I do that all the time. Oh, we're pitching the Surgical.
Pitching the Surgical.
Alright, so this is coming for 2.
And he should have 2 floating technically.
Yep. I think Dallas is reminding him like you're never. He threw the tuck. Those are mine now. They're not yours, Dallas. They're in my grave. That's how that works. Oh, Dallas is gonna later in the game be looking for them. Be like, where did they go?
Looks like he was considering putting a cranial crush in front of this. So what's Alex trying to do here now that he got rid of the surgical? Are we thinking maybe just Spider's Bite?
It might be Spider Bite, Peeler, E-Strike for 7.
For 7. An Arsenal.
That's fair though, right? Because like it's 9 damage. You're getting the Spider Bite and Scale Peeler pressure. Card Viking. This is final round. These are our 2 4-0s, so one will be first, one will be second seed. So we figured we get them on stream.
Okay, looks like he chose to use those 2 resources to pop the gold.
We got that. We drew a shred. It's not great.
I think we're holding an Already Dead, an E-Strike, a shred.
Isolate. I don't know. It's interesting. It was a blue shred at that, or yellow. This is a yellow shred, so we're just yelled down. So it's gonna be exactly like we thought. We're gonna get an Arsenal off of this too, so that works.
The nice thing is, if Dallas blocks this, the Spider's Bite effect goes away.
Yep.
So he could potentially save himself some stress on the blocking later on this turn.
Mm-hmm. So it's an Isolate and an Infect in hand. No Already Dead.
Okay.
So I'm guessing what we're gonna do is we're just gonna E-Strike for 7, tuck in the Infect, Arsenal, Isolate.
Yeah, I can see that. And we know Dallas has the test. Is that 2 test of strength?
Maybe. You never really want to see them together.
You don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if the first one happens to reveal a miss.
Yeah. It's like...
Yeah. So he blocks to clear the Spider's Bite effect, which I think is a good call here.
It's a good plan.
And then I think we're just going to see the E-Strike, for 7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it is doubled. Still. I mean, you just have to get both of them, right? Arsenal, your attack action.
I think so. But was it I think it was a blue attack. Also not great.
We're playing Crown. So that's the good news, is that we can tuck it away. And, all right. Oh, no.
This is going to give Alex 2 gold.
There's Dallas wondering where they went.
I think he gave him back the gold.
Okay.
I think the tokens are still in the they're still in the
they're
grid
just
there.
sitting there.
Oh no.
If they get tucked away, I will go grab them. Let's see if Alex throws that card on top of it. Yeah, I'll go make sure those get cleared up so that we're not looking for that.
This is, I feel like everything that could go wrong for Dallas is going pretty wrong here. He does get to 1 card 6 off of his Tunic, which it is strong. But his hero, he's just losing value here. As far as misses in this Victor deck, he's running 3 Terra Sunder. He wouldn't. I don't imagine he would have brought in the hold line. So 3 Terra Sunder, 3 Trounce, 3 Test of Strength, and then in this matchup, probably the Sink Belows and maybe the Stanchions. So he does have maybe about 13 misses,
that's like 18% right there, right? If you're bringing 65 in, like 66 in, you're getting like, 1 in every 6 you should miss, but we missed 3.
It's pretty bad. I think Card Fight's right. I think that Victor is still favored, but I don't know if he keeps clashing like that, it might not be good.
We have 2 gold. Now we can like.
Oh yeah, that's true. We did reveal a pummel. So.
Yeah, so we know pummel's in hand. It's not.
So there's probably more like 15 misses in the list right now.
But still, like, I think we have 2 pummels in hand too.
No.
Or is that a CNC pummel?
I think I see a CNC pummel for sure.
I think I'm all the way left in his hand. I don't know. No, that's a disable. Okay. So when I did go fix those tokens, Alex said he was saving them to codex later. So probably just gonna block this with maybe the pummel. I don't know.
I think that's fair. I think that right now you're trying to just unclunk your hand. You also don't want to be pitching to the bottom of your deck in like a weird way.
Dallas does not look too happy. It's so hard as a player when you lose these things that you feel like you should be winning, and it's almost variance life to just to relax yourself in the game. So,
Right.
like usually, like, do you have any strategies that you do when that happens, where it's like, oh, this is just going so wrong?
Yeah,
Right?
so it like I play Victor too, so sometimes it happens. So usually what I do is I just go full tilt and
Just stop picking up my cards.
yeah, I just lose.
Okay, we're going to isolate here. It's interesting that you threw the scale pillar here. This I already did. Not looking the greatest. I think it's great in this matchup because we can draw like blocks of equipment for some reason early. But
This could be a mind game.
Mhm.
Send the scale pillar. Dallas feels like he has to block it because Alex is maybe trying to send something that he's going to want to use equipment on.
yeah,
So then he plays isolate and swaps in the already dead and banishes his equipment.
I like that thought. But we're only blocking 3 here, and we should be tucking away that death touch. I feel, and nope, we're gonna just okay. He's just like, I don't want to play for it. That's fair.
Well, the death touch should end up in Arsenal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best place for it to be.
And you have tunic up, so like if for some reason Dallas throws a big attack your way, you're okay with blocking it out.
Looks like I got behind on life totals. I'll get those updated.
Well, yeah, no. When I get like frustrated during a game where we're banishing a red disable off the top as well. I don't know what already dead's requirement is for a silver.
Non-actions.
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 Okay. So like equipment will give it to you, or does it
Reactions.
give it to you? Reactions will. Okay.
Equipment should give it to you.
That's why we got one off the pummel. Okay. But yeah, when I'm playing Bolton, sometimes you just see no draw cards. It's like I usually just take a deep breath, realize that they're coming eventually. Eventually, it's gonna go your way.
Yeah, it can be hard to get out of that tilt scenario. Not everyone manages it the same.
I think the best thing to remind yourself in most matchups is like, again, unless it's a race matchup, which this is not, we're playing 10 more turns of this game.
Right.
It's like
if I were Dallas, you know you're locked for top 8. You know that you're going to be a high seed being 4-0 currently. I would play this matchup just trying to learn what Alex is doing.
Mhm.
Almost not caring about whether you win or lose, but just seeing what's in his deck, what he's going to bring against you, so that if you face him in the top 8, you have a better understanding of what you need to be doing.
And they would play in finals because these two are locked for 1 and 2 seeds if they were to play again, which it's a card game, not very
Right.
likely to happen, but because only one person can win. Okay, so we're throwing our hurl here. But I do agree with that sentiment. I think you should be realizing, like, both players should be trying things, maybe testing things out, making awkward scenarios.
Figure out what works, figure out what you need to do. This round should almost be like a break for the two of these people.
Like, usually when you see 4-0 people, it's so funny. They usually just, like, I usually say, you just want to go, like, grab food. like, I'm hungry. It's been a long day. Like, our seating doesn't matter. Okay, I do that. I'll do that. Like, oh, you just want to roll a dice if we play in top 8? And most people say yes, because it's like, we just played 4 games, 4 hours straight. And as we've been watching, like, these games have been long.
Yeah.
Like, and we're getting string games that are like, I can't imagine that the rest of the field isn't like that either, so.
So, I think looks like we have 2 Thunderquakes and an Easter egg in Dallas's hand. I almost like just throwing the 2 Thunderquakes in front of this and then arsenaling the Easter egg, setting up for a bigger turn. He's not going to be on a Tunic turn, so the 1 card hand is going to do nothing.
Yeah, this is like one of your 6 ways of go again.
Oh, and then we have the Shred.
And I say inertia here, right? He is. Dude,
Laura.
I love inertia tokens, man. I don't know. Like, when I play Arachne, that's all I give out. I'm like, you have an Arsenal? I don't want you to have that.
So I actually agree with you here. I think that Inertia should have been picked because Dallas has one card. He's not on a tunic. There's no
You can just pitch for it if if it's a blue. He doesn't want it.
there's no card that Dallas could keep and throw with one card. So he's clearly trying to either pay for the the blood rod or arsenal his last card, so the inertia prevents him from doing that.
So we're gonna get 5 go again here. We tucked the Sigil of Solace because we have the Isolate Shakedown. This is a very strong turn from Alex here. So we'll see how this goes. I like giving the feed here.
Yep.
I really do.
This is a good block on steps.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're letting one leak through.
There's so much skill expression using that equipment. It's so nice to see when people use it properly. This is where it gets really scary because now you threw equipment out. This is coming in, and if this isn't already dead, like you're losing your civic steps. Which again, not the worst thing to lose, but you're not happy about it.
It looks like we have a Rouse, Pummel, and Golden Sun.
Yeah.
So 2 Rouses in one hand. Not really how you want that to line up.
And we arsenaled the E-Strike. This is like every hand just feels so awkward for Dallas. It feels like
I think you probably need to put the Golden Sun down.
I mean, when you think about it, you don't really have many other ways to create gold. You have 3 more in your deck.
Yeah, the gold window has passed.
Yeah, so these cards are basically dead in the deck right now. I think argument to give Crown here to try to just fix something could also be an argument. I know we have an E-Strike, so maybe just E-Strike for 7, Arsenal the Pummel.
So I think the Golden Sun is the safest here because if he does end up swapping in the CNC and you lose the E-Strike, you still have a blue and a red in hand.
Yeah.
But it looks like he just really wants to protect the Arsenal.
He's trying to protect the gold. No, he's tucking the Golden Sun away, if I had to guess. I wish I could see to make sure that was the pummel he took them. He is like every. I like not flipping there either. Shakedown is such a powerful Arsenal card because you look at them and say, well, either you block it or I'm going to break Whispers or flick a knife at it.
Right.
Like,
Or Shred.
yeah, Shred's even bigger too. And we have in our isolated hand, so we're probably just blocking 6 Sigil and throwing the Shakedown if I had to guess here. This is kind of an awkward hand for the Yuzuri. We're just saying 7. Yeah.
I wonder if we can get a peek of what that last card is in Dallas's hand. I feel like he probably bottomed the Golden Sun and then right now just bottomed the Rouse. Oh no, he blocked with the Rouse. So he bottomed maybe the Pummel and Golden Sun?
They're both looking through each other's graves right now. I wonder what's going through their heads. What are we looking for here? Are we looking like... Are you wondering, like... We haven't seen a Codex really. We saw one earlier got pitched. And we're just looking at our targets to see what we need to be throwing here. Try to get a Codex set up. But... I don't know. I feel like Alex is in control of this game right now. He has...
I agree.
Full momentum. But... So the thing about Victor is that he can just, Guardians just flip it on a switch sometimes, and you're just like, okay, like, this is... He can do it.
I think Dallas had some really unfortunate clashes, and I think that caused the game to go pretty downhill.
Mm-hmm. I want to know what we arsenaled there. Like, I imagine it's the Pummel, but I don't know what he drew off the crown, so...
On Alex's end, I think we're probably just going to see an Isolate into a CNC and then play the Sigil.
He wanted to keep that Arsenal card, so you had to pick an Arsenal card between 3 cards, so... Really good. There's an argument here to go, like, bite into Shakedown from Arsenal, and then you're guaranteed licking cards and being like, hey, like how important is your hand? Like, Do you care? If not, I'm going to take it. Okay, here's the Isolate CNC.
So we have a Thunk. Choke Slam.
There's a Macho in their hand, too. I'll give him the Choke Slam.
Alright, well, we should see what's in his arsenal right now.
And we're going to play the CNC. Okay. You can't react to this, so this is literally, we're getting the arsenal for free.
Looks like he's reaching. Yep, taking 3.
Okay, so he drew a red Debilitate.
So then that means that he bottomed the Pummel.
At some point.
And then bottomed the Golden Sun. Tried to keep the Debilitate for a 2-card 8.
It's so correct. Like,
Yeah.
you're 100% correct there. Pummel's very greedy. You're behind. There is going to be a point where Dallas is going to just have to look at Alex and say, I'm going to eat everything. Like,
They have Alex at...
he's sigiled.
Oh, he's sigiled. I missed that.
Alright, so we got the Debility 2-card 8 here. That's fine. I'm surprised we didn't. I guess we just don't have a good arsenal here, right?
We
Like,
don't, yeah.
It's just like...
The other option would have been to pitch the 2 blues to swing Sledge and then Arsenal the Debilitate. And then you can keep a 1 blue in hand to send it on a later turn. But this is okay.
We're blocking with the yellow shred, and we're crowning. So are we getting rid of that shakedown? He's thinking about it. Like, yeah, okay. He didn't want to. He didn't want to.
Azuri plays around the Debilitate Crush pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
When you play an Isolate, it'll take on the effect, but then when you make the swap, it doesn't stick around.
That's so interesting. So this has been all damage based into this deck.
Might as well be.
Like,
if he's holding an Isolate, like the Crush almost doesn't matter. Looks like he took 3 there.
Mm-hmm. But as expected here, we're seeing a very slow, grindy matchup. And we'll, like... Ooh, okay, are we saying go again here? I imagine we are.
So, like, this is the turn...
No! What do we have in hand?
Interesting. Death Touch.
Spreading Plague. With Tunica. Okay.
Okay.
But I thought Spreading Plague was an assassin card. Is it not? Is it just blocking cards?
I think it's just blocking cards.
Interesting.
You get it pulled up. This is the turn that Dallas, if he wanted to, could block with multiple cards and then just do the 1-card Sledge play. He can also block with 2 cards, do the 1-card Sledge play, and then arsenal a card. This is the power of running Sledge.
Okay, we're blocking 3 only, and we're sinking. So we're going to... Are we sinking a card? Oh.
I guess, yeah, it looks like it's any card if he's
It's
playing
any
it now.
card, yeah. So it's any card, and we're going to get 2 blood rots here.
Yeah.
That's really strong.
That's very strong.
Again, not happy if you're Dallas seeing that. Like,
Essentially taking 4 damage on your own turn.
and taking 1 here. Well, it didn't. No, because he sank. So like you blocked 7. You're just like, nah, here you go. Take the Spring Leg. We see a Codex finally, and we got a Nimbleism, so we kept the Nimbleism in the deck, which makes sense. I'm curious to see if that Nimble Strike's still in there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Sledge come through with 1 blue. I think I saw a Disable in his hand that's probably going to make its way into the arsenal. I think you need to take the Blood Rot damage.
So we're going to Tunic Sledge. Like
Okay, it was a blue Disable. So what's the last card?
I think it's another blue. I think you're going to have to pitch for... I think you can prevent 2 on the Blood Rot. You can't...
Okay, if it's another blue, I think I like preventing one of them.
Mm-hmm. Burning Mold Damage is not worth the value. You need to be putting some pressure on some end. You need to find an opening. I think the unfortunate thing is I think that E-Strike for 7 there was the opening. But we didn't have any, we threw 3 blues and a Golden Sun. Like, that's...
Oh, it looks like he is choosing to take the two
Yeah.
blood rods. I wonder what we arsenaled.
So we're going to 15.
Now, the Azuri did give him 2 cards, so... Oh,
Nimblism into Death Touch.
that's pretty good. Those are...
The classic. And we got knives here too, so if we want... No, we don't have the reaction one, so... Yeah, we can flick it to do damage. It doesn't do anything else.
And we just used the Tunic on Dallas's end, so we can't block 3 cards and then swing back Sludge.
Let's see how this goes. This is big thing from Dallas. Every turn just feels like such an important blocking decision on the victor's end. Like the Azuri is just trying to out tempo, not really go too wide, play into it. We're gonna see 3 cards here from Dallas. I'm guessing what could we possibly have an arsenal that we could throw another card for?
It would have to be an E-Strike.
Which that's fine. That's like pretty good here. You have that.
I think that if it was an E-Strike, though, I don't think he'd be thinking this long about it.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he might just be passing back, and I think that's what we see here.
Taking Tunic and drawing up. Yep. And
Looks like we drew a Staunch, though, which is pretty good in this situation.
but Alex drew a Shred. Man, Shred is so good when I decide to say when people actually block this deck, huh? He'll take one.
Another
Oh, that's rough.
Rebel. And I think I see a CNC in his hand.
Yeah, we missed. I think Alex missed a Tunic trigger here. Because I think he should be at 3 right now. So like, I think it's a red Shred in hand. So like, very okay. No, it's blue. So
He does still have those gold as well. He's sitting on those 2 gold tokens.
So
Dallas has a Staunch, so he can't use that on this CNC. So
his arsenal's gone, isn't it?
he either has to take the 6 and lose his arsenal,
Or give Tunic.
or give Tunic, which he doesn't want to do. I think he has to sacrifice the arsenal here.
Give Tunic and a Quicken, which is even scarier because like we saw the Shred on top. So if we go like, if we draw into double like disruption, like you're losing your turn again. Like Alex is playing this really well by chaining this disruption together very cleanly. Like he's seeing the lines, he's blocking very properly, he's playing very patiently as well. Like he's not trying to overforce things.
Oh, it looks like he. Oh, okay. So he's probably wanting to put the.
It was a red disable he had in Arsenal.
Put the Staunch in arsenal here.
Mm-hmm.
So sacrificing the red disable to open up his arsenal.
Which makes sense, right? So we're gonna see if we want to prevent a big attack coming up here. We know there's a red Shred in hand, but if we throw isolate and then flip, like I think we just have to go for the play here. So we arsenal drew up. We have the isolate, but it's only a surgical.
That's our power card?
That is our power card. So this is a way to get back into the game for Dallas, I think.
Yeah, that's not great. And there's a Nimblism there, but that doesn't work with what we're trying to do with this hand.
So I think
and a Shred.
I think what you do is I think you play the Nimblism, and then you just drop the surgical. And just say, give me 7, you know I have the Shred.
It doesn't affect the surgical.
It costs 1. Surgical is 1.
Surgical costs 2.
Oh, so you don't even do anything there. This is not great.
It's pretty bad. I think we're probably wanting to arsenal the Nimblism. So I could see maybe going like Dagger.
Just play the Isolate. We're going to draw a block here.
Okay. Oh, he's probably trying to go for the swap and then Shred play.
Shred, yep.
That's a decent way to salvage this.
It's okay. It's not cute. That's the problem. It's boring. I want the sauce.
it's a little too by the book.
Yeah.
But we do have the Staunch in Arsenal, so we get around this pretty well. And if Dallas reads this correctly and plays it right, just the Staunch
covers it
completely.
So we can say no blocks here. I mean, like these, like I think you're okay if it's a CNC. Like
Yeah,
no blocks, move to reaction.
this
and then now you
great.
respond. You respond before he flips. So if it is CNC, you just staunch it away. Like,
I guess so. Does Red Shred would
he has Red Shred in hand, so Dallas knows this.
is Red Shred's enough to get through though, right?
Yeah, it'll take 1 year. He's trying to figure out if he wants to shred it on the stack. That's such an interesting thing that you can do. Is like you can shred attacks on the stack. So if you're playing the CNC, you can shred it before.
Looks like he's choosing not to. Still has the opportunity to after he makes the swap.
Maybe it's not red. Maybe it's yellow. It is red.
It is. Okay.
It was red because of the Rebels for 4.
Oh, sure. So he does take 1.
No, I think Dallas is in full tilt right now. He kind of just
so.
tossed his cards and said this game's over.
I think that's a red chokeslam though. I think we can send back 8.
So we banished 2 blues. We're at 3 silver. We're getting those. Oh, we can't buy back yet, but basically we're breaking those. Oh, he has the Nimble Strike too. Is it a blue isolate? This is a crazy turn because you can go double Nimbleism into Nimble Strike into Leave No Witnesses.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, like, and even if it's not a blue, you can then go. You can just use Tunic for that.
I think Dallas really just needs to like clear his mind of this game. Like this should just be learning. Like you're in the top 8.
Yeah, you're in the top 8. Let's just play it for fun. You should be smiling at this point. Let's relax. Realize that hey, we're the 2 seed.
Because if he carries this into the top 8, that's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Oh, notably though, Chokeslam turns off buff effects.
So this is actually a big deal. Oh yeah, I didn't realize it was a choke slam. I hate this card. This is like my least favorite card in the game. And Guardian, I get it's as bad as Spinal for me. Like that card reads Spinal Crusher. I hate it.
So Alex, he has to do something.
Yeah. So we have to block 2 cards. So, but the problem is a Nimble Strike blocks. Okay.
We have the Tunic, so it's probably just going to be Nimbleism, Tunic, Nimble Strike.
And or maybe we'll banish the Nimbleism for SNGs here.
This is still 11 damage.
Yeah, like it's still a good play. Yeah, I think Alex was laughing because this is a really funny turn. You banish the Nimble Strike still because you want the +1.
I think he's cheating himself by keeping them on the board.
Oh,
so many players do this, and like it's the easiest way to represent the buff, right?
Yeah.
But like when you play these non-attack actions, they resolve immediately and they go into the graveyard. So there are 2 Nimble Strikes in the graveyard right now, but because he's keeping them on the board, I don't know if he's
okay. They talked through it. I think he was talking Dallas through it.
Got it.
Or Dallas brought it up to him in some respect, being like, "I can banish it because I played it already." Yada yada. So this is coming in for representing, like you said, 11. Which is, 3-card 11.
3-card 11's pretty good.
You're okay with that.
That's some Michael Hamilton math.
Yeah, you're gonna block that out. You're at 9. Casual lethal right there, we're representing.
Looks like I missed 2 damage somewhere. Alex has himself at 22.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's the Chokeslam, right?
Yeah. So it looks like we finally drew kind of a dead hand on Alex's side. I know there's a Codex in there, so like saying it's a dead hand is like whatever, but I think it's Codex. I think that's a Death Touch. Shred and Sink Below.
Not great.
You can't do anything with that hand. You kind of just throw some daggers.
Depending on the shred and the Death Touch is red, so depending on the color of the shred, the dagger might not even be like amazing. You want to float a resource if possible.
Oh, you're pitching yellow, so it's a blue. Whatever, it's yellow. Whatever yellow. We got an isolate.
What color is it though? Because now you're in the same problem.
Was that a spreading plague? Maybe that was a spreading plague. Okay, that's what it was.
So if you can pitch a blue to dagger and float a resource, your codex gets better.
All right, because we're digging. We need a card, and like this is where these 2 gold matter. Like this is like a big deal.
Yeah.
Did we find? We found a
Death Touch. Another Death Touch.
No, the Death Touch was I mixed up.
Oh,
it was
okay.
it was a Spring Blade, which is not great. Oh no, because we drew so we're gonna Codex here, very poorly, which is fine. So we're just gonna figure out what we're gonna do here. I'm guessing we're just gonna grab. I don't know if Leader Witnesses is correct here. Actually, I think Shakedown's better.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice.
Because we have the Shred in hand. We just pitch whatever extra card we have, throw the Shakedown, and then...
You have the resource floating too, so why not Death Touch? Like, I know we've played one earlier, so that's in there.
blocked with one too. Like, it's...
The Leave No Witnesses specifically is an interesting one. Especially because Dallas has armor up. Are we holding a Shred?
We are holding the Shred for sure. Maybe he's trying to bait the armor. I don't know. I think the Shakedown baits the armor even more, though, right? Like, we get... I think maybe he wants to arsenal this Death Touch. He discarded the Sink Below. So maybe he's like, I don't care about this Ponder. I'm just going to keep this Death Touch, throw this Leave No Witness inside the Shred. I'll leak some damage here. But...
This was an interesting turn. There's a lot of hoops that need to be jumped through to make it decent.
And Dallas is right again when you're playing against Yuzuri or any assassin, you're at -2 life for the majority of the game because Flick Knives is a card that reads basically free 1 damage.
Yep.
But so
Dallas almost started this game at 38 life, just having that on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you can force him to block with it, like you can't go 2-2.
No. Let's see what we're pitching here. I mean, we're bidding the Spinal. Okay.
So I think Alex is probably banking on Dallas either giving 1 card in equipment or 2 cards and then shredding. But he just staunches, which
it's gonna get shredded. It gets red shredded.
Is it red?
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
No, how do you you need to scrub this game for me, if you're honest. Like this is just not good. We pitched the Trounce there too.
Right. So now there's another Trounce on the bottom of our deck.
So we had a Staunch and 3 reds in hand.
Yeah,
that's things are just not going right, and we'll see what happens here. But this has just been upsetting almost. If you're Dallas, no turn has gone your way. You can't find a single moment in this game where you're like, this was a win. And sometimes Yuzuri feels like that, but sometimes they just get in, get all their cards they need, and say, okay, we're going to throw this damage, and just control you because I have all the answers that I'm going to play around what you're doing.
Oh, I think so. I see a Pulverize in Dallas's hand. Mm-hmm. I think he brought in everything.
He's playing the pile.
I think he's worried about fatigue, and I think he's probably playing everything. And that explains why we saw the pummels. That's why we see the Pulverize. Mm-hmm. I haven't seen the Hold the Lines yet, but I would maybe think that they're somewhere in there.
I would Hold the Line's not that bad in this matchup. It's a 2-block D-React.
It's fine, yeah.
It's okay. It's a blue. And, okay, we're Raveling. What did we reveal off this Ravel? Did you see it?
I didn't. I know it's coming in for 4, but...
Yeah, so we're biting for 1. And we'll see how the Spider Bite... if the Spider Bite lands, I think if you're Dallas, you just gotta let things hit at this point. You're just so low life. I think your window is closed almost at this point. It might just be too late to get back into this game.
Yeah, this is definitely a hero that can put you in that situation where if you get too low, you probably just can't come back. It would have to be a 4 shred hand from Alex to really give Dallas a window.
Super interesting. It's so... what do you do? You're going to take 1 here, and then you're going to hope that it's not that important of attack, but now everything's lethal. Throws an isolate, lethal. He strikes lethal. Like, everything's lethal at this point, so. We'll see what he does. Reverse skill. Pew? No, that touch. Okay. So we're coming in for 6.
So we can block with these 2 red cards in our hand, and then we're going to get our 3rd Tunic trigger and send back 6, but...
You're 22 life for your Alex.
I think Dallas is probably wondering if there's just another shred.
This is where I would have picked up the grave, like Alex's grave, and just said, "What? Where are the shreds at? Like, how much do I have to be worried about?" And because I think we've seen almost every shred from Alex at this point. Like, it's lined up so well. We're flicking. So.
Oh, we're also under the effect of Spider's Bite.
Yep.
I don't know if we're flicking. I think
we're
just reminding. Which means that all 3 cards need to go down.
Yeah.
If we want to stop the effect. And I think that's what we're going to see here. I think if Alex plays another shred this turn, the table might flip.
He's blocking 6.
Don't do it to him. Oh, man.
He got Dallas to crack a smile at least. That's what you need to see. You need the lightheart camaraderie there to be like, okay. I like it at like Alex's deck actually here for a minute, and like, it's kind of low.
It's getting pretty thin.
Like I saw him, like, yeah, he's counting himself. It's not. I think he has maybe 10 cards left.
Dallas doesn't have a lot left either, but if he plays correctly, I think
fatigue is an option.
Fatigue is an option. He's at such a low life total, like you really just can't. Your test of strength, which is not bad. Your 0 for 4s are useful here. I think that is the last one though. And
we have a Codex in hand for Alex here as well, but he has an arsenal, so it's.
We also have 2 trounces coming back up.
Yeah, eventually. I know. So I mean, we have 3 block cards left in the deck.
Trounce, if you win it and you get to keep a blue, will swing Sledge for 7.
So we're skill pillaring here, which is interesting.
Yeah, these daggers are going to be what makes it tough.
That is like, these daggers are disgusting. Here's the trounce. Okay, this is big. Oh, shred. Gold inside. I mean, you get a gold. We finally get a gold.
We get a gold. He doesn't get to draw this. This is going to go on the bottom. And then we're going to do it again.
Isolate. Is that red isolate? So 3 have to be to 3.
Wait.
No.
He shouldn't have drawn there.
No, and he would have lost the clash because he drew a rouse.
Are we able to?
Let me go stop the game
for
a minute here.
We're gonna pause their game really quick and see if we can get a judge to intervene and see
what happened.
All right, we will be right back while we get this resolved. Okay, we are back. I believe the judge is at the table for them to resolve. So just a slight missequence in how they did the trounce. So they revealed the Golden Sun, which it says when it wins a clash you make a gold, and then Victor says when you make a gold you draw a card. So they put those cards on the bottom, but they should have finished the second clash on trounce and then drawn a card. But Dallas drew his card off of Golden Sun in the middle.
Oh, okay.
I think this is the first one.
Okay.
This is the first
okay.
one. We're rewinding completely.
And then we'll reveal.
So now we should reveal a top card
the
again.
Rouse. Yep.
And Dallas has a gold
which
off the Golden Sun, which he can use to.
And there we go.
Okay.
And we'll now create another gold, and we'll draw the Cranial Crush, and we're basically back in the same situation.
Now, I think maybe what Alex might be thinking is like, well, he knows what's under the Rouse because they revealed that trounce. So like the reclash is almost free.
Yeah. So they're talking through it with Josh and how to do it properly. And they're reading the card. So yeah, they're just gonna go through. Our judge is a great judge. He's gonna read through the cards, make sure everything works properly. We have a few things here. He's gonna get the gold for sure off of this. It's gonna be an interesting ruling if he's gonna be able to activate Victor or not. Because I feel like he's like, as a player myself, I would give it to him because I don't see why you wouldn't activate Victor there.
Right. If you have the gold and you're losing at that point, I think it's like almost a given that you're gonna reclash.
You need that to hit. Like
just knowing that it's a win is what makes it.
So it looks like they're gonna shuffle the deck and then just reclash there. I think both players agreed on that, and I would possibly imagine that might be the fix here.
I don't think Dallas really was setting up any sort of major pitch stack, so I think the shuffle is pretty fair.
So, or did they just say, I think he just ruled that just don't activate it for now. It's a good learning experience. If there was a time to learn that interaction on stream and when you're playing, it would be this game.
Yeah.
It would,
we still did get to draw the extra card, though, because the Golden Sun made us. So we got our value. We didn't get the full value, but...
Which would have been crazy value drawing that for, you know, it would have been a lot better than this Rouse and then had the might, the vigor, and everything. But so it looks like we are going to be continuing. Just seemed like something went right for Dallas. It's unfortunate that it just went wrong.
I think he just got a little too excited.
Yeah.
Jumped the gun a little bit.
But it's okay.
This seems like it could be a pretty good place to block with the Rouse.
Let's just give it up.
Yeah. We're never going to be able to keep enough cards to do that.
I think if I'm Dallas, I'm like, how many cards do you have? Oh, he's taking it. Going to 5. Or flicking the Scale Peeler, too. We're going to push for lethal, I think, here.
Down to 4. No resources floating.
And we got the Isolate. He has a Test of Strength in hand. That's what it looks like. Maybe that's what he was thinking. He's like, oh, if I can just Test of Strength block equipment, this is good.
I really think that you put the Rouse in front of the Spider's Bite.
Yeah.
He'd be at 5 right now.
We know Alex has a Shred in hand too, by the way.
Do we?
We do.
Okay.
So.
Is that the only card in his hand then? We've seen 2 in pitch, Isolate. Yep. So, okay, so then this
I like what Dallas is doing here. Dallas is breaking the gold to get the Isolate on the bottom of the deck. On the reclash. So he can, because he's going to get the gold back. Did he draw that card? He shouldn't be drawing that card.
No, he didn't. He
okay.
Wait, I don't think he's allowed to reclash, though. You can only do that when you fail to win a clash. And he won that one, right?
Yeah, so...
we'll be right back.
We'll go fix that.
Just a lot of nerves. We're playing, you know... I know they're both in top 8, but it's been a long day. Pretty simple fix here. Yeah, I think there's just a lot going on in this game. We got it fixed.
Yep, it's all good to go.
And they will be continuing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of nerves. Remember, the game hasn't going Dallas's way, which can cause a lot of problems too. Oh, it was the surgical, so...
Do we have...
I thought he had a Shred. I swear we did. Apparently we didn't.
Okay. So he just wanted the surgical out of his hand, it looks like.
And the Scale Piercer is gone now, so we're at
Now,
4.
Dallas is holding 3 cards, and I think I see a Terra
I
Sunder.
do.
He has his tunic.
Oh, wait a minute.
This is
7 dominate, discard 2.
This is a turn for him. This is relevant. If Alex doesn't have a sink below in his hand, and even with the sink, I mean, it's all 3 equipment pieces, which is huge.
It could be a sink and arsenal too, though. Like,
it could be.
I don't know what's in his arsenal, but he's looking, checking.
Oh, when you check, it's never it's never the sink. Yeah.
Oh, I always actually when I check, it's always the sink. Like, I'll give my tell a look at him, like, yeah, that's correct.
I don't think he has it. I feel like a block would have been made already if he did.
Maybe he's trying to, like, again, so, like, when I'm in this situation with Terra Sunder, I'm like, okay, if I don't have it, now I have to think through what 2 cards am I discarding? Because, again, we're at 22 life.
Right. He has life total to work with.
Yeah. So it's like, how do I, yep, I'm taking the 7, which makes
7.
sense. And then let's see what we're giving up here. So we know there's a blue isolate and a surgical in the hand. Because that's what we saw off the 1 misclash and then the actual clash that happened. So maybe this is what Dallas was thinking when he didn't block with that Terra Sunder. He's like, hopefully I can just live through this and it's not another card that I'm playing into the Azuri.
This was a good turn for Dallas.
Finally, there's something going right for him.
Yeah.
That's what we needed. We've hit pitch deck now, I think, on Dallas's end. Because we see the pommel, we see the golden sign.
I don't think he's going to be able to keep enough is the problem.
We're only daggering here. So this has to be like a leave no witnesses, or we don't have tunic up. I think you just block with the pommel.
Yeah, I think you give pommel here. Like, again, we're at such a low life total that
he's taking it. Okay.
We're never really going to be able to fire off this pommel.
Okay, it's a leave no witnesses. So we can give equipment.
He can give all 3 pieces of equipment and go to 2, and he can throw... Okay, choosing to block it out. He could have thrown the Golden Sun
with
for
the
10 with pommel.
I think that might have been the correct play. Like, I know you're going to 2, and that's basically 1 life in this scenario, but I think you have to.
And it looks like instead he's choosing to sledge here.
Again, I don't know how low the decks are, so maybe he is really playing for fatigue. He's just taking 6. All right.
I did hear time called. I'm not sure where these players are with time extensions
We
because there
probably
was a
got
judge call.
I think we got like a 2 or 3 minute time extension for a judge call.
So I can't imagine we have more than a couple more minutes left before this game is forced to end.
And Neria hurl.
Giving him a quick one.
Here we go.
Oh, and tunic.
This card, this hand must be worth it. I think that's what he might be thinking here. He's flipping it. It's a shakedown. We're blocking 6.
Is there a shred? There's always a shred.
There has always been a shred this game. There it is. And that's the game. Right? Unless we have a D-react.
I think it's a blue shred, so only 2 coming through.
And then we flick. Right? We can flick here too.
Oh, we can, yeah. This should just be game.
And we're breaking black deck, so we're hitting for 2. Yeah, you got it. All right. I think Dallas is just...
That was
he's straight down trigger. Yeah. We just have to flick here. Alex said defeating him while he's down.
Just kill the man.
Just kill him. Woo.
This should be
the fact
game.
that Dallas just didn't say good game. Wait, what the respect. There it is. There's the fist bump. Okay.
All right. A little rough towards the end, but again, it's a lot going on.
It's been a long day.
Long games for these players. But definitely an interesting match.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this probably goes a little bit more even if those trounces and the test of strength didn't go so terribly.
I agree. Alex had 10 cards left in deck. So it was even close after that. But like if you get those 2 test of strengths in different hands, you get that first trounce that hits and actually wins, I think you're sitting pretty. And even like at that last trounce was able to actually resolve how it probably was intended to, just because of the misfire on that end. He'll get that might token, he'll get an extra damage out, and Golden Sun Pummel wins him the game there.
Yeah,
True. That's how close that match was, and it was just unfortunate that he wasn't able to take back the trounce just because of an error in any respect. So
yeah. Well, that was the end of round 5. So I know that there's going to be a small break between top 8 and now. There's deck checks that need to be done. I think they're probably going to give some time for people to get food. I don't know how long it's going to be just yet. I think that they were talking about doing somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour.
It's usually the case.
So before we go...
you got 5 more, huh?
We got 5 more Do You Know Flesh and Blood cards. So again, if you've joined recently, we're playing a little game with Alex. We have 5 zoomed in art Flesh and Blood cards, and you need to guess what the card is.
So we're 10 of 20 right now. So we're at 500 still.
Okay.
Like we are at. I'll give myself the Oddwillow loss. I think that's fair. I was not doing that.
So we're 10 for 20.
Yes. So I have to get 3 of the next 5.
Can you go positive? I feel like these are the hardest 5.
All right. Let's see it.
Let me know what Flesh and Blood card this is.
The chat down. Oh my god.
Oh. I'm an amateur.
Is that Blade Runner?
That is Blade Runner. I never knew that there was a lady back there.
The only reason why I recognized it was because of the color. Like, the colors.
Yeah, the
very
color
obvious,
and like the background. It's a pretty big giveaway. Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Can you tell me what Flesh and Blood card this is?
Oh, Courageous Steel Hand.
Courageous Steel Hand.
Yeah.
That is correct. Where's my Courageous Steel Hand? There it is.
Yeah, I love the mutated beast that they're like the Labaya creature. He's always fighting in that.
If you get one more, you end positive.
We're ending positive.
So,
knowing my luck, I will not.
I feel like these were the hard ones. Can you let me know what Flesh and Blood card this is?
Soul Shield.
Soul Shield?
Oh wait, no. I think that's. Oh my god, that's either Soul Shield or Prayer not Prayer of Erna. It's one of the two. Erna's Prayer, not these are with the art. Oh my gosh, I think it's Soul Shield. I'll go Soul Shield.
This is Halo Illumination.
Okay. It has like the stained glass thing, so like.
Oh man, keeping it tight until the end here,
yeah,
huh?
you gotta keep the folks entertained.
All right, can you tell me what Flesh and Blood card this is?
Oh yeah, that's Slice and Dice.
You got it.
That one's finally Slice and Dice. I look at this one a lot. I don't know why I kept saying it before. Like that one is. I don't play out of that. That's where my signature is, and I think it is in that corner specifically.
Well, you're positive, but we have one more.
All right.
Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Just picked this one, and I
Okay.
feel like it's a good one. Can you tell me what Flesh and Blood card this is? I think this is a really good one.
It's like, oh, okay, so it's a sword that's. I think of like Unified Decree on this one, but like.
That's a good guess.
Yeah, like that's what with the swords coming out, but I don't think it is. It's just like that's where my brain went. Man, I'm trying to think of everything else here that it could be. That's interesting. Like it's just the sword shining there with that like. I don't know. Oh, and 500. I'll take the third. I'll take the one.
Still my shot.
Okay, I love that card. I get that. I see it now. I love that.
This was a good one for
That
sure.
is.
Okay, I think they are announcing the top 8 right now, so we are going to take like a 2-minute break, see if we can go get the top 8 list. We'll report back to you guys, and then we are going to take a longer break, and then we'll start again once the top 8 starts. So we will be back again in probably just like 2 minutes. All right, we are back.
We got the shields and the steel blades just somewhere in here.
This is defending this stream.
Yeah.
All right, we have our top 8 for the day. Pretty good variety. You want to just go down the line?
Yeah, let's start. So we have the person we saw on stream win last round in 2 rounds today. Alex.
Shockingly.
Yeah.
The only 5-0s, the first seed. He's on Missouri.
Yep.
In second, shockingly, the person that just lost, Dallas, is on Victor. And then in third place, we have Dakota. He's a local in this area, well known for his Katsu gameplay.
He plays mid-range variant.
Mid-range.
He doesn't play for Bond Stearns. He has it in the deck, but it's not. It's more so of a trading deck.
Very interesting list. He's on Katsu. We have Ronan in fourth. He's our resident Kano expert. Sage, the Prism that we saw, managed to squeak into the top 8. He's in fifth. Shane, another local here, is playing Hatchet Dory. Jeremy, one of our Madison players, he is on Katsu. And then Quentin. Quentin's usually a 5 player, but he actually brought...
A good variety otherwise. So
yeah, not too bad. I think we're going to get some really good games out of this. Notable,
no Katsu mirrors.
No Katsu mirrors, but our 4th and 5th seed, we have the Kano playing into a Prism, which I think is pretty miserable for the Kano.
So it's like if you're on AB0, it's like an 80% win rate for Prism. If you're on AB1, it's like a 90% win rate for Prism. Sage is on AB2.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but that does not look good. I would not want to be that Kano. So yeah, they're going to be doing some deck checks. They're going to give the players a break.
30 minutes to an hour. We're not 100% sure yet.
Yeah, so we will be back. I think I will probably end this stream and then we'll start again once the top 8 starts, just so we can have a nice transition between the two. So if you are interested in checking out the top 8, make sure that you're subscribed to us. Turn on the notifications. That way when we go live, you receive that. But we will be back within about 30 to 60 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming on and watching. If you end up not watching the